Hello, people. We are live. We are live. We're going to watch a couple little Letterkenny clips to start us off just to have a little bit of fun. YouTube, if you give me shit for this, I will hate you forever. You already suck ass.
You already sucks ass.
Bro.
Yep. Let's see. We'll just do the to be fair, so you know the to be fair. And then we won't push it beyond that. It's only 30 seconds. If this doesn't count as fair use, I don't know what the fuck does. Okay.
Yeah, less than 4 seconds. Or is
How's
that,
my
like,
audio,
full?
by the way? Is my audio good?
Audio's good.
Okay, cool.
Much better than the last few days.
Wait, what?
Sounds
The audio's
great.
been really.
The audio's been really bad the last few streams?
No, it's just been really quiet. Okay, well, in comparison to Tiny's, because Tiny's, he's really loud in comparison to the background, and like the background stuff he plays, and then you're really soft. So when I have them both up at the same time, I can barely hear you.
I was also
So
going
it's
to
just
say,
been-
to be fair, Tiny is actually very loud as shit most of the
Yeah.
time. So
Yeah.
It's great. It keeps me busy at work.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to play this. Are you watching?
Yeah.
yes, sir.
Well, to be fair.
Oh, don't say to be fair. Hate when people say to be fair.
Oh, to be fair.
To be fair. To be fair.
To be fair.
To be fair.
To be fair.
To be fair.
To be fair.
To be fair.
To be fair.
To be fair.
To be fair.
Oh shit! I gotta turn on the stream. Sorry, gotta redo it.
Fucking classic. What do you mean? You didn't. You weren't
Broken
actually-
hearted.
Well, you can
Got it.
rewind it now. Right? You can rewind the stream now.
You're right. I'll do that.
Yeah. All right. Hello,
I will say,
everybody.
Letterkenny makes me piss my pants. Literally.
It's such a good show. It's such a
It's
good
one
show.
of the funniest shows I've ever seen in my fucking
It's so amazing. All right.
life. So funny.
Okay. So for a little while, we're going to bring up the birthday girl. Come here, baby girl. Come on. Come on. Come and say hello to everybody. Let's go. Show off your outfit. Show off
I
your
gotta
little
see it.
outfit. Come on. Take a seat.
Oh, look at her! The queen!
My girl.
The queen is-
Happy
Oh, she
birthday.
is adorable. Happy
Happy
birthday,
birthday.
Mika! Oh, she is adorable. Look
Look,
at
do you
her.
see how much she
Say happy
hates the hat?
birthday.
Can you
Say-
see
say
she
happy birthday
hates
to
the
Mika.
hat? Look at her face. She looks miserable. Mm.
Say happy
Yeah.
birthday to Mika.
Happy birthday, Mika.
Mika, all right, you ready? Oh yeah, you want some peanuts? You want some peanuts?
Adorable.
You want some
Peanuts.
peanuts? Okay.
Oh man, there it is.
You ready? You
She's
ready?
licking the chops.
birthday.
Say thank you. Say thank you.
Xander came to say happy birthday too.
Say thank you.
Look at
no.
her.
No.
That's Mika.
Sup,
Ready?
Mika?
Say thank you. Say thank you. She's so not happy about it. She's so not
She is
happy
not.
about it.
She is not digging the hat.
Good girl.
Can I get a high five?
Ready?
High five?
Say thank you. Say thank you. Yeah. Say thank you, everyone. Good girl. Ready?
Oh, you're welcome. Happy
Good
birthday,
catch. Go ahead.
sweetie. Even
That's
my
a
puppy
girl.
came in here. I don't know if she heard like the
Happy
dog
birthday.
whispering.
Happy birthday. Can you see the birthday girl bandana?
Look at her.
Yeah.
She
Happy
is
third
adorable.
birthday. Mwah. You're my favorite.
Big
I love
three.
you very, very
Big
much.
tree.
Yes, I do. She'll be making multiple appearances through the evening, saying hello. This will
Even
not
Jay
be
just
the
said
only
happy
time.
birthday.
Right? Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Even my dog Jade just barked and said happy
Oh.
birthday. She must have known.
You coming right up on camera? Are you coming up on camera? Why don't you say hi? Why don't you
Like,
look
I
at
want
everybody
everybody
here?
to see my pretty hat.
Why don't you look at everybody here?
Oh, gorgeous. Come on. Come on.
That's
Heart
my
is
girl.
melted.
That's my birthday girl. That's my birthday girl. Do you see how it has the 3 on her hat?
It has the 3. Yep.
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 Got her little special hat. She hates it so much. Look at her face. She's like, I hate this. This is awful.
I'm gonna go on camera because Jade's coming to say happy birthday too. Hold on a second.
Okay.
I'm going on camera real
Oh,
quick. Jade's here. She wanted to say happy
sweetie.
birthday. Jade, come here. Oh,
Well, I know she appreciates it. Look at that. Look at the puppy.
here. Say happy birthday to
Look
Mika.
at the puppy. Okay.
Oh, she says happy birthday.
Yeah,
So
thank you.
excited.
You say thank you. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Love it. Love it.
Go ahead, babes. No, I know. Go ahead. I gotta sit on my chair now. I have a stream to do. Come on. She didn't want to move. She's like, no, you gave me peanuts on this chair. I don't want to move.
She's like, look, man, I'm the birthday girl. I need some time to shine. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there she goes. Okay. Now she's going. Go ahead. Go ahead. That's a girl. All right. Fun stuff. Dog birthdays. It's good. We got our Ripperino t-shirt on. Reppin' Tiny. What's up, Joe?
What's up?
How you doing,
I'm
man?
here. Chilling. How are you guys?
Good. Chilling
Doing
as well. Chilling as well.
Good to see you, man.
You too.
You guys, you gonna have some fun tonight, huh?
We'll see
Yeah,
how fun it is for Scarecrow.
Hey, a little bit of shit talk. I love it.
I got a
That's
little
very
bit of
good.
time here, man. We can
I
have
got the
some
fun.
fun.
Yeah. Cool. Well, we got 11 in right now. We'll maybe wait until there's a few more people. Then we'll go ahead and get started. In the meantime, let's see. Oh, yeah. Latest news update. 1,000,000% tariffs on everybody. No, we
Until
got
China gives us
Yep.
100 gazillion,
China.
bajillion, million dollars.
We got 145% tariffs on China, 125% tariffs from China onto us, and they have said they will no longer raise them because they've said at this point they've essentially made American products unaffordable in China. So they feel that there's no longer a need for them to raise the prices. That kind of sucks. We'll see what happens. But this is a mess.
It is pretty fucking wild. It is
Yeah.
wild. And I mean, we've since paused ours, right? Like our tariffs are paused right now. We haven't like
Not the China
or
tariffs.
10%. Oh, China's still open, and then 10% across the board. 10%
Yeah,
blanket.
so whoever has, and I don't know if they've said specifically which countries, but they've said whoever has come to quote unquote negotiate is part of the 90-day pause. I don't know if they've released a list of countries yet. I haven't looked, but that's basically what they said. And apparently Canada, Mexico, and China are not on that list. They are not part of this group that might be on the pause. I do know that. So yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Jesus. So we have like our arch nemesis and then our closest friends. Those are the ones that are just still getting fucked here.
Yeah. It's a situation.
Well, the market looks good. just
It's a
speaking
Friday.
from
So end of the week is
from-
usually
yeah.
gonna be, hey, blue collared, what up? You missed it. We were watching a Letterkenny clip a second ago. Speaking of Canadian noises, but yeah, it's a wild thing. That's, we just gotta. To be fair, that's the clip we were watching. Was a To Be Fair clip of all the To Be Fairs.
Blue collar, good to see you, my man. There he is. To be fair.
To be fair, to be fair. So I need
Now,
to. I'm gonna
Ian's
need
ever
to
had somebody-
make new badges for subscribers. That's like my goal for this week. To make like like how Tiny has like different badges for how long you've been subscribed and all of that. So I'm gonna do that real soon.
Fuck yes.
Yeah. So that'll be cool. Yeah. Anyway. Well, now we're down to 10 viewers. Where's everybody? Damn it. Sometimes it takes people a second.
It says 13 on mine.
Oh, it does? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, fuck it. Oh, yeah, I see that too. All right, you know what? Fuck it. 13's good enough. Dave Smith! You guys are going to argue about... Oh, good to see you guys. Might not be super active in chat, but I'm listening. Good luck to both of you guys. I'm excited to hear it. It should be fun. So, as usual, in these kinds of debates, I will do my best to stay out of it, aside from the occasional fact check if needed. I am going to moderate, so you guys don't get too crazy. But I know both of you, usually you guys are pretty respectful. If y'all are interrupting each other, if anyone's interrupting a little bit too much, I might ask you to chill. But other than that, I'm going to kind of go ahead and let you guys go. Now, I think because it seems like Joe was sort of taking the more defensive position on the point, I'm going to let Scarecrow go ahead and open with the assertion.
All right, man. Sounds good. So my biggest issue with Dave Smith, and it's always been this, as well as Daryl Cooper. It seemed, well, just in the Joe Rogan episode yesterday, they were both sympathizing super hard with Daryl Cooper, and I have a lot of issues with what Daryl Cooper has to say regardless. I think that what he is doing is absolutely dangerous, and whether he aspires to be an expert in World War II history or not, he's making some very, very I would just argue like absolutely absurd and damaging claims to the history of World War II. The fact that Joe and Dave defended him so aggressively just goes to show that they are just based off vibes in particular, and it doesn't have anything to do with like a moral compass or anything of value. And I would say that Dave also, I think where me and Joe kind of kicked off was that I was explicitly saying that Dave seems to be not a libertarian, not a MAGA. It almost seems like he is more holding a Russian standpoint with a lot of his talking points that almost lean into anti-America or America hate. And that's where we started to get into a little bit of an argument because Dave seems to blame America for every major conflict that's happened over the last 100 years. And that's funny because he's sitting here holding hands with everybody that's America first and let's weed out the liars. But then he also endorses some of the biggest liars and some of the most damaging liars that we have in modern history, whether it be obviously, Joe, me and you are obviously going to disagree on Trump. I don't know your position on Daryl Cooper, but I would say just sympathizing with Daryl Cooper is already a very, very dangerous ground to actually take and a very dangerous stance to take. And I don't care if he's your friend or not. If I have a friend that is saying that Hitler was ill-equipped to take care of 6 million Jews, so he felt since they would starve in concentration camps, they would just be better off to be humanely put down. And also the fact that like Winston Churchill is the big bad, even though Winston Churchill didn't even assume power until the invasion of Poland had already initiated. There's a lot of very, very bad points that Daryl Cooper is arguing towards, and Dave Smith and Joe Rogan. Joe, I will say, Joe was absolutely unprepared for the argument yesterday, so he didn't take much of a stance at all, other than to defend his friend Daryl Cooper. But Dave Smith definitely went to war on the back of it started off with Daryl Cooper and Nazi sympathizing and Hitler apologia, and then it moved on to the conflict between Russia and Ukraine, which he said was America's fault for some wickedly fucking odd reason. And this is a reoccurring talking point that I hear him say very often, which is why I kind of lean towards the fact that he's a Russian propagandist. He's literally spewing the things.
Is there a time limit? I don't want to go off like a long. I'm gonna forget a lot of things he's saying if you go on, like 5-minute rants.
Yeah, I don't know.
No worries.
Yeah,
and then lastly, he was talking about the conflict in Israel and the West Bank, which I actually disagree with Douglas Murray about, because he said you have to be there to have a stance on it, and I think that's absurd. So that's my take on the full 2.5-hour Joe Rogan episode. And yeah, Joe, you can go ahead and take it over.
So I'm not too familiar with Daryl Cooper. I looked up a little bit of what he was saying earlier. I don't really want to. We can debate that if you want to. Probably, I would do it just because it'd be kind of challenging for me to do so because I have limited information. So we can do that if you want. From what he was making a off-comment joke to his friend Jocko Willink on a podcast, or I guess they're friends. And he was saying that Winston Churchill is the big bad evil guy, a joke to Jocko Willink. He specifically said that when he was talking to Tucker Carlson on a podcast. I'm pretty sure Tucker, you can correct me if I'm wrong. Again, I'm not totally familiar with the subject. It was Tucker who asked Daryl about Winston Churchill. Am I right or wrong about that?
So you are correct. Tucker Carlson did in fact ask Daryl Cooper about Winston Churchill. There is layers in this, and I would also argue that Tucker Carlson has been staying in Moscow for the past 7-8 months, and he is definitely 100% a Russian propagandist. But
that's fine.
yes.
I'm not trying to debate that. I couldn't care less.
Yeah, Tucker Carlson was the one that initiated the conversation, which is something that. And
so what? Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, Daryl Cooper has actually spread those beliefs not only through Tucker Carlson, but as you mentioned, Jocko Willink, and then he also went on Joe Rogan with the same stance. So,
what was his stance?
The stance was that Winston Churchill was the main chief villain of World War II, and Hitler was actually doing the Jewish people a service because he didn't have enough resources in Germany after World War I to feed the Jewish prisoners of war that he was liberating out of the ghettos.
Was that as a direct quote? Was Daryl Cooper specifically said that Hitler was doing a service to the Jews? Is that what he said specifically?
Didn't say a service. He said that it was a much better alternative than to let the Jews starve in the concentration camps, and that the humane thing would be to find an alternative means to alleviate their suffering, basically.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I would have to watch the entire podcast. I watched like a clip, but I don't want to go off what I watched and go based off that. I don't think that's necessarily going to benefit anything.
I appreciate that as well. I appreciate that. And Daryl Cooper, as you said, you're not like well versed in like all the crazy.
I didn't know he was until yesterday.
Exactly. And my argument is that what he's saying is particularly dangerous, and the fact that Dave Smith and Joe Rogan were like standing on this hill of like defending Daryl is probably.
Well, I think they were specifically defending the fact that
Douglas Murray.
This is just, yeah, Murray. Murray didn't even watch the full. He specifically stated that he doesn't watch all of Douglas's content. Not Douglas, sorry.
True. That is true. He said I don't need to see too much because
Daryl. I'm getting his names confused. I'm sorry.
No worries.
Daryl and Douglas. They're really close, and I confuse them as well. But yeah, Douglas did say that he hasn't watched too in depth into Daryl Cooper's content just because he can spot and realistically so, like Nazi apologia, Nazi sympathizing is not something new. It's been happening since World War II. So
we can have a debate about this. I think it'd be kind of interesting. I would have to watch the full podcast and everything Daryl said. I think we can do that at a later date once I fully digested everything that was said, because I don't think what you're saying. It's a hunch that's based on what I watched and what Joe and Dave were saying. all combined, I don't think what you're saying is even kind of correct. But I would have to go deeper into that. I don't want to debate that right now.
I do have some source material as well and topics for stream. I have 2 different articles that I just pulled kind of willy-nilly in the hour before that we got into the chat. I have 2 different articles here. The first is from obviously winstonchurchill.hillsdale.edu. And it's just basically speaking on Winston Churchill's influence in World War II. The second of which does come from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, and it does go over the different layers of Nazi sympathizing and Nazi apologia that has actually been conducted since the mid to end of World War II. So there are 2 articles there. If you just want to like glance over them, that's totally cool. If you want to discredit them, that's fine as well. But I have just added a couple of articles.
Did they talk about Daryl Cooper in the articles?
The first one does talk about Daryl Cooper. The first article is specifically debunking Tucker Carlson's Daryl Cooper interview. The second one in particular is just how to identify Nazi sympathizing and Nazi apologia outside of just regular everyday conversation, because this is something that has been built and been going on for the past 75 years. There's always been people that have tried to apologize and sympathize with the Nazis, and there is a very
Cosmic,
fundamental.
welcome. Sorry, keep
What's
going,
up,
guys.
Cosmic?
I was just talking in chat.
Yeah, there is just kind of a playbook that all Nazi sympathizers and apologists go towards.
What's up, Daniel?
When they do start to try to downplay the effect of what Adolf Hitler did during World War II, not only to the Jews either. I have other parts to the argument that I've kind of laid out as well, and we'll get to those. But if you want to just like glance over the 2 pieces of source material that I listed in the Discord, that's totally cool. Echo, I know that you just came on in here. If you're interested, we have the live stream going on right now. I'm going to go ahead and post that in the general. Welcome to my boy Jordan's stream.
How's it going, man? Welcome.
Hi, thank you.
Oh,
there we go.
I said man.
And welcome, Echo. But I did just go ahead and link that in general as well. And honestly, Joe, if you want to look over that, just give it a quick minute.
I'm not gonna do that right now, because I think I was prepared to talk about Dave Smith specifically and not.
That's fair. Yeah, let's try to keep it to Dave Smith specifically. I think what Scarecrow is trying to do though is he's trying to supplement his argument about Dave Smith by saying like, hey, look, Dave Smith is supporting this guy, and this guy's a piece of shit.
No, we're about to get into that specifically. Yeah. I don't want to just talk about a guy I heard about yesterday.
Okay.
Right, and I'm totally with you. This is just the fundamental source of the argument that started off this fucking downward spiral of a fucking disaster of a JRE episode, in my opinion, on either side. So that's
so what did Dave specifically say about Daryl that is incorrect?
So basically, it doesn't even start with Dave or Joe. It starts with Douglas. Douglas Murray said that what Daryl Cooper is doing is absolutely dangerous, because he is not a historian. He's a comedian. He's a very short form YouTuber who pretends to be an expert in the art of history when it comes pertaining to World War II. And he said that this is dangerous because you never bring on true World War II experts. You only bring on people with this very fringe and conspiracy mentality of World War II. And yeah, common idea of World War II is pretty widespread. Like, we all know that Hitler was bad, which was Joe and Dave's argument. Is like, nobody's saying Hitler wasn't bad. But the thing is Douglas Murray said, okay, well, if you're going to bring on this guy who's basically going to say that Hitler was actually the nice guy, Churchill was the bad guy, and Hitler was just trying to help Jews get away from starvation by I mean, I
understand.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm not really interested in talking about what Joe and Murray's interactions was. I'm specifically asking about.
That was Joe and Dave in particular. And Dave said, you're absolutely being unfair to my boy Daryl. And then Joe was like, yeah, I think you're wrong. I think that you have it wrong. Daryl's actually a good guy, and he's got a 30-hour podcast. And Douglas said, I don't give a shit about his 30-hour podcast. Joe, you do 30 hours a week in podcasting. So I don't give a
But
shit
it's not
about
the same thing.
Well, and that's what Joe said too. But he's
Exactly.
like, hey, it's the exact same amount of time. You can get your exact same message through with that amount of time. If you're pushing a message that's dangerous, now I would argue that Joe Rogan does not push a dangerous message very often. He seems to be more understanding and just like a real genuine kind of guy, even though I kind of hate his content now.
That's fine. But Murray specifically stated he doesn't even listen to Daryl's content.
True. But
So he's just contradicting himself and saying you have to be an expert. He doesn't have an expert on what he's claiming to talk about right now.
Now, I have particularly listened to Daryl's content, so that's why I feel like I am equipped to talk about this. And even though Murray hasn't heard it, I will attest that like this is very much Nazi sympathia. This is very much Nazi apologia.
It might be. We can debate that in part 2 or something. But sure. if I disagree with you, I have to look it up.
Our biggest thing was like Dave Smith being
I think
that's what started it, right?
And thinking that Dave lost the debate to Murray, which is just insane. We can go either one first if you want. We can go with how Murray does not know how to debate at all, or we can go with how you believe Dave Smith is a Russian paid shill. You pick.
Well, okay. So first off, I'm going to say from just my view, from my pure view of the situation, I've never seen a debate where Dave Smith actually adds what I would consider to be any sort of an intellectual value to any single debate I've ever seen him in. I really have gotten no intellectual value off of Dave Smith since the very first time that I've watched him, which was a comedy show back in 2001. I've never gotten a single piece of educational knowledge from Dave Smith.
Well, comedy show is supposed to be funny, not supposed to be
and we can move past that, but I'm saying from the
Well,
first
you brought
time,
that up. I didn't bring it up.
What I'm saying is from the first time that I've been exposed to him, all the way up until 2024,
Comedy
when he's
show.
doing Fox News, he's doing Piers Morgan. I've watched a lot of his content, and I will tell you that I've never received a single piece of intellectual value from Dave Smith in my entire life.
That's fine. I have. So we equal each other out. What's next?
Okay. Russian shill. Saying that America and NATO was the cause of the Ukrainian conflict is absolutely.
You have a quote where he says it's the cause?
Yeah, it was in the Joe Rogan episode. I think he showed up a little bit later, but it's definitely in that episode. Have you watched the full?
I have. I've watched it twice, and I have quotes of a lot of things I want to bring up. So I'm just wondering if you have this specific quote.
He's ready, bro.
saying that Ukraine was running the red line, faking the red line by trying to pretend to join NATO was the cause of the Russian invasion. He said that more than 3 times in the podcast.
Pretending to join NATO? What do you mean by that?
No, he said they were running the red line. They were running the red line and faking out the red line. And specifically, the term that he used over and over again was the red line. He said that they were running the red line and pretending that they were going to join NATO over and over again. And if you keep pretending to try to toe this line of joining NATO, it is a show of force which would allow Russia a courtesy to actually invade Ukraine. That was his point.
Wait, what's your point?
My point is that NATO had never even had conversations about Ukraine joining NATO until after Russia had invaded, and they still denied.
That's not
Ukraine.
true.
Well, then why isn't the Ukraine a part of NATO right now?
Wait, can you restate your point? I want to make sure you're absolutely clear what I'm about to say. Just state what you just said.
My point is that NATO has never really considered Ukraine joining NATO until after the invasion of Russia, and even then, it was in
2021. You're saying
2022, but it was too volatile.
Yeah, sure.
And we weren't welcoming the Ukraine into NATO. Like it wasn't.
You're just incorrect. I can debunk this right now.
Okay, go ahead.
In the Bucharest summit in 2008, April, NATO decided it would not yet offer membership to Georgia and Ukraine. Nevertheless, NATO Secretary General, I don't know how to pronounce his name, I'm sorry, Jaap de Hoop Schiefer, said that these 2 countries would eventually become members. 2008, April, the NATO summit in Bucharest. You can Google it and it'll come right up.
What was the very first claim that you made?
It decided it would not yet offer membership, not yet in 2008. And the second sentence, which is a specific point I'm trying to make, It said
They were
they
not
would
considered.
eventually become members. Would eventually become members.
Now, this is one member of NATO, not the entire coalition of NATO.
It's still a member. It's still
That's
part of
one member.
NATO.
That's one member.
Yeah,
That's
but you
like
said
saying,
that.
that's like
you
saying-
just stated. We can rewind what you just said. You said that there is no. We can just actually just rewind what you just said because it contradicts what you're saying right now.
no, I think you just contradicted yourself.
Now,
to be fair.
explain how I contradicted myself.
Because NATO wasn't
defending your
even
point.
considered to be a part of NATO. Like NATO wasn't even considered to join NATO at that time. The coalition of NATO said that Ukraine was not.
So the
even,
Secretary General is not part of NATO and shouldn't make any
the
decisions. Is that what
Secretary
you're saying?
General is part of NATO, but that's one person. That's not the coalition of the NATO, like the NATO regime.
So why do they say they will become members?
One person said that they would be considered.
Yeah,
to be
well, I'm
members.
asking you why. I know they said it. I just read it. I know they said it. Why
And
did
he
they
did
say
not
it?
say that they would become members. He said that they should be considered to become members in the.
He said specifically these two countries would eventually become members. He didn't say should. He said eventually.
Okay. Now I can also argue the fact that Russia has been trying to have an expansionist regime since 2005. They have been moving back towards the USSR since 2005. I think that it would only be used as a negotiating tactic to Russia to say, hey man, and yes, this is the red line that we're talking about here. I don't think that this red line is still I don't think that this is a consideration to be made when Russia is actually expanding through the Donbass, through Crimea. There are certain places that were never considered to be NATO that Russia was still expanding toward. So I think Ukraine and Bucharest, you said it was Ukraine and Bucharest, correct? Or not Bucharest, it was Ukraine and Georgia. So these two countries have in a lot of ways become allies of NATO in fear of the fact that Russia was going to take over their land since the abolition of the USSR, right or wrong?
Potentially. I have to look it up. Well,
Now,
can we go back to the point you were making about Dave Smith, though?
Okay. All right, man. So Dave Smith basically asserts that NATO and the United States, which I hate bouncing around and doing all this because we're having a very deep conversation, and this is kind of like, in my opinion, this is kind of bad faith, jumping from topic to topic. If we want to make an argument, then we should at least finish it out, finalize it.
It's not bad faith. It's just
maybe not bad faith, but bad practice. I would say it's bad practice to have an argument where you're actually in the middle of a conversation and kind of divert back just because you see things that are kind of and I'm not going to say it's not going your way because you're making good points as well, but you do see that there is a landslide that could potentially happen here. So we're going to just backtrack to something that's more generalized, and I do think that that's bad practice.
I honestly have no idea what you're saying right now. No, I'm not even joking. I'm not sure what you're saying.
Yeah, no, that's fine. We can talk about Dave Smith. That's cool. So Dave Smith, he basically says that NATO and the United States influence on Ukraine forced the hand of Russia because we had offered them a position in NATO, which is just vastly untrue. We had not even talked about the Ukraine joining NATO. This is what brought us to our last point. They weren't being considered.
You said they didn't consider it until 2022, and I corrected you as 2008. Absolutely.
But you didn't correct me because
I did correct you.
The very first pinpoint of your argument was that NATO was not being considered. But
yeah,
there
in
was
2008.
But there was one member of NATO.
Secretary General, yep.
said that they. Okay, all right. So in 2022, now we have a Russian invasion coming over. There are very serious talks. The Ukraine is begging NATO to allow them to join. We still were We were still standoffish as NATO and the United States. We said, listen, this is going to cause a full-out war, and you cannot join NATO right now, but we will send you aid. You are an ally of not only NATO, but the United States, Britain, and the EU. We will send you aid, but joining NATO at this time of volatility right now is just not possible. We cannot do it. And the Ukraine was very upset by that. They wanted to join NATO. They thought that this was their last beck and call to have some sort of a hope to fight against the Russian army. We still did not allow that. If we were going to allow that, it would have happened under Joe Biden, and they would be NATO right now, but they're not. So they're still not being considered for NATO. But still, and this has been the position since 2008, and you just made that point. So if Dave Smith is going to argue that NATO and the US were playing this fucking red line game with Russia, trying to dance with the fact that the Ukraine was going to join NATO, then why did we deny them over 10 different times? Like it was not some strong arm that we were trying to do to fucking force not even force Russia's hand, but try to strike the fear in Russia. We never even gave credit. Like the coalition of NATO and the United States, the EU, has never even given the notion that we were willing to sign the Ukraine into the NATO organization. So Dave Smith's argument about the US and NATO being the sole reason why Russia invaded Ukraine is absolutely flawed, absolutely untrue. And it's also a main Russian talking point. This is what the Russians have been using as their fuel with their propaganda to actually enforce this invasion of the Ukraine.
Yeah, I think you're taking parts of what Dave Smith says and ignoring a lot of what he actually says.
I'm not
one
taking
part being, I'm about to explain why you're just
I'm
saying
taking the
one part.
entirety of what Putin says, and I'm just correlating the exact same argument from Dave Smith's perspective.
Yeah, I understand. You're saying Dave Smith is saying this one specific part, but he says multiple things, and it's all combined into his actual argument.
Okay,
yes,
so
he says.
I broke that arm off. What's the next arm?
I'm not sure what that means.
Hang on, let Joe finish.
Yeah. So Dave Smith absolutely says that Russia's red line is Ukraine becoming a member of NATO. He absolutely does say that. And the reason is because, let me back up real quick. Trying to pull up some quotes here. Let's just do a full overview. Dave Smith starts back when the 2014 coup in Crimea. Are you familiar with that or no?
I am. That was the break of the ceasefire from Egypt, the Budapest Accords, right?
No, it was
Russia broke the ceasefire by invading Crimea, correct?
Right before that, with the protest that happened.
Okay, all right, I'm following you.
Yeah, so Dave Smith asserts that President Yankovic, I'm terrible with these names. He was forced out.
Me too, man.
He was forced out. Yeah. He was forced out in a coup that was Russia sees it as American involvement, or at least the West involvement. And do you agree with that or not? We can get into it if you want.
That is absolutely possible. America has conducted many coups that I absolutely disavow. It's even happened recently in Venezuela. It's very possible. I can't deny that.
Yeah. So Dave Smith's whole point is showing that Russia, Putin specifically, obviously, is seeing that the West and America are interfering with or getting involved with Ukraine and slowly supporting them through different means, not straight out NATO involvement, and saying that you're involving yourselves in Ukraine, and it's part of my red line. You agree with that or not?
I can follow you. I don't understand. Even the coup in Crimea, if Russia was not occupying the territory, I mean, I can see from their perspective why they would be upset at America, but at the same time, like, who was the regime at the time in Crimea?
I'll have to look it up.
Did we dethrone a Russian sympathizer to put in somebody who was more democratically inclined? This is something that we do in the country.
Sure.
We do this. We do this.
Yeah, I understand we do that, and it's not something that the neighbors of that country are going to support, just like we wouldn't support China overthrowing Canada and putting in a fucking president that they choose.
I agree.
This is how the Cuban Missile Crisis started. We're going to pull up quotes of the president saying that, the U.S. president saying that they would not at all accept Cuba and Russia working together.
Well, in Cuba in particular, if we're talking about Cuba, this is a game that we've been playing since the Cold War, right? Russia has been deeply implanting their foothills in certain Western societies to give them a nuclear advantage during the Cold War against America, right? So this is not just like we started it in 2014 in Crimea. This has been an ongoing.
Sure.
Ongoing proxy Cold War since the 80s.
I'm saying Putin is not accepting what we're doing to him, just like we wouldn't accept if Putin did that to us here in Canada or Mexico. Do you agree or disagree with that?
What if we were to invade Cuba?
Can you just
under
agree or disagree with the point I just made about Canada?
I agree with the point that you made. What I'm saying is that we have not expanded our borders towards any Russian-controlled territory like Cuba. The most recent that I could actually grade
Cuba is near Russia.
Is Venezuela.
Wait, sorry. Repeat your point. I missed something. Just repeat your point again.
So we're talking about Crimea and how we staged a coup in Crimea.
Yep.
There's an argument here that back in the 80s under Fidel Castro, Russia not only sunk their foothills in Cuba, but also nuclear weapons there. There is no facts, there is no evidence that states that we invaded Cuba. As a matter of fact, John F. Kennedy, during the Cuban Missile Crisis, the Bay of Pigs is a huge thing. And even when we were sending military into Cuba to take out Castro, John F. Kennedy pulled the plug. So it's not like we've invaded Russian-controlled colonies on the western half of the world.
Right. But it was a red line that.
Well, there could be the red line. There could be the red line that Russia should have never sunk their nuclear missiles into Cuba. That's a red line too, and we still did not make an expansionist action to counteract Russia's what I would call their cold operatives, their special operations that they conducted on the western half of the world. So even though we staged a coup in Crimea, they staged a coup in Cuba under the regime of Fidel Castro, and we still did not. We didn't expand. It wasn't like we sent our military to Cuba. This is where history gets fucked, because we've let Russia do this several times over and over again, and then the first time that we do it in Crimea, now it's a red line. Now it's time to expand and bring back the USSR.
Well, I'm not here to defend Putin. I really don't care about Russia or Putin or Ukraine. I don't care about any of that. I'm simply.
I think Dave is, and I think
I
that's
don't think
why
so
we're
at
in
all.
the middle of.
I think he's simply. Are you aware of Sun Tzu and the art of war and understanding your enemy and understanding why they do things? I think that's what he's doing. He's simply explaining that in Putin's view, what America is doing with Ukraine and supporting them and slowly trying to take power from Russia. In Russia's eyes, this is a red line, and that is why they're invading Ukraine, among other things. That's not a talking point for Russia. That's simply understanding why Russia is doing something. Let's make Dave Smith a Russian shill.
My mic was muted.
I was like, am I tripping?
I'm sitting here talking. Do you think if the interjection of Crimea did not happen in 2014, do you think that would have stopped the Russian expansion of the Caucasus region? Do you think that certain parts of the mountain areas that are vastly Muslim, very outside of the realm of the Russian regime, do you think that it slowed them from expanding out into the Caucasus? Do you think that they would have stopped? Like, do you think that just because this coup was staged in Crimea, that is what forced the expansion of the Russian Empire?
I think it was a catalyst. I'm not sure. I mean, things happen, and
Before that, were they expanding prior to that?
wait, say that again. You cut out a little bit.
Were they expanding prior to the Crimea coup?
Was Russia expanding?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. You tell me. I'm not an expert on Russia.
Pretty sure that this has been going on since 2008, and they were definitely expanding their borders, like I said, with the Caucasus Mountains and the certain Muslim territories that surround Russia. They were expanding, which is why we felt like it was imminent to stage a coup. And I'm not trying to justify the coup. I think it's bullshit. Son, I'm in the middle of a conversation. You're gonna have to give me a minute. I think it's bullshit to stage coups in any sovereign country, whether it's Cuba, whether it's Crimea, whether it is in the West Bank. I think it's crazy to insert your own puppet government anywhere where people have the right to speak out freely. And most places they don't. But I would say staging coups in places that are already under the control of a certain regime should not take place. But this has been something that has been taking place since the 60s, gone on through the 80s. Russia has invaded the Caucasus Mountains, and we had to put a stop to it. So there was a coup in Crimea. Did not stop Russia from trying to expand. It only fueled the fire to expand the Russian expansion into Crimea, which, great. It makes a real good argument when you can say this one thing that we did was the reason why Russia did that, even though we were trying to stop a larger wildfire from happening. It's great to say that that's the reason, but this is not the fundamental like core of the argument here. This is not where this conflict started. This conflict started back in the Cuban Missile Crisis and the Turkish Missile Crisis, where we were setting down nuclear weapons in Turkey, and Russia was setting down nuclear weapons in Cuba, and this has been a land war ever since. The only difference is that the United States has not tried to expand its borders, and Russia has done nothing but expanded the borders of their own country.
That's fine. That might all be true. I'm not here to debate Russia's history or any of that. I'm just specifically talking about Dave Smith being a Russian shill. And there's multiple quotes of him on various different podcasts when he specifically says that Putin should not have invaded Ukraine. Is that a Russian talking point?
Well, I don't know. When Vladimir Putin says that he wishes that Kamala Harris would win over Donald Trump, that's kind of fucking weird, isn't it?
Yeah, because there's probably a reason for that.
Russians are the most effective misinformation propagandists in the entire world, even more so than China, because China doesn't have to.
Well,
China doesn't have to balance on the line. China doesn't have to balance on the line. They tell their people only what they want them to know, and that's it.
I'm not here to debate China. I'm here to debate Dave Smith.
Okay. The thing is that Dave Smith is saying one for one talking points that come directly out of Vladimir Putin's mouth.
Like, so Vladimir Putin said we should not have invaded Ukraine. That's what he said? Because that's what Dave Smith said. So we just cherry pick the things that you disagree with, or what?
Of course not. But from a Westerner's perspective, I don't think any of us would agree that Russia should have invaded the Ukraine. So from a
we can look up a clip from Tim Pool, who is a paid Russian shield. We can see what he said. You want me to pull it up? It's about It's about a minute long.
You can pull it up, but this is smoke and mirrors, brother.
We're comparing a Russian shill that you're claiming is a Russian shill versus an actual Russian shill confirmed.
When has Tim Pool said that Russia should have invaded the Ukraine?
I'm going to bring up the clip.
Do you deny? Did Tim Pool say that Russia should have invaded the Ukraine?
I'm just going to pull up the clip and we can talk about it because I don't
even want to do that. I'm asking you a very direct question. Did Tim Pool say that Russia should have invaded the Ukraine?
I don't remember. I have to pull up the clip.
I'm going to tell you he probably fucking did. There is one factor here that we're not seeing. Did Tim Pool receive over $1 million from RT, from the Russian government, through the channel of Tenet Media?
Yeah, that's my point.
But has he ever said that Russia was justified in invading Ukraine? Never. Because it's very easy to trick the minds of people.
Did Tim Pool say we should apologize to Russia?
Maybe. And we have apologized to Russia, haven't we?
For what?
Are we, dude?
Did Tim Pool? Did anyone say that Ukraine is the enemy of the United States?
I believe Tim Pool said that Ukraine is a bunch of Nazis and fascists, and they were the most corrupt nation in Eastern Europe. I believe he said that.
Yeah, he said there. I have to find it. It's going to take fucking forever to find the clip, but he said specifically that Ukraine is the enemy of the United States. We should stop funding them, and we should apologize to Russia. That is a paid Russian shill confirmed. That is what he says. Now, compare that to you alleging that that Dave Smith is a Russian shill. What has he said that's equivalent to that? That Ukraine is the enemy and that we should apologize to Russia.
Never said that.
I'm just asking if he has.
For my knowledge, he's never said that. For my knowledge, he's never said that. What I will 100% attest to is that his take on the Ukraine and Russian conflict bears many similarities to the Russian sympathizing side of the argument. Blaming NATO, blaming the United States, even though
he's not blaming NATO. He's saying that Russia does not want Ukraine to join NATO, and if they do, that he will consider that a red line. It's not blaming NATO.
Dude, Dave Smith just blamed NATO and the United States for this Russian invasion of
Keep
Ukraine.
saying blame. When has he blamed it? What's he
2
said
days ago.
Blame? What did he say specifically? That's not blaming them. That's saying there's a reaction happening. That's not blaming anything.
If it wasn't because of NATO and the United States interference, or not even interference, but just interjection of this conflict, then Russia would have never felt the need to invade the Ukraine, which is absolutely false. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. That's absolutely 100% horseshit. It just is.
Wait, is it horse or bullshit?
It's both. It's bull horseshit. It's an absolute atrocity of the truth. It's fucking terrible. I mean, we can go to the war in the West Bank as well. This one's a lot harder for me because that's what they talked about as well on Joe Rogan. Guys, Jordan, you know, I've said it a million times. I'm very naive with the conflict in the West Bank. I am very naive. Even though I think Jordan is the absolute most adorable, sexy man, and he comes from Jewish lineage, I have no horse in this race, and this is a very complex issue. I think I've said that about 25 fucking times. It's a very complex issue. Dave Smith does take the position of Palestine. This is one that I actually kind of do disagree with Douglas Murray a little bit on, because he took the position of if you want to be able to talk about the war in the West Bank, you should have been there. You should have went there, which is not true.
Yeah. He does that throughout the whole podcast, uses logical fallacies, which is why it's hilarious that you think Dave Smith didn't win the debate.
I don't think Dave Smith gave anything of substance. I think I've gotten nothing from Dave.
He didn't use 15 logical fallacies in every 15 minutes.
Right, but he talked for like 35 minutes and didn't say a fucking word, though. He talked for like 35 minutes straight, and none of it made any point to actually merit.
Everything Dave Smith said made a point.
Okay.
You might not like the points, but it doesn't mean there's making a point is not subjective. You either make a point or you don't make a point.
I'm going to fall back, and I want you to give me the points that he made, because I got nothing from Dave Smith yesterday. The most that I got from him is saying that you are making an unargument, you're making a damning non-argument, and he said that over and over again, and he was like, I'm doing this off of patriotism, man, and I have the right to say whatever I want about whatever I want, and fucking this, that, and it was literally a bunch of horse rubbish, dog. It was a bunch of fucking bullshit. He didn't actually make a valid point, other than the fact that he contested that he's never been to the West Bank, so that doesn't make him any less equipped to study and learn about it. I will give Dave Smith that. But other than that, there was no real point that came from any of his positions at all. And I'm going to mute myself, and I just want to hear the points that you collected from it, because I didn't get shit from Dave. Nothing.
Right. Let me just find one actual point, and because I didn't quote Dave Smith's points, I did. I quoted Murray's points, so you have to give me a minute.
Yeah,
we
no
just pull up the podcast and listen for 2 minutes. He'll make a point. I don't know which one.
We might get struck. We might get struck for that. Honestly, Jordan.
Oh, really?
I don't
he's
think
looking
so.
a couple. Yeah,
Watching
go ahead.
podcasts, I don't think so.
We have to skip the first 45 minutes where Murray just bitches about someone who wasn't even on the podcast. But that's a great debate strategy.
I'm not a fan of Murray. Like, here's the thing: is that now like the conservatives are super against Murray, and Murray has a ton of points that I disagree with. The only thing that I know about Douglas Murray is that he is a right-leaning conservative from England. And the big difference between right-leaning conservatives in England and right-leaning conservatives in America is the difference between the Russian influence. So it's like the Tucker Carlson and Piers Morgan debate. Their biggest issues were against Russia because Russia has not had an influence in England the way that it has on American media. And this is why I'm saying this is 100% Russian planted information, which is why it was so tough for guys who were laughing throughout half the interview, making fun of Kamala Harris and talking about the lefties being fucking woke weirdos. They laughed about it for like half of the fucking podcast. But the disconnect is that Douglas Murray is a British conservative. Dave Smith is an American conservative. And where they break off is the Russian argument. And why is that? Russia hasn't granted us any sort of courtesies. I think the only difference is that Britain was extremely against Russia, even in World War II, which is a point that Dave Smith made in the podcast. He said that Winston Churchill was trying to use in 1945 at the very end of the war, he was trying to use the leftover Nazis to combat against the Russians. And I agree. But the Russians also took a shit ton of Nazis over into Moscow, and the Americans also took a shit ton of Nazis over into America, and we gave them jobs. Werner von Braun, we have a lot of Nazis in 1945 that split in 3 different ways. The only difference is that Britain hated Russia and has never stopped. And America hated Russia, and recently we have slowed down on hating Russia. We have actually kind of gone totally backwards. And now we're like friends, and we think that the Ukraine should just succumb and secede and give up the already occupied landmass. Like, these are the fundamental differences. And when you see somebody arguing with 100% Russian talking points, you have to call it out. You have to. It's dangerous not to.
All right, sorry, I was looking for a timestamp. Can you hear me? Shit. All right.
Yeah, I hear you. Now, I know I've been talking a shit ton, so I'm going to mute and I'm going to let you have the floor, man.
No, you're good. Jordan, can you play this? You want to play the video? It's sure. Just like a minute long. Just go to the Dave Smith podcast, Joe Rogan with Murray, and start at 55 minutes.
Advertisement. Okay, you said 55.
55:30.
55:30. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, look, I will say this as somebody who is, I'm very anti-war. broadly speaking. And I do agree with you that it should, like, we should be able to have conversations about all the things that led up to the war and all the different, you know, like blunders that were made, and also still recognize that Vladimir Putin invaded a country and is responsible for, you know, at least hundreds of thousands of people dying. And, you know, my Scott Horton, who I always try to promote on here, he just wrote this book called Provoked. I think it's the best book that's been written on the history leading up to the war between, is basically takes you from the collapse of the Soviet Union up to the war in Ukraine. And even in that book, the book is called Provoked. And the argument is that Western policy was very provocative toward Vladimir Putin, and there were a lot of off-ramps that could have been explored and should have been explored. But he has an entire chapter in the book where he is saying, like, look, Putin had a lot of other options. He didn't have to do this. It's not as if any of that justifies his invasion. And so I do agree with you that whenever we're talking about a war, particularly a war of aggression, that should always be in the front of people's minds. I mean, you can criticize, you know, I would say, I think I'm consistent on this across the board. You can criticize lots of things about the insurgency in Iraq, certainly. But you should remember that George W. Bush invaded the country when he shouldn't have, and based off lies. So I say that when my government does it, I'll say it when the Russian government does it also. That being said, there's a very strong argument that there were many policies that the U.S., you know, NATO and Europe as well, but mostly the U.S., pursued that were just almost like, if you wanted to come to this inevitable conflict, this would have been the policy to pursue to give you the best chance to end up
one
there.
of the, you know, I was with a British military friend.
Do you want me to stop it there or go through Murray's response as well?
Smith made a point.
No. I totally
Sorry,
like
so long
that.
to
I
find
really
the
do
fucking
like that, and I
timestamp.
do want to look into that book. I'm looking at it. I think I'm looking at it right now. Provoked by Jeff Tuff. I think I might audiobook that and see what he's saying.
Yeah. So we said we should be able to criticize the war. Putin had a lot of other options. It doesn't justify the invasion. That's a talking point from Russia. You're saying?
Well, okay. So now he said. Well, I guess my issue is that he said that he's going to concede when his own government makes mistakes, and he'll also do that for the Russians. But then he immediately highlights the American mistake and doesn't speak at all about what the Russians did to provoke the Americans.
You just said Putin had a lot of options and doesn't justify the invasion.
Okay, did he talk about what Putin did to ramp up this conflict? Because this has been going on since the 60s, dude. It's been going on since Kennedy.
You said Putin shouldn't have invaded.
I agree. And I mean, I think that's a very quote unquote, and I don't believe that Dave Smith is a libertarian. I would probably argue.
Really, he only talks about the American government fucking over people and invading countries that shouldn't be invaded. So,
well, I feel like if he felt that serious about it, he would be seeing what's going on right now in real time, and he would be able to say a little bit more. Because
I don't know what that even means.
Even Piers Morgan.
It's not a 3-hour podcast.
Even Piers Morgan right now is damning the actions of America. And Dave Smith is not. Dave Smith is not taking a position against what's going on with our economy right now. So he's willing to damn us when it comes to foreign policy against Russia. But when it comes to our own failed domestic policy, he doesn't have anything to say about it.
Sure he does. I have quotes right here. Give me 2 seconds to find it.
Let me get some of that too.
All right, so this is he has a. I'm not sure if you listen to his podcast, probably not, but he has a podcast, Dave, where he talks about current events and Trump and just whatever's going on. And he was talking about Trump's Ukraine policy. He said, this is a quote from Dave. He said, Trump got into an area that there's an argument it was not okay what he was doing, because he was kind of going like, maybe you don't get these weapons unless you go investigate Biden. He was talking about the whole Ukraine Zelensky phone call.
This is foreign policy, brother. I'm asking, what is he said about a current domestic policy? What did he condemn Trump for?
I'm getting to that if you did not cut me off. He said that's a little. So responding to what Trump did with Zelensky on the phone call, Dave specifically said that's a little bit of a shady thing. That's one point. That's not my ultimate point. I'm going to have multiple. So that's one thing. He just criticized Trump, said it's a little bit of a shady thing. Is that a criticism or not? I just need a yes or no. I'm going to move on to a different point once you answer.
Yeah. Yep,
Cool.
it is.
So that debunks what you just said. Doesn't criticize Trump. So let's go on to the more up-to-date thing.
A single fucking thing that I just said. I asked you to
I'm about
show-
to get to a current thing that just happened about the tariffs. If you just calm the fuck down.
That's what I'm asking about.
Yeah, okay. But something happened 4 years ago. That's nothing. Sure. Okay.
Well, that's
So-
foreign policy. That's foreign policy, and he's very.
He said what Trump did was a shady thing. It doesn't matter if it's fucking foreign policy or not. He's saying it's shady. Your overall argument is saying he doesn't criticize Trump.
My argument is that he's anti-America when it comes to foreign policy. So what are we saying? I'm asking, when is he damned or condemned American current modern domestic policy? And now you have some information for me.
Yeah.
But he damns American foreign policy every fucking day, which is my point. He hates America, but he's talking this American first shit. When it comes to foreign policy globally, yeah, of course he's going to say America.
Cool. So that's fine. This next quote, he talks about, again, it's on his podcast. He specifically says, quote, tariffs are just taxes on American consumers. Trump's trade war hurt the very people he claimed to help. That's a quote by Dave Smith. Next quote, Trump's talk about having absolute immunity is dangerous. Okay, next quote. This is about Tulsi Gabbard and the whole missile strike thing that happened very recently. I'm not sure if it's recent enough for you, but I'd say it is pretty recent. He says, I got to say, man, like, I'm disgusted by Tulsi Gabbard's response. Fuck, did I cut that off? Yeah, he has a whole fucking section if you want to watch it.
I hope that's about the signal leaks, because even Ben Shapiro is damning the signal leaks that have gone on right now.
Okay, but your argument that you just said 2 minutes ago is that Dave Smith does not criticize
Domestic
American
policy.
Exactly, yeah.
Right.
Unless I just misunderstood you.
And I you know what? If I'm totally incorrect, because I'm not well versed on Dave Smith's actual positions.
Apparently.
See, that's totally cool. But why is that not the topic of conversation? Ben Shapiro made it a point.
There's things going on every day of every second. He has things going on. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Is he supposed to just talk about what you want to talk about? Is he supposed to start your own podcast?
No, that's not what I'm saying. He has a platform, so he should be actually talking about the things. If he's America first, the way that he says he is, he should be actually amplifying certain domestic policies, even over foreign policies. Listen.
Yeah, like talking about the tariffs and saying that they're bad.
No, I agree. Why is that not amplified? Because Ben Shapiro
He has a podcast he's talking about.
it.
He has people watching. I'm not sure what you mean amplified. What does that mean?
There are like legit clips all over the internet, and I fucking am not a fan of Ben Shapiro, but there are clips all over the fucking internet where Ben Shapiro is absolutely disavowing the current domestic policy, the domestic economic policy of the Trump administration. And you just don't hear that from Dave Smith, especially not on Joe Rogan's podcast.
You don't hear it. I heard it because I watched this podcast. What are you talking about? You don't watch this content?
On Joe Rogan's podcast, which is
A
arguably
3-hour podcast when they can talk about literally anything.
Dude, this
He
is
didn't talk about what you specifically wanted him to talk about, but he talked about on his specific podcast that he owns and talks about things that are up to date.
Are you arguing that Joe Rogan is not the biggest platform that Dave Rogan
No,
is?
that's not what I'm arguing. I'm arguing that I'm arguing, if I can just clear my point, I'm arguing that you saying you should talk about specific things on a specific podcast is ludicrous.
So, if we're gonna argue that he takes Trump's domestic policy so seriously and he disavows it, why was this not mentioned on the biggest platform known to man?
Because he was having. Wait. Are we talking about the Doug Murray podcast or his other one?
No, I'm talking about Joe Rogan. If he takes domestic policy,
which podcast are you talking about?
2 days ago with Douglas Murray.
Yeah, he's having a debate with Douglas Murray about Ukraine and Israel. Why would he talk about tariffs?
No, because that's my point. Like, why is it a point to sit here and talk about foreign policy that he arguably?
Because that's what it was about.
He's not well equipped to talk about. Why would he argue about domestic or foreign policy that he's not well equipped to talk about?
That's your
when
opinion.
When in reality, it's not my opinion. It's kind of just
That's
there.
literally what an opinion is. Saying something's not. Someone's not doing something. That's an opinion.
Joe, I just broke down every single point that he made in that podcast. Why, if he's America first, why in the fuck didn't he speak about America? And why did he talk about America is so fucking bad that we forced Russia to walk into Ukraine? Why was that his platform? Like, when you are on the biggest platform known to man, why would you argue about America's influence in the war in Ukraine, even though we all know that Russia invaded them, when in reality, we have problems right here, and he did not fucking mention
Because that is what the debate was about with Douglas Murray.
He didn't mention him a single time. He didn't mention his if
he is
America first. If he is America first.
Oh, you keep saying America first. Like, if you're having a debate about a topic, you're talking about that topic.
Okay. All right, Joe. This ain't going nowhere. This really is not going anywhere.
Wait, Jordan, can you interject and say, can you just understand if I'm misunderstanding what you're saying?
Mediate it, Jordan.
Restate, please. Real quick.
You want me to restate?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So he just spent 2.5 hours on Joe Rogan. This guy is saying that
he's
with Douglas Murray, right?
Okay. Yeah, we've got that. So he just spent 2.5 hours on Joe Rogan. This guy is 100% saying that he is America first policies, no new wars. No, he's anti-war. He's all this. He spends his entire 2.5 hour slot with Douglas Murray talking about conflicts, like actual military conflicts going on across, when he claims to be anti-war, and he doesn't make a single fucking mention about America and their own domestic policy. Why is that the case? And when he talks about foreign wars in Russia, why does he damn the United States and the Western world? Why does he damn NATO and say that it's our fucking fault, unless he is speaking fresh out of the fucking Putin asshole that he just sucked? That's what I'm saying.
If we're talking about anti-war, just so I can understand the point you're trying to make, why specifically would he be talking about domestic policy?
That was my question.
It wasn't supposed to be about war in the first place. Like, if he's anti-war, then why wouldn't he make an argument to stop these wars? Because he's not making an argument. He's not making an argument to stop these wars. He's making an argument as to why it's America's fault that these wars are happening right now.
I see what you're saying now, Joe. Are you
if
getting that?
And if he's
he kind of switched up what he originally said. I got it.
Okay, all right.
We'll just go with what you just said now. It's fine.
All right.
And if he's so America first, if America is his most number one priority, why in the fuck wouldn't he talk about domestic policy at all?
Like I just said, he did. He did. You said at all? He did. Oh, wait, sorry. He didn't talk about it in a debate with Douglas Murray about the wars going on in Ukraine and in Israel. I'm sorry.
That's foreign policy. That's not domestic policy.
I know. I understand. That's the debate. That's what the debate was about. If me and you have a debate about balloons causing fucking allergies with 12-year-olds, and someone says, well, why didn't you talk about magnets?
Okay.
It's because the debate's about balloons.
So Jordan, you were called to mediate this thing, right?
Yep.
Okay, so here's my position. I'm going to make it very clear and cut and
state it clearly. We're going to let Joe respond, and then we're going to let you respond to Joe's response. We're hitting a bit of a reset button here.
Cool. Dave Smith's biggest argument was that America is the big bad guy that's causing all these global conflicts. But he doesn't agree with these conflicts, and he has no solution to solve them. But he's also America first. And he says, hey, we have our own problems here that we need to worry about. But he did not spend a single fucking minute on a 2.5 hour podcast on the biggest platform on the fucking planet talking about what's going on here in America. He only damned us based off of legit Russian talking points.
So are you trying to say that, are you trying to question his priority for America first if he wasn't talking about domestic policy that he considered to be necessarily more important than foreign intervention or whatever it might be that he's arguing against?
My core argument is he doesn't give a fuck about America first. He is 100% damning the American country He's literally saying that we're the cause of all these wars, and that is his focus, which is 100% a Putin talking point. And that is that is legit the clearest way that I can see him as a Russian shill.
Okay.
If you are word for word saying Putin talking points and you don't even speak on the fucking problems in your own country, you don't give a fuck about this country. You are speaking from Putin's asshole.
Joe,
100%.
Joe, does that make sense, or could you respond to that, or should we clarify a little more?
Sorry, I was trying to do something. Yeah, I mean, we can ignore all of the bullshit you just said about most of it was just exaggerated nonsense.
I think essentially the main point that Daniel, this is a debate between the two of them.
Okay, my bad.
I think the main point that he's trying to state is that Dave Smith demonstrated that his focus is more on criticizing U.S. foreign policy while trying to hide that position behind the idea that he cares more about domestic policy while not actually demonstrating such.
True.
That could be true, but I think Scarecrow's main point, before he changed it, was that Dave Smith didn't bring this up in a debate with Douglas Murray on two different wars. Why are you going to talk about
I also think that's somewhat
policy?
of a fair point, Scarecrow, because Douglas Murray is a foreign policy geopolitics
from the United States
expert.
You're not talking about terrorists with a fucking foreigner.
When we talk about the war in Israel and the West Bank, I've already made my position very, very serious and very well understood. I'm naive to the conflict in the West Bank. I'm naive. I have family that are Lebanese. I have friends that are Jewish. I have no position in that. When I see a man speaking direct talking points from Vladimir Putin, and
Like
he
Putin
claims
should
to
not
be
have invaded Ukraine. Yep, just like that one.
Hey, man. All right, dude.
Oh, sorry, Dad.
This is one point that is totally inconsistent to every other argument that he's made in a 2.5 hour, not even a 2.5 hour podcast. In the last, I would argue, year of his podcast run, it has been anti-America, dude, which is what me.
Yeah, because America fucks everything up that they've been doing recently. Like the lies and going into Iraq. That was a great idea, right? Or do you disagree? We should have went to Iraq based on lies?
Yeah, after time, I've decided.
Daniel, this is between the two of them.
Should we have invaded Iraq? Yes or no? Did that benefit the American people? Yes or no?
Scarecrow, are you there? Are you muted? Uh-oh.
Maybe he left.
No, he's still in here.
Are you muted?
Maybe it's a connection thing? Probably took a break. In the middle of the discussion? I don't think so. He was getting pretty into it. Oh, he's muted now.
My phone died. I was smoking a cigarette. My phone died.
Oh, okay. We can hear you now.
No, I don't think that we went into Iraq, but I would argue that that was a Republican's choice, dude.
It doesn't matter. It's still the United States.
And that's
something that Dave Smith criticizes all the time.
Did Bill Clinton invade Iraq while Saddam Hussein held power?
What does that have to do with anything I said?
It has to do with a lot. Why did we go to Iraq? Because Saddam Hussein tried to kill George Bush's daddy. That's why. That's why.
I think that's a little reductive. Personally, if you ask me. I think both of the things you guys have said of the reasoning for why we went into Iraq are a little bit reductive. The public-facing reason. I'm just going to give a little.
Sorry, Jordan. What did I say we went into Iraq for?
That we were lied to about the WMDs.
Yeah, so
we were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
we were.
That's the public-facing reason. Let me just fact check this real quick. That was the public-facing reason that we were given that turned out to be a lie. And
Did the
then
Clinton
there was
administration
something about the leftover from the Gulf War. But also one of the main reasons that I think a lot of people don't talk about is that Saddam actually was a brutal dictator who killed a lot of his own people.
True. I agree. But Saddam did not send 2 planes into the trade towers. That was Osama bin Laden, who was
Boom.
always,
Cosmic. We're connected. Sorry.
Who was from Saudi Arabia. Osama bin Laden was from Saudi Arabia. And he lived most of his life in Afghanistan. It had nothing to do with Iraq. Why did we think Iraq had WMDs? Who told us Iraq had WMDs?
Are you talking to me?
I'm talking to anybody. Donald Rumsfeld and George W. Bush.
Shit, dude, can I chime in?
Go ahead.
No. This is a debate between the two of them.
Yeah, you can actually. I need like 2 minutes if you want to. I'll be right back.
Oh no. Go ahead.
No, my
Daniel.
bad. Listen to Jordan's for fucking no, man. I don't want to go anywhere.
I love you, buddy, but this was billed as a debate between the two of them. If Joe needs a couple minutes, he can take a couple minutes, and we can just chat openly for a second until he comes back.
Okay, and then I'll head out after those 2 minutes.
No. You don't have to head out. You can still hang around.
No, I'll be back.
right?
I'll be back. I got shit I gotta do. Yeah. No, I do. I gotta go. So I just want to jump in real quick. That's why I'm so eager to talk. But you're good.
Jordan, I love you, man. I really appreciate you giving me
most
the
of what Scarecrow is saying, I agree with, bro. I'm not even the biggest Dave Smith fan. I kind of
Thanks,
feel like
man.
for a guy who represents America first, I don't think he does a great job at it. I know he's incredibly anti-Israel in all of his rhetoric, and you know how I feel about that.
Boo.
I mean, like I said, I'm naive to that, and I think that I'm just totally unprepared to talk about.
And
his
I love
stance on
Joe, but I thought Murray absolutely fucking walked him in that
Demolished him,
debate.
bro. I thought he walked him, bro.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, man. That wasn't a debate to me. That was a guy who knows what the fuck he's talking about, is sitting down with someone who doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, who's been spreading a lot of shit on Joe Rogan's podcast. The thing is, Dave Smith's been on that fucking podcast. That's like his 4th or 5th time now. 6th time, maybe. Like, he's constantly on his podcast. And don't get me wrong, man. Like, Dave Smith does have good points, but he's a comedian who hangs out with fucking Skankfest. He's a Skankfest comedian.
Now,
I know
I'll
the
agree,
comedy
I'll
world
agree,
real well.
Like Murray saying, like, you
He's
needed
not
to
George
be
Carlin.
there. Nobody's George Carlin.
No, but
that was the special thing about
it's-
George, is that he appealed to everybody. It didn't matter what
Right.
your political beliefs were.
'Cause he
You
made the
agree
most
with
sense.
George on shit. Yeah. But you know, with Murray, I agree. The like you needed to be there sort of thing was kind of dumb, but he didn't really harp too hard
I do
on
agree
that
with
one
that.
either.
I saw that.
Yeah.
He also
back.
didn't. It
I
wasn't like
agree,
he was a
but-
ride or die on that topic. But
Yeah, he
also,
kinda let that one go pretty
Douglas Murray's point, I also believe, fuck, dude, like, I understand the feeling of, hey, but you don't even know what the fuck you're talking about because you've never even seen the shit you tend to
That's-
speak on. I
that's
do
the thing.
understand that concept.
Murray
If you
has
have the
a
ability to
really
go there-
deep understanding of these conflicts. He's been following them, reporting on them for a very, very long time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the physical sight of it, because it's the same thing with my boy Harry, who's in the IDF and worked, and it's like, man, before he went to Israel, he probably would have thought like, all the war needs to stop. Since being in the IDF, he goes, dude, I've watched them send children to death trying to get us to shoot their children. Like, you become a little bit more fucking like just aware of how fucking far these people will go in order to kill you and in order to make you look bad.
And
Like, they will do the most absurd, demonic shit, and it gets to a point where you're just like, nah, man, like this war doesn't exist because Israel is like this major oppressor. Like, this shit exists because these fucking people are brainwashed into wanting to kill all of us.
Yeah.
Like, that's
But
it.
I think,
like, it really is.
I think Joe's back. I do love it when you and I agree on stuff because it doesn't happen that often. But I do love
agree
it
with
when
you.
it does.
Yeah, you're both just wrong. So
so I do have another question.
using logical fallacies does not make you win a debate.
Not
It's
everything you
asinine.
said. Okay, so I do.
Not
wanna
everything you
say,
said wasn't logical fallacy. I understand that.
and in fact, I would say a very
Well,
small
Joe,
percentage
I'd
of what he
wildly
said was
disagree with
logical
you.
fallacy.
Okay,
I
well, I
think
have the
I
quotes,
think
and
the
we can
vast
debate it.
majority of what
Yeah.
he was talking about were very real things about the
Okay, let me
conflict.
just destroy Scarecrow's bullshit assertion.
Yeah,
Right.
this isn't
Go ahead,
about
buddy.
us
That's what I'm
arguing.
saying. So,
This is about you
I've
and
been
Scarecrow.
I've been
So
waiting a long time for
I'm
it.
gonna
dude,
I'm
so
gonna
go
cede the
ahead.
floor back to the two of you.
All right, I'm off again.
Go ahead. All right, we'll see you later,
yeah.
buddy.
So Dave Smith was on the Joe Rogan Experience about a week before he was debating Douglas Murray, and in that podcast, he says specifically, and I quote, "Maybe the $7 trillion that our federal government spending." This is him talking, so it's not going to be perfect fucking English. Maybe the $7 trillion that our federal government's spending has a wee bit of corruption in it. Maybe we should cut some of that.
Holy
That's
fuck,
quote
brother,
number
what
one.
the fuck are you talking about? I'm
I'm talking about quotes that he's talking about on the Joe Rogan
Just let him
Experience
finish.
about
Let him.
domestic policy.
Scarecrow. Keep
I'm gonna
notes.
do to you what you do to me.
Hang
What
on.
the
Hang
fuck is
on.
I've never interrupted you.
Relax. Everybody, fucking relax. Okay. Scarecrow. If you want to respond to something, maybe take a little notes while he's talking. Let Joe finish. Same in both directions, guys. Just keep notes if you have something you want to say.
I got my next talking point. I'm gonna let him try to shit on me, dunk on me, do whatever the fuck you want to do.
Oh my god,
this has nothing
guys,
to do with our
reel it in.
Literally, you said he doesn't talk about domestic policy. I'm quoting him talking about domestic policy. So
go ahead, Joe.
That was one quote. I will repeat the quote again. This is about him talking about domestic policy. Maybe the $7 trillion that our federal government spends has a wee bit of corruption in it. Maybe we should cut some of that. Dave Smith, next quote. We are going broke. We're $36 trillion in debt. We can't even afford it. Next quote is about healthcare. We spend more on healthcare than any other nation in the world, and we are the sickest. Next quote. Why is it that we have to foot the bill for everyone else's defense? That makes no sense. We are broke. Our country is in bad shape. We need those resources here. Now, go ahead.
That's great. I appreciate your 12 seconds worth of sentences. So let me also. All right. So I'm going to divert now, since you just diverted totally.
Are you going to reply to what I said?
I mean, you told me to go ahead.
Do we need this snark? Come on, guys.
You told me to go ahead.
I can be even more snarky. I'm just.
I know this has been a fine discussion. We don't need to keep snarking at each other.
You told me to go ahead. Let me ask you a question, Joe. And this is actually something.
I'm not going to answer any question until you actually reply to what I said.
No, great. That's awesome.
I spent the last 20 minutes having to fucking find quotes about his recent podcast.
Go ahead and respond to the quotes, and then ask him the question.
Joe, I'm not disavowing you. As a matter of fact, I'm a huge fan.
It's not about me. It's about Dave Smith, buddy.
Yeah,
stay on topic. I don't care about me. It's about Dave Smith.
I'm not attacking you.
You can attack me at whatever you want. We're talking about Dave Smith. Do not divert. I don't care about insults or anything. Just
Jesus fuck. What the fuck? I literally mute myself and he just fucking hits me. Like, what the fuck is this?
Yes, because you're talking about nonsense. I don't care about anything you're saying if it doesn't not have to deal with Dave Smith.
Worth of bullshit.
Let's talk about Dave Smith.
Cool. So Dave Smith, that's great. I'm glad that he spoke for like 15 seconds of his last year and a half about domestic policy. That's awesome. All right, we're gonna move on to the next plot point that I had.
Guess I won that point.
No, that's great. You won it. I'll give you that. Good job, man. Pat on the back. You're
0-6 so far.
Great, man. I'm so proud of you. Anyways,
what's your next point?
My next point is, and this I've actually designated for this debate. Do you think that Kanye West is justified walking around in a KKK garb and a fucking swastika chain right now?
I'm sorry. What does this have to do with Dave Smith?
It has a lot to do with a lot of things. But do you think that Kanye West? Now you jump from topic to topic. You're talking about
all my topics are related to Dave Smith.
No, they're not related. No,
what was not related? Please explain right now what was not related.
They have nothing to do with the conflict.
Please explain what was not related. They have nothing to do with
the conflict in the Ukraine. They have nothing to do with Russian propaganda. They have nothing to do with Nazi apologia. They have nothing to do with any point that we've talked about yet. They may have a very slight bit to do with domestic policy, but if we're talking about a 15-second soundbite, that doesn't mean much. So I'm going to bounce.
I'm sorry. I'm not being funny. I don't know what you're saying. I don't know what you're relating.
Yeah, I agree.
Take a breath. Take a breath. Right. I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
I'm taking a breath.
I generally do not know what you're saying.
I'm taking a breath. Yes, you're totally fucking right.
You're like a fucking child.
You fucking dunked on me. Oh my god, I feel so fucking.
Jordan, can you interject? I'm trying to have.
Let's get refocused here, okay?
Do you think Do you think?
I mean, are you going somewhere with this that relates back to the conversation? Okay, so then just humor him with the question.
Sure. I am. Do you think that Kanye West wearing a KKK garb with full mask and everything with a swastika iced out chain is good for the community, or is it dangerous?
I don't have enough context to understand what this point even is. That's fine. I don't know it. I don't care about Kanye West.
So if Dave Smith was to go on Joe Rogan right now in an all-black KKK outfit with a iced-out swastika chain, saying that the Jews have corrupted America and corrupted the world, do you think that that is good and beneficial for the country, or is it bad?
No, thankfully, he's never done that.
Okay, well, there is somebody on your side that does. And
my side? What does that mean?
Well, you know what I'm saying.
The fuck does my side mean?
He just made a song called World War II where he's talking
What's my
about,
side?
I love
Can you
Trump.
explain what my side is?
Anyways.
No, not anyways. What's my side?
Is that dangerous?
I'm not gonna let you make these remarks and not explain what you mean. What is my side?
I'm not gonna let you pretend
I'm gonna whatever you say. I'm gonna repeat the question. What's my side?
Your side is MAGA.
I'm not MAGA.
Well, what are you?
Exactly. You don't know, so why are you saying I'm MAGA?
Well, nobody will know because you are taking the position of MAGA. So what are you?
What position is that?
The very position that you take every single day, which is why I
What is
have
that?
the community.
Okay, if I do it every day, just make one.
You shit on libtards? Is libtards a word?
Yeah, because it's fun. Because you guys are fucking morons. Besides Jordan,
great.
Jordan's fun. Jordan's actually intelligent.
Hey.
Okay.
But you're making assertions right now. You look like a fucking idiot. I'm a MAGA. You don't have actual reasons for it, but I'm a MAGA.
Well, you support all the claims, right?
What claims
you
are
hit all
those?
the talking points.
What talking points?
What do you mean?
Russian talking points, or what do you mean? You're the one who said it. What the fuck do you mean?
It has nothing to do with Russian talking points. You're talking about Trump is making America great again.
When did I say that? When did I say that?
Dude.
Dude, no, dude. When did I say that?
Parallel dimension right now?
Sure we are. When did I say it?
I'm literally.
If I say it every day, it should be it should be very easy to pull up the quote. What did I say?
Because you come into Destiny's stream every day and try
to
shit on people. You try to dunk on people. Yeah, you try to dunk on people.
Like I'm raising my voice right now just to project my voice. I couldn't care less about what you're saying right now. I'm not emotional at all.
All right, buddy.
You're fucking triggered. That's funny to me.
I'm not. I think it's funny that you're trying to fucking
attack. You're very triggered. You admitted it the very first time we talked on the stream.
All right. Other than the first day that I met you, when have I called you a fucking retard? When have I called you a 50 IQ low-life piece of shit? When have I told you that you have made no point other than your fucking keyboard crackling while you're looking up fucking
because the way you're talking now is how you talk on Discord.
Dude, you are literally insulting my intelligence when I've dunked on you for half the conversation.
Right now, you're actually retarded.
All right, bro.
You're not making a single fucking
Daniel,
point.
shut the fuck up.
Call me MAGA. Call me MAGA. I support all these people making generalizations. You have not substantiated one claim so far.
All right, bro. Cool. I'm fucking retarded, and you are the fucking supreme.
I'm just waiting for you to make a point that has some sort of evidence.
Guys. Let's reel it back into a real argument. This was fun.
Started talking about Kanye West and just went off fucking crazy.
This was fun.
He's been trying to do this since the second that he fucking met me. And if he keeps trying to play like I'm some fucking subhuman piece of shit, bro, I'm gonna fucking
saying that at all.
Jordan.
He's not saying that at all, dude.
Am I going crazy, or did he change up the energy?
The energy got changed up. Okay, there was an escalation. We're not pointing fingers. That's not going to help anybody. That's not going to get us in any direction, okay? And he's pointing fingers at you too. What I want to do is I'm going to direct a conversation back to Dave Smith, okay? The point that we had here is that, remember, the assertion is that Dave Smith is a Russian shill. The counter assertion is that he's not. Let's get back to that.
This is why I was making the direct correlation with Kanye West.
Okay. And can you explain how that? Because I'm not gonna lie, good buddy. I'm having a little bit of trouble seeing the connection as well.
Yeah.
Okay. So Kanye West believes that the Jewish and white American people have been living to sustain their entire existence off of black pain. which is why he uses the KKK garbs and the swastika, because he's trying to attack the people that have quote unquote oppressed him. Now, he is directly sympathizing with neo-Nazi politics. He is giving every single white supremacist in the entire world a platform to actually feed on, which is very, very similar to Russian propaganda being spewed into the American people. This shows how fragile the minds of some Americans are. Now, you can listen to Dave Smith talk about Russia as a sympathetic view. And arguably, I can see a ton of people that listen to that crap go right into Kanye West and hear him justify wearing KKK fucking robes and a swastika chain. This is dangerous behavior. When you start sympathizing with radical groups, you are actually feeding into the poor and pleasant behaviors of these absolute radical people. You have to stop. You have to stop. When I see Dave Smith say 100% Putin Russian talking points, I'm just as disgusted at seeing Kanye West wear KKK garbs and fucking swastika chains, because they are both propelling the same negative and absolutely damaging message to the American people.
So
now,
I think just to be clear, just to clear things up, I think right now we've shifted into the argument from that Dave Smith is a shill into Dave Smith's rhetoric is dangerous, which is fine if that's the route you want to go down. But I think it's important to clarify, because I think that's where Joe is sort of...
That's exactly why I made the correlation to Kanye West.
Okay.
This is a shit correlation.
Okay.
Why is that?
All right. I'm a dumbass. Yep. You're
No. Let him respond.
Look, we can reset. I'm totally chill. We don't have to call each other names, or we can. Pick one. I don't care. Which one do you want to do?
Joe, I've never tried to give you anything less than a courtesy, dude. And
you spent the last 5 minutes just screaming nonsense.
Okay, it sounds like we want to reset. Let's go ahead.
Have I attacked your intelligence at all?
Guys, we don't need to go down this road. We're gonna sit here
squabbling
about who called who what. Right?
It's on stream, right? It's on stream, right? I have not called this man a retard.
Then here's what you can do. After the stream, you can clip it and then send it to him in Kick Chat tomorrow. But for now, right? Let's keep going down the road you're going down. So I think we're on the idea that Dave Smith's rhetoric is dangerous. Now,
sure.
Joe, do you want to respond to that directly, or do you want Scarecrow to sort of flesh that out a little bit?
No, it's fine. I have to skip the whole Kanye West thing because I don't follow Kanye West. I don't care about Kanye West. I have no idea what he's doing with the swastikas or any of that shit. So I can't make a direct comparison.
Okay. I'll tell you, though, it is pretty fucked.
You should at
I've seen the clips, but I don't know the context. I'm not going to take
You should at least know. You should at least know.
Not everybody can know everything.
Not everybody can know everything. Do not care. It doesn't affect my life whatsoever.
No, I'm not saying that you should have given this information to yourself, but you should know what's going on in the right sphere of America. Like, this is an actual thing that's going on right now.
Kanye is not the right sphere.
He's actual super fringe. Unless I'm just mistaken. I could be mistaken.
Leading into Nazi.
You are not. He is extremely
everyone I hear
and one of his own.
Daniel,
he's fucking insane.
Damn it.
Hey man, Jordan, I'm just gonna mute myself and just listen to you guys, bro. I'm not gonna talk for the rest of the night, man. I feel like I've done my due diligence, man. We're good to go, man. I
was on Scarecrow's side for most of the conversation, by the way. I just am not allowed to talk.
Thanks, Daniel. I appreciate it.
I can debate you, Daniel, if you want.
Daniel is probably more on your side than he is on mine.
For most things, I would agree.
I really do appreciate you, though, Daniel, for at least giving me the courtesy, at least great.
I probably am on your side.
I think
for this particular conversation, I largely agree with you.
I think we got a little bit carried away in some of the things that were being said, rather than the.
You guys seem real hurtful.
Actual discussion.
I don't think. Let me just say this point, because I'm not necessarily wanting Scarecrow to leave. because I think we can generally get back on track.
Yeah.
I don't
we
think
can too.
that Dave Smith showing why, again, this goes back to the art of war and Sun Tzu, understanding your enemy and understanding why they do things and pointing it out so you don't make these mistakes, or pointing out why the United States and these countries are making the mistake.
It's
so
a
that
different
people
Daniel
can push back.
Cosmic. It's not Daniel Lytic.
So when Dave says that Russia is doing X because of X reason, that's not Dave Smith being a shill and sympathizing with Russia. It's just explaining why Russia is doing these things. I don't see how that correlates with Kanye West and being a fucking Nazi.
Which he is.
Probably.
Trust me on this one, Joe.
I would say
definitely
Russian
is.
and Nazi symbolism, anything that correlates towards far right Russian sympathism and also Nazi sympathism, which is also whether people want to agree with it or not, they call it socialist, but it is a right-leaning party.
But Dave Smith isn't sympathizing. That's where we're at. We're at a crossroads with that.
Yeah, I just don't believe you, bro. I'm sorry.
What do you mean you don't believe me?
Hang on, Scarecrow. Are you asserting that Dave Smith is sympathizing with Nazis?
I'm gonna go with Joe's rhetoric of this. I have no evidence to support that, but based off of the points, and I will say this over and over again, there's no evidence. It's not like fucking Tim Pool and Dave Rubin where you actually have like a money funnel that's channeling into this. But I would argue that the talking points are very, very similar to Russian symbol.
Okay, so now we're somewhere we can go. Okay, now we can sort of follow.
We kind of went over that earlier, but we can go over it again.
Yeah, like be specific because what I've heard so far. And mind you, I don't spend a lot of time on Dave Smith. I personally find him to be kind of a goofball in nice terms, bit of a silly goose. But like I don't think I've heard anything that makes me and you know, you can sort of throw this my way too, Scarecrow. I don't know if I've heard anything that makes me think, "Oh yeah, this guy hates America, hates Jews, hates whatever."
Okay, I just
disagree with him on like a lot of shit because you know
it really has nothing to do with Jews. I think that disagreeing with Jews would be against the Russian interest because there's a ton of Jewish people in Russia.
You disagree with them because
so I don't think that disagreeing with Jews is against like the Russian talking points. What I would say is blaming NATO, blaming America for the invasion of the Ukraine by saying that we fucking failed on some red line when Russia has been crossing the same red line since 1968 and before is just not like blaming America and no for the fucking invasion of Ukraine. It's a Russian talking. It's a Russian talking point.
There's a reason why.
Just later on, you'll be able to chime in. I promise.
Oh man, because I got a lot to say about that.
So take notes, motherfucker. Right. Take notes.
All right, well, I'll text you.
All right, go ahead.
It's a Russian talking point, dude. Like to blame America for the invasion of the Ukraine. Listen, Russia has been expanding since 2005, 2008. The only thing that we did is we actually stepped in and said, "Hey, bitch, like you're not just gonna fucking
Ukraine.
You're not just gonna fucking blow up."
Support Ukraine in 2014 and onward.
Of course, because we're not just going to let.
So it's
Russia
not a Russian
blow
talking point to point that out, right? Or is a fact a Russian talking point? Is that your assertion?
Just because we supported Ukraine is not the same thing as saying that we were dancing with the idea that the Ukraine was going to become a part of NATO.
Yeah.
If you go back to the beginning of the conversation, we have never granted concessions to NATO to the Ukraine. So Vladimir Putin and Dave Smith and Tim Pool and all these other motherfuckers that are saying that it was America's fault because we were trying to play with the fact that we were going to make Ukraine a NATO nation is bullshit. It's a Russian talking point.
It's not bullshit. I literally quoted when they said that, Ukraine will become
You're
part of
talking
NATO.
about one man.
Hang
And
on. Let Scarecrow finish this point, and then we're gonna let Joe respond.
I can't have him talk for 5 minutes anymore. He has to be very quick. He has to be like 20 seconds or less because it's like
Okay, Scarecrow, that's fair. Try to be a little bit more straight to the point.
I just told you I'm
for some
getting the
of this.
fuck off, man. Like I'm not gonna do this with you anymore. Like I've danced the dance with you. You've tried to fucking tango around me. You tried to spin me around and do all that bullshit. It is what it is. You
I didn't try.
No, you did try, and you have insulted my intelligence. I've fucking counteracted you. I've stayed in every single conversation that we've had. There's no conversation where you had the upper hand. There's not a single one. There's literally about 2 hours. There's 2 hours of content here where I am literally running circles and doing the fucking dance with you. While you just call it bullshit and fake fucking narrative, you have given no context. I've given you true points of history.
We're falling off the wagon.
Which has nothing to do with Dave Smith.
I've given this dude true points of history, like actual points of history since 1960s when JFK, the Cuban Missile Crisis, the Bay of Pigs, and the Turkish nuclear fucking.
Congratulations, you understand history.
Settlement.
What does this have to do with Dave Smith?
And you had nothing to say about any of this, dude.
Because we're talking about Dave Smith, not fucking the 1960s.
Okay, dude. Okay. Dave Smith is saying it's our fault. This is not our fault. And if you would have followed history, you would have known that. But you didn't know that. And that's why I've been fucking
You literally said that we didn't.
Okay, you dumped on me. Go ahead, LeBron. Go ahead, LeBron. I'm not fucking playing this fucking game with you, bro.
You said in 2022 is when we said that Ukraine might go into NATO, and I said no, that's incorrect. It was 2008.
Is that the furthest back that your mind can protract to? Is
I'm not
2022
sure what the fuck you're saying right now?
Do you not remember?
That's what you said.
Do you not remember any history?
That's what you said.
Do you not remember any history before 2022? Because you seem like you don't. You tend to bleed into 2014.
In 2022,
you tend to bleed into 2014.
Might join NATO, and I said that's incorrect.
Ukraine has never joined NATO, and we would never allow the Ukraine to join NATO, just like we would never invade fucking Cuba. This is my point the whole time. And if you go back 2 hours, I've been running circles. I've been doing the same fucking bullshit that you people try to do, and I'm sweating you, bro. Like, that's what it is. I hate to tell you. I'm not going to say that your points are bullshit. I've given you facts. I've also agreed with you in certain positions. You have never agreed with me. I've given you concessions that you will never give to me, and that's totally fine. But that's why I'm fucking on top. That's why I'm running around you right now, dog.
You sound fucking ridiculous.
Okay, I sound ridiculous. Go back and look. What is your history before 2014?
What does that have to do with Dave Smith?
Dave Smith is talking like he knows all this shit, just like you are, but y'all don't know a fucking thing, do you? You don't know a fucking thing about history, do you? And neither does fucking Dave Smith.
Did I claim to know about history? Was that the
I don't
debate
give a fuck. You're talking about it like you know about it.
I do give
like
a fuck because I'm here to debate Dave Smith, not about history.
Yeah, but I don't give a fuck about that.
This is why you're low IQ, buddy. Because you don't understand what the fuck we're talking about.
No, this is why you're low IQ.
You divert to shit that doesn't matter. When I say we talked about NATO involvement for the Ukraine in 2008, you say, oh, it doesn't matter.
That's cool, pussy. That's cool,
I think we've tried a good 4 or 5 times to get back to like a substantive argument.
You are low IQ. What the fuck does this have to do with history? We're talking about Dave Smith and then being a Russian still.
This fucking guy.
Guys, I think we've tried a good 4 or 5 times to bring us back to a substantive argument. I think we're kind of done here for the night. I don't think there's too much.
Yeah, Jordan doesn't like ad hominems.
Listen, I'm low IQ. Listen, I'm low IQ because I can remember longer than 10 years in history.
Guys,
that's it.
No, you don't know how to debate.
No, you don't remember longer than 10 years in history.
Guys, if you don't shut up, I'm gonna mute y'all.
That's not the topic.
I'm good, man. Fuck it. I'm out, bro. Have a good night, y'all.
Everybody chill.
Joe ain't made no fucking points. He just tried to fucking insult me every single step of the fucking way.
I got one point I want to make.
All right, Daniel wants to make one point.
You, real quick. Thank you. All right, I texted Jordan it so I would remember. Hold on. Oh yeah. All right. So all right. If a parrot Russian shill fucking repeated the quadratic formula, that doesn't make the quadratic formula Russian propaganda necessarily. Correct.
But if you
so not everything that is not anything that necessarily Putin might side on both, and it might be conflict. It might be military, but it's something that's considered logical in one stance is still logical on multiple, whether it's pro-Russia or anti-Russia.
I agree.
So when it comes,
that's what made it a Cold War. That's what made it a Cold War.
well,
I
to me,
agree.
when it comes to NATO expansion, I do feel like we breached contracts in which that we had with Russia, during the Cold War we created, and then we started expanding, which went against what we initially told Russia. So we backed out on words that we said that, like, essentially NATO expansion did lead to every single one of the invasions that have happened. When George Bush started expanding NATO, he invaded Georgia. When Obama started expanding NATO, he invaded Crimea. When
that's not how these things went down.
Have we expanded our border? Have we expanded NATO's borders into
we
Eastern
promised
Europe?
in the initial Cold War contract that we wouldn't ever border
We did
Russia.
not do that.
We still have. We have. We have bordered
we
Russia
did not
lines
promise
with
any of that. If you look at the NATO charter, that's not any part of the NATO
promise
charter.
that?
No. So there were original discussions, and in fact, Gorbachev has come out and essentially confirmed this. There, as part of the original discussions for doing the NATO charter, it was something that was brought up and discussed, and there was a time when it looked like that was going to be part of the deal, but then over time those discussions on that point broke down, and really they were only talking about that when with respect to East and West Germany and the reunification of Germany as well. Gorbachev has actually come out and confirmed this as well. This was not something
I would
that
argue,
was meant...
which I would argue is a fault of the United States, which was the global superpower after World War II. That is our fault. I'm not taking any faults away from the United States.
No, I disagree. I don't think we should have ever promised to not expand NATO.
But making half promises is just as bad, right? And that's what they would say. That's what the other side would say.
You can't rely on something that's not part of the charter when the discussions broke down in real time, right? Like they were having discussions about this at the time, and at the time those discussions about that particular point broke down, which is to say they did not become part of the agreement. So there should be no expectation that would become part of the agreement.
Can I interject real quick, Jordan?
Go for it.
So earlier with the 2008 Bucharest summit, it was also George Bush said, and I quote, "Here in Bucharest, we must make clear that NATO welcomes and the aspirations of Georgia and Russia for their membership in NATO." That's George Bush, 2008, our president.
Mm-hmm.
So when Scarecrow said it was one person, now it makes it two. I can keep looking it up, but I'm sure I'll keep finding more shit to say that is countering anything he said.
Okay. Yeah, Georgia joining in 2008. Was that not a response to the Chechen wars?
I have no idea. I'm just saying President Bush said that Ukraine should be welcomed into NATO, and that Scarecrow said that no president has said that.
Okay. But I also want to clarify.
That's my only point.
No,
yeah,
I want to clarify
real quick. Hang on, I want to clarify.
I gotta know if he's gonna say that.
I thought you fucking left.
I have to know.
Why are you still here?
Hang on, I want to clarify that saying that Ukraine is welcome to join. I do want to clarify.
Yes,
an important point. That saying that Ukraine is welcome to join NATO is not the same as saying Ukraine is joining NATO. There's still a process they have to go through in order to do so. There were a lot of concerns even.
I understand.
Yeah,
I understand.
So
Scarecrow made a point to say that no president or no United States leader was pushing Ukraine to join NATO. And
when we say pushing,
George Bush
I think we need to.
You have to ask Scarecrow. We have to go back to the tape.
Yeah, when we say pushing, I think we just have to be really clear. Hang on. When we say pushing,
no.
I think we have to be very clear about what we mean.
If he's going to make these claims,
because that
if you want, I can mute myself for 15 minutes and find exactly what you said.
Bro,
hang on.
If he's going to make these fucking claims, then he should at least be able to actually pinpoint the fact that I said that no U.S. president said that. I said that NATO was never considering actually making the Ukraine a part of NATO. It had nothing to do with the United States presidents. I never said that.
There were times
Go back
when
2 hours,
it was.
Bro.
There were times when it was
again.
quote unquote
That's the person
considered,
in NATO.
there was never a time where they moved forward in the process. I think is very
which is never my claim.
Yeah.
There was never any red line crossing where NATO was actually
correct. There was a time where they were considering and looking at going through the initial process, but when they started looking through Ukraine, like whether they would qualify, they found quite quickly that there was a lot of corruption there, and they decided because of that corruption at the time they couldn't let Ukraine join until they started clearing up that corruption, and then they could revisit it at a later time. However, I also want to point out something very, very important, which is that there have been several countries that border Russia that did join NATO that did not lead to this sort of response from Russia as well, nor did it lead to them speaking
how many
out.
countries?
Yeah, but when was Russia involved in a war with any other NATO country besides Ukraine and Georgia?
Well, Ukraine's not a NATO country. Russia has never been involved in war with a NATO country, because obviously that would invoke Article 5, and they would be so fucked.
Yeah.
Listen, man, I highly encourage.
Which is the reason why Ukraine wanted to join NATO in the first place.
I think you're simply Scarecrow, you're misrepresenting what Dave Smith is saying, and that's the whole point. He's saying the U.S. involvement as a whole is what is pushing Russia to invade Ukraine.
No, I'm saying exactly what he said, and that's the point. And I highly encourage you, if you like to edge yourself,
what was the point you said about NATO expansion?
If you like to jerk off listening to your own voice, go back. Go back.
You talk more than me, dude. What are you fucking talking about? You talk for fucking hours.
I never said anything about how you talk. I never said a fucking word about how you talk.
I want to debate Thanos.
You literally just said if you like hear yourself talk, you talk 10 times longer than I do.
I'm saying, and I will never watch this video again because I made
guys. Why are we arguing about how long we fucking talk? Come on.
I will never.
That's what you're talking about. I will
never. Like women. I'm just kidding.
Oh my God,
I will
Daniel.
never go back.
Jesus
I will never go back. I will never go back and watch this again because I'm very confident in everything that I've said tonight.
That's great. That's what stupid people do.
But if you do like to jerk off to the sound of your own voice, if you do like to jerk off to the sound of your own voice, go back 2 hours.
I don't.
Listen to the entire conversation.
I do.
Of other people's voices.
I love jerking off to the sound of Joe's voice. Sorry if that makes
you
that's why
you call yourself a god on this chat. That sounds about right to me, Jordan. You fucking narcissist.
Go back to the beginning.
I said Joe's voice, you motherfucker.
Oh, to Joe's voice. I said your voice.
I'm kind of pissed off. I'm kind of pissed off at Joe, and I'm gonna be real right now.
I don't care, dude. I genuinely
no. It's not about you not caring. It's not about you not caring. It's not about you not caring. What I'm saying is that I've actually
about Joe not caring. What do you mean?
I get that. I get that. What I'm saying is that I've actually listened to Joe's points. I've taken it into consideration, and I've given him considerations for it. And he is still like absolutely attacking my intelligence. It's crazy, man. Like, dude, I've actually stood up for you, which is fucking retarded now when I look at it in retrospect.
Not really.
Because
depends on the point.
You're always going to attack my intelligence, no matter whether
Not
I have
always. We're having a fun debate until you switch up the energy.
Dude, you literally told me.
You say dude 16 times in a row. It doesn't change the fact that
all right, man. That's cool. That's cool. I granted you way more concessions than I ever should have, and I'm sorry, and I'll never do it again, man. It's awesome, man. I thought that you actually had a decent mind that could actually have a conversation.
I can continue the discussion right now without any ad hominems or any insults. I can do that right now.
You have insulted me throughout this entire conversation.
I'm saying I can stop that right now.
It's not productive. You have ruined the conversation by talking crazy about me.
No more insults. Everybody's sorry. Let's fucking back up.
No.
Shut up, Daniel. Shut up, Daniel.
Jordan. No more insults.
Jordan, I got 15
Hey, you
insults.
fucking say sorry to me, Jordan. How dare you tell me shut up?
I'm sorry, Daniel. I love you, buddy.
Jordan, I'm not sorry for anything.
Jordan,
go ahead.
This is Mika's birthday. I was trying to do good content, but I swear to God, I got 15 insults.
Pretty good content. Yeah,
Whoa,
I mean,
I
stay tuned on this. I love my Rocket League chat.
Toss out the insults. Everybody toss out the ad hominems. We were starting to get somewhere real interesting
that.
about
Controversial.
Ukraine and
Cool on the
Russia.
good content.
We were going in a
no,
good
no.
direction here.
I'm
We
not
still
tossing
can.
no ad hominems out here because I
I'm saying toss them
literally, I was
away,
trying-
throw them in the trash can. Let's forget about
All
them,
right,
right?
all right, guys.
fuck
I
that
had three
shit.
other points I wanted to say. First, mine, which you could all agree with earlier, was pretty solid.
Have a good
You
night,
know?
you guys. I love you guys.
No,
Dave,
hey,
buddy.
you're gonna leave?
Jordan, Casper, Echo.
I had to
Have a good
interrupt.
night,
You guys
man. I
weren't
love you.
saying
Be
anything.
safe. Be careful, man. Don't die. I love
Wow,
you guys.
did he
Have a
shout
good
out
night.
me? Did he shout out me?
All
He
right, love
didn't
you,
even shout
buddy.
me out, did he?
He doesn't like
He did, he
Republicans, dude.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it, Casper. That's good. That's good. Because I was on his side for a lot of the arguments. I'll argue with
No,
Joe
I know,
about
I
several
know.
things.
I think he's,
Yeah, we
he's
can
just
argue.
a little
But,
frustrated right now.
He's very
I'm
emotional and
mostly,
gets upset
he's very
easily,
yeah,
triggered.
He is very
Which
emotional
is
right now.
which
Who's
is
Echo?
why.
Who's
which is
Echo?
why- Is that me?
Why'd Echo
Echo
leave?
is, I think, one of his friends
Oh.
who came in. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that.
I thought you said
That's
there
cool.
was an echo.
No,
But
no,
Daniel,
no, no,
what
my
points
bad. It
did
was a
you agree with him on?
I don't find Dave Smith to be an intellectual behind these conversations whatsoever. Like,
That's
I
fine.
find Dave Smith to be exactly who he is, which is a comedian who's
Yeah.
talking about a subject that he has really no personal knowledge on, no like in depth. When he talks about Israel Palestine, he drives me fucking crazy. So
Yeah,
that's
that's
why
fair.
I thought Douglas Murray fucking like walked him through. To me, it felt like a sit down of, hey, let me explain to you how these entire dynamics function. As far as the NATO expansion shit goes, I still kind of side with Russia on that, which sounds fucked up. But I do understand the purpose of why Russia will find that to be a threat. Because if Russia was to build military bases throughout Mexico and Canada and
That's what I
fucking
said.
create deals, yeah, man, you're gonna create bad blood. Like that's just inevitable. They were already against that shit since the Cold War. I'm pro with what you said there. I'm pretty much like Dave Smith. I'm pro Douglas Murray when it comes to any of those arguments. So I don't know. It depends on it specifically. And then you know what? I'm also what else did I write here? I wrote Kanye West Nazi. All right, I don't think Kanye West is a Nazi. I think Kanye West is a fucking retard. There's a
Yeah.
difference. I wanted to say that to Jordan, cause like, sure, dude,
Because
he
he's a
runs around.
Nazi fuck.
Yep, man. I'll tell you, man. It's like, what is a Nazi to you then? You know what I mean? I feel like it waters down the word when we start calling Kanye a Nazi. You know,
I
like to
mean,
me, I feel
Probably
like
He's like a
somebody.
self-proclaimed
I'm gonna. Yeah,
Like,
I'm
he
gonna
literally
say
calls himself-
somebody.
He's a
Somebody
troll.
who says
He's like
something
a
like
very
the Jews
divisive-
should forgive Hitler is probably a fucking Nazi.
Yeah, that's
Somebody
probably-
who
that's pretty
says
high
the
up there.
Jews who are responsible for all of the bad shit in the world is
Hitler's so wild.
probably a
Did he really
fucking
say that?
Nazi.
Did he say that?
Yeah, he did.
But I do agree with you that we've used fascist and Nazi for
He
like
said it
20
to
years
Alex
when it's
Jones, and even Alex Jones was like, "Whoa, I don't know about that country."
I know. Yeah, no, I remember. You're right. But you gotta understand. All right, so here's how I look at it too. Is like Damon Wayans. I love Damon Wayans. If you're not familiar with Damon Wayans,
Sure.
he's like one of the masterminds behind the Wayans brothers, behind Living in Color. He was on SNL and basically fucking quit SNL by like blowing it up on the spot. And then dude, he's a brilliant mind, very articulated, very smart. He was on Shannon's podcast, which blew in popularity because of Cat Williams. Cat Williams made fucking Shannon Sharp's podcast super popular now, and everybody knows the Cat Williams podcast, right? The one where he goes on Shannon Sharp. He has like 81 million views on YouTube for that podcast.
yeah.
So Damon Wayans was on that podcast, and I love the way he just. It's refreshing to listen to an actual intellectual producer mind, and not just a talent, because a lot of talent aren't necessarily on the same level of like, all these other people. But anyway, he broke down Kanye. He's like, man, it's really like this. If you saw a homeless person in the street and he's yelling racisms and he's yelling really messed up stuff, you wouldn't look at him and be like, oh, what a fucking racist, what a bad person. You go, man, that guy's messed up. He needs some help. That's how everybody should be viewing Kanye.
He's gotten help. People have tried to get him help over and over and over again. At some point,
Right.
if people are trying to give you help and you're not taking help.
I think that the point I'm trying to make is you have to recognize like he's not a Nazi. He's just not literally psychologically fucking
Listen,
mentally
There
well.
were
You know what I
there
mean?
were
He's
mentally unwell
This is
Nazis,
an artist
my
going
good
too
buddy.
far.
correct. But hey, Daniel, Chris wants to push to not. Jesus Christ, this meeting keeps getting pushed back. I have to do a work meeting. It was supposed to be at 7. Nah, man, my point is you would not look at a homeless individual and say that. It's just the fact that Kanye is so damn rich. I think his brain has literally snapped over the last few years. The man's moved so erratically, like so wildly erratically, that it's like it's almost like every single action he makes is a cry for help more than it is a belief. You know what I mean?
I actually believe that. I
So
actually
I-
really agree with that.
Yeah, so that's my view on just that. Because like an actual Nazi is like Nick Fuentes. Like that guy has the cognitive
Fuck him.
understanding of the shit he's saying, and the shit he's saying is radicalist, you know? And
Look,
he somehow is
I get what
merged
you're
into
saying.
Kanye's circle.
I
Yeah.
get what you're saying, but as a Jewish person in a world of
I get it.
increasing
It's personal.
anti-Semitism, I cannot afford
Yeah.
to not be
Right.
like that
He's too
guy's
popular.
a fucking
That's
Nazi.
the problem. This Kanye is just so fucking popular that his
It's a
mind
matter
snapped.
of self-preservation at this point.
Right, I get you. I get you. Yeah, but it's just not the same. You know what I mean? It just doesn't feel the same. Like if the ultimate reality came down and Nazis were moving around and fucking enslaving Jews and throwing them in Holocaust camps, I don't actually think Kanye would ever support that. I really don't. I think he just goes for the troll. I think he just goes for the absolute most extreme shock value he can get out of you, and he succeeds in that. But I don't think he actually supports these ideals. While
Very
there's certain
charitable of
individuals
you.
I think
I think
would
he's a
support
piece of
those
shit.
ideals. That's fine. I'm not saying he's not a piece of shit. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying he's not a Nazi. And I'm thinking, Casper, I just believe that certain words have been too watered down. Like there's a real hate that exists with that word, with a real feeling of what evil people
no,
do.
I
that exists with
agree.
that
I
word.
agree with you that word is overused. But if there's anybody in pop culture right now that I would say most describes that word, it's probably gonna be Kanye.
Like, he
And
literally
I'm
walks
talking
around with
about
a
wider
swastika.
pop
Oh,
culture.
yeah.
I'm talking about wider pop
Okay,
culture,
yeah.
right? Like
I get
Nick
it, I get it,
Fuentes
I get
is
it.
not
Just 'cause
part
he's
of like
messed up
wider
doesn't mean
pop
he's
culture.
No, he's not. Nobody knows who the fuck Nick Fuentes is outside
Exactly.
of
Yeah.
people who pay
Fuck
attention.
Nick Fuentes. Fuck him. Fuck him.
Yeah, he's a piece of shit.
Yeah, he's a piece of shit.
Stay on
Yeah,
your
there's never-
bodies. Stay women.
It's so
look,
funny
stay
because
on
I'm
your
very
bodies.
conservative. I'm very pro-right, and I have never liked one word that's come out of that guy's mouth. I'm like, nah, this does not like represent
You know
any
much
of my
hate-
values.
you know
What
much
the
hate
fuck are
happened
you
in
guys
isolation
talking
for that
about in
motherfucker?
chat right now?
What's
I'm
going
trying
on
to
in
hit on
chat?
Daniel and he's not taking it.
Huh?
I'm trying to hit on Daniel and he's not taking the bait.
Okay.
Lytic?
The other Daniel. There's a Daniel in chat.
Yeah, Daniel Lytic, right? That's the one, Jordan?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a third Daniel. That's the real question. Well, I don't know, Joe. What else did you say? So I covered the Kanye thing. I mean, most of the stuff I kind of wanted to rebuttal with Scarecrow.
No, I don't even disagree with that. I would disagree with your assertion that Dave Smith isn't
I don't think he's
smart on the
quite-
subject.
I actually just like deny all of Dave Smith's
Cosmic,
credibility
come
to
on up
speak
here
on the
then,
subject.
bro.
That's fine.
The,
I
the
admit that
Discord
he's
not-
voice chat
he
is
says
open.
he's-
He does.
You
says
are
he's not
absolutely more than
I know
welcome
him from
to jump on into the
Skankfest, bro. I've known about
conversation.
Skankfest since like 2018. You got Sal Volcano, and he's on the what's that show called that everybody memes now?
I'm
What's
not
that
sure.
show? It's Sal Volcano. It's
the
prank show.
The pranksters, yeah, the fucking. Oh come on! Why am I blanking on the name? That shit makes
Why
me
am I
crack
blanking
up
on this?
so much.
Yeah. So Sal Volcano,
yeah.
Dave Smith, and fucking the other homie who's just on Kill Tony. What's his name? I can't believe I'm forgetting all of them. But that's how I know these guys. And so when I see Dave Smith start talking about fucking Israel Palestine like he's a fucking historian or a deep political commentator, it's like, no, get the fuck out of here, dude.
Yeah, that's why I really
think he
appreciated
reads-
Murray in that thing, because like Murray really, really knows his shit when it comes to that.
Because he
conflict.
dedicates his life towards it.
Yeah.
Well, Murray, let's be straight. Murray isn't a historian either.
No.
So,
Probably not.
He is not a
So, like,
historian.
studying things is what they both do, and you can say one studies more than the other, but they're both simply giving their opinions based on information that they've
So
got.
yeah, I agree that Douglas Murray is not a historian. But I do know from listening to him debate with multiple different people, including like Mehdi Hassan, and a lot of other people over the years, many years,
Impractical Jokers.
Over many
Impractical
years,
Jokers.
I do know that Douglas Murray has a deep understanding and familiarity of this conflict, and much more so than what I've heard from Dave Smith, who, while I guess he means well, does not.
But as Dave Smith said, that's wrong.
I mean, like, I don't have a specific quote for you off the top of my
No,
head.
it
This
doesn't
was
have
in
to-
this was
you're
in
not-
the
you're not
course.
Scarecrow.
This
I'm
was
not
in the
gonna press
course
you
of
for
listening to him, like, talk
No, I
about
understand.
it.
I'm not going to press you
to
for
go
quotes.
and like,
It's like
I'd have
generic,
to
just
go
like
and
an
like
overview.
pull something from it. I mean, generally his understanding of who's at fault in what certain aspects of the conflict is very skewed.
Wait, sorry.
towards one side.
Which conflict are we talking about? Russia or
Israel Palestine.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, it's even like explaining to, because I heard Dave Smith tell on a past podcast with Joe Rogan, and he was telling Joe Rogan, like, Israel has a blockade that controls all of the imports, exports, and the food that they get. And I listened to him, and I'm like, you're a fucking dumbass, because I already talked to my buddy who's in the IDF. And it's like, and then finally Douglas Murray was on that same podcast, and I shared it into your chat, Jordan. He was like, dude, we're not like restricting the flour that gets to go into Gaza. He's like, we're checking for missiles and bombs that they're.
He also doesn't know. He also doesn't
sugars.
understand. He also, it seems to, at least from what I've seen, he doesn't seem to know why and when that blockade started, what the historical reasoning for it was, or any of those things.
But there was a blockade.
Dude.
Yes, but the reason why is sort of germane to the argument.
I mean, dude, a little strip like Gaza shouldn't exist to begin with, in my personal opinion. Like, it's just such a fucking conflict to even have a piece of a country on one side while the other part of the country is on another.
Mm-hmm.
And that piece of the country is just a fucking terrorist breeding ground, which it is, dude. It's a insane, brainwash, indoctrinating, terrorist breeding ground.
But
full of fucking people, like a ton of people.
Joe wanted to say something.
Creating an insane poverty state. Like, it's insane to even exist when it doesn't actually have to. But go ahead, Joe.
Yeah.
Jinx.
I just want to clarify. If Dave Smith is saying there was a blockade and they blocked things like sugar and cookies, is that incorrect? Is that statement by itself, forget any other context, is that statement correct or incorrect?
It is partially correct.
It has to be
Yeah,
right or
exactly.
wrong.
It needs more context. It's not everything's not.
No,
black and
it's
white.
not even about context. Hang on, guys. Hang on. It's not just about context.
Okay, you go.
Throughout different times in history, they have let sugar in, they have not let sugar in. It changes depending on the time. They currently let sugar in.
So, depending on what Dave Smith said specifically, he could have been 100% correct.
What a military intelligence.
Yes,
Hold
but,
on, bud. Let me explain.
No, Daniel,
Okay.
let me handle this, bud. Give me a sec. Listen, being 100% right about a fact in a vacuum doesn't necessarily mean that you are conveying the right overall understanding of the conflict, right? So when somebody says something that on its own is technically a correct fact, that doesn't mean they have an understanding of the full situation surrounding that fact and what the important things underlying that fact are. So, for example, when we talk about the blockade, people say, oh, they've had a blockade, right? They can't have this trade or anything like that. But what they don't say is that, well, that blockade doesn't actually stop all trade from going in. That blockade goes through and looks through the different things that are coming in to ensure that there aren't things that Hamas can use to build weapons with, because they have been known and continue to be known for stealing that aid from the people of Palestine and using it to build weapons. And they also leave out the fact that in 2005, when Israel left the Gaza Strip, they did not have a blockade. And the blockade only started after Hamas was elected and started firing rockets into Israel. So had that group not taken over the Gaza Strip and started doing offensive attacks into Israel with rockets that were in a lot of cases made from things that were going through aid into Gaza, like I think it's the Qassam rockets, I believe, that actually use sucrose as a fuel source. That never would have happened, right? That this was only a response to certain actions by Hamas. And of course, Hamas being elected itself was a response to shit by Israel, and we can go back and forth all the way throughout history. But that context is extremely important to understanding the reason for the blockade to be there. So when you sort of leave all of that extra stuff out and all you say is, well, there's a blockade, right? It sort of paints a very, very, very particular light of the situation and leaves out all of the other surrounding context that adds a lot of nuance to that position. That's my point. And that's what I'm saying when I hear Dave Smith, he's sort of giving these very surface level facts, which on their own are technically true, but without all of that surrounding context, do not give a complete and clear understanding of the situation on the ground and why those things are the way they are.
No, I understand. I remember, and he might have said this in another podcast, I think I remember him talking specifically about Israel was blocking cookies.
Yeah. So the reason why there were at times where they blocked cookies and other sugar products are because you can extract sucrose from cookies and you can,
but has there been evidence that they did? Actual real evidence.
I mean, I don't know off the top of my head.
I think that might have been what. That might have been
well, hang on. I don't know off the top of my head, but let's say they're not letting any sugar in at all, right? Except for like cookies and other products where sugar is made into them, like candy and stuff like that. And they were using sucrose to fuel their rockets. Well, they're going to take what's available to them to use it, right? That's a natural conclusion of that situation. So whether they did it or not, I don't have an answer for you. I don't agree with that assertion.
I don't agree with that assertion at all.
Why?
Because they haven't done it. Saying they could do it because they don't have this.
No. I'm not saying they could do it. I'm saying in the absence of other options, they will do it. I'm not saying could. I'm saying quite clearly they will.
Well, what is that?
Because they've used sucrose for.
They've used sucrose. I understand you can use sucrose and get it from table sugar, correct?
Yeah, you can also take it out of cookies. You can also take it out of candy. Yeah.
The process of doing it out of cookies is much different than getting it out of regular sugar. Do you agree?
Yeah, but it's not something, and I've actually looked this up before. It's not something that would be beyond the capabilities of a group like Hamas. It would be a bit of a pain in the ass, but if that's what you have to do in order to get it, then of course they would.
Oh, I just disagree with that.
Hello.
What's up?
I would also say there's a factor that we're not informed of. I just want to add, just real quick.
No, I thought there was Lunar did a full video on this, and I think they have sugar in the region, right? The reason they have a blockade was because they actually do they used to smuggle unknown stuff in the boxes.
That's what I was gonna say, dude.
They have
my point is there's military intel that doesn't go out to the public, and there's a reason blockades exist because they already got. If Israel's smart enough to place pagers in every single one of these terrorist pockets, this is why I still kind of think that fucking October 7th was a false flag, to be completely honest.
Fuck off. Okay, Cosmic. No way. No, you lost your speaking privileges for the next 2 minutes. All right, but then you gotta let Cosmic talk because I want to hear what Cosmic has to say.
I should have said that. I should have loved that. But ultimately, I believe the blockade exists because they know exactly, hey, man, we're expecting them to bring a bunch of missiles and a bunch of shit that's going to kill civilians through a sugar truck delivery. And we got intel behind that. And I truly believe that we know that, or not we, I'm fucking not part of Israel, but that Israel knows that. And then, and that's, and that they fucking create those blockades for a reason. Every single thing that Dave Smith tried to point out behind those blockades was kind of just like a bullshit situation. It was like, no, dude, you're taking things out of context and making it sound like they're starving the people. When ultimately, anyone who knows how that system works, Israel is feeding those fucking people. That's not even to be questioned. They are feeding those people. The only reason this insane poverty state exists is because the Islamic world
It wasn't even that
refuses to
insane.
give it up to fucking Israel. They
It
refuse
wasn't
to
even that
fucking allow
insane before this war, but that's a whole other topic.
Right. That part too. But even there's still an extreme poverty state that does exist in it. And you're right. It wasn't extreme as before. Now, after this, dude, it's apocalyptic.
Yeah.
But
Cosmic. I want to hear what Cosmic has to say though. Go ahead, Cosmic.
I don't think this Daniel person has an idea of time. He just kept going on and on. No, sorry.
He's teasing you, buddy.
I went straight into mute, and you went to insulting me. I'm like, man, we'll waste everybody's time.
Yeah, he's
together
giving you
now.
a hard time. He's giving you a hard time.
Oh,
Go
yeah,
ahead,
sorry,
Cosmic.
that's my way of saying hello. But no. Yeah.
Well, bro, I just wanted to say one. I'm sorry.
Oh, shut up, Daniel.
One thing, and then you jumped in.
He's fucking with you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I think they just have like a list of approved like vendors. So essentially, like that's how the blockade worked. They had like a list of companies that technically can deliver things into it. So I'm sure they were like slow to approve things when people requested like particular items. But that's not really like that's how like they said like they were banning these items is because like they were like, oh, can we get these in? And I'm sure somebody in the government was like, meh, we'll look into it. And that's essentially how that started. And I don't think you can use the sugar. Well, yeah, but they have sugar in the region anyway. So
yes, they
actually
do. I mean, there is sugar that
but,
goes in now that is part of aid deliveries. They absolutely do get sugar.
No. Also, like yeah. They actually farm it there. I think, right?
Oh, okay. I was on. I mean, I feel like they're probably not farming much of anything right now, but.
No, I mean, I think well, that whole situation is from like 2006, right? Or
yeah. Daniel in chat says there's a reason why the combined net worth of the top 3 former leaders, Rip Bozo of Hamas, net worth was 11 billion.
Yeah, like it's insane that they don't actually talk about that because. Yeah,
I feel so tired. I agree with everything you're saying in there. By the way, I'm sorry I didn't read it out loud. We got into stuff. Cosmic, I'm just curious. I'm detecting a note of an accent. Where are you from, my friend?
Oh, well, I'm originally from Ethiopia, actually.
From where, pardon?
Ethiopia.
Oh, Ethiopia. Awesome. Okay, cool. A lot of Jews
but
in
where do you
Ethiopia.
live? Where's that? Where do you live, though?
Oh, I mean, right now in
Massachusetts.
Oh, Massachusetts. Cool. Is that accent like from Ethiopia though, or where were you raised?
Well, I was raised there. Are you questioning my voice?
No.
I'm just interested.
I'm just
literally
intrigued.
just interested.
We can fight it out if you'd like.
No. So I grew up in 5 countries. I actually I lived in Central Africa when I was very, very little in Niger. So I was just curious.
Okay.
Yeah. In fact, one of my very, very good friends is of Ethiopian descent as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, we are
dude, I argue that.
Hang on, Daniel. Hang on. Let the man talk. What were you saying, Cosmo?
Oh, I said we're out there, but I'm not sure if there's a delay.
No, I think you're fine. I think it's coming through well. Daniel just loves to jump in. I love him for it.
Yeah. Well, I was actually getting Sleepy Joe was defending Dave Smith, and I was like, I don't know.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Exactly.
I think you said you wanted to come in and talk to him about that. Do you guys want to sort of go on to sort of pick up where I guess you and
I mean,
Scarecrow
sorry, my claim was very simple.
Dude, I just want to say, Cosmic, I'm a huge supporter of the Book of Enoch. So.
Jesus.
What was that?
That? I mean, I don't. Is that the Apocalypse? Is that Revelations?
No. It's there's both an ancient Jewish apocalyptic religious text, and there's a Christian version. There's even a Muslim version.
You lost
Ethiopia
even me on that one, buddy. I don't know
Christian
what you're
version,
talking
I'm
about.
pretty positive. You never read the Book of Enoch?
No,
That's like
I'm a
it's just an
regular
expansion of the
Jew.
Bible.
I'm not like a weird.
No, it's an
like,
expansion of the Bible, and Ethiopians all believe in it. The Ethiopian Jews and the Ethiopian Christians all believe in one extra text. And Enoch is a part of, I believe, Isaac, right? It's Ishmael and Isaac, and those are the two like the versions that led to Christianity and then Islam. Bro, I'm telling you, the Book of Enoch is very interesting because the Jewish like text that's written and Dead Sea Scrolls, by the way, it kind of predicts the coming of Jesus. And then in the Christian version, it was like it like had like a larger I forgot what the Christian one as well. But no, the yeah, it starts with
okay.
ancient Jewish
Yeah,
religious
it's
text.
interesting.
There's a
Enoch
lot of
is not
facts
considered
behind
to
it
be
that the same
canonical.
Dead Sea Scrolls, it dude, is very canonical, and it was
Well, let me read
rejected
the
by
thing. Let me read the thing. Enoch is not considered to be canonical scripture by most Jewish or Christian church bodies, although it is part of the biblical canon used by the Ethiopian Jewish community, Beta Israel, as well as the Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church and Eritrean Orthodox Tewahedo Church. I didn't know that. That's interesting. But back to what we were trying to get onto before.
Dude,
I want to let Cosmic and Joe get into it.
Oh, I was going to say that actually I've been reading the Gnostics, so if you want a different book other than Enoch, you should probably go that way. But anyway,
that was my first choice of religion.
Oh, Gnosticism?
Yeah, I swear. When I was a teen, I didn't know. I was like, I'm agnostic. That's what I told people. That's not the case anymore. But
yeah.
Gnosticism is not the same as agnosticism.
Oh, my bad. Then I
Yeah.
misheard him.
But there, I mean, there.
I thought you said agnostic. I thought you were reading. Okay.
Oh yeah. Well, Gnosticism is what I meant, but yeah, no. I was. I guess we can maybe go into the. But I was going to say that Dave Smith, or whatever his name is just a failed comedian. Was my claim. Before all this escalated.
Okay.
And I don't really know. I didn't really understand what point Sleepy Joe was trying to make with all his shenanigans.
Sleepy?
Shenanigans?
Well, you were dodging all the claims, I guess, and your. I mean, I don't exactly know your essential point. I guess you were just saying.
Yeah, let me
that
just
he
make the
should have
point,
these
and
opinions.
maybe you'll agree still or disagree. My point is that
yeah, sure. Okay.
Dave Smith is not a Russian shill. That's point number one. Point number two is that Douglas Murray did not beat Dave Smith in the debate with Joe Rogan. Those are the 2 points. That's it.
I think okay. So I will sort of admit that Douglas Murray is not a good debater, which is why it could sort of appear that he's not answering questions. So perhaps that's why you felt that he was. Yeah, but I do think that he does essentially like refute all of his arguments, though. Like if you listen to the totality of his statements, he like counters every sort of narrative that this Dave Smith person spins, right?
Which is why
Titans
totally crushing.
Fundamentally disagree.
Like which part do you think you did not
I have to
address?
leave in like 10 minutes. I have to pull my notes again.
We can always pick it up next
I mean,
I put. Let me just push it back. What do you guys think that Dave Smith said that Douglas Murray countered and won on?
I mean, I guess there was the claim about like the babies.
Which babies?
The ones you was crying about.
Wait, give me a refresher. I think I know what you're talking about. I just want to make sure.
Oh, well, he was claiming that it was the most brutal war, I guess, in the Middle East. Is that? I think that was his exact claim, right?
I don't remember that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't remember that.
Okay, I mean, let's say, how about the whole the entire thing was provoked. I guess let's say like his one conspiracy. I mean, his one of the conspiracies that he hawks about the
With Putin.
Yeah. He was
That
provoked into
Putin was
committing.
provoked, and that's why he invaded Ukraine.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. And how did Douglas Murray counter that?
I mean, he countered that as in he chose to do it. Like it's everybody said this is like that. His response was that he actually like he was the one who made the decision. Like, can we at least agree on that? Whether like
Yeah, Putin absolutely decided to invade Ukraine. Yes, I think me and everyone agrees with that.
Yeah. Okay. So like, I don't understand. So the idea
Well,
is
apparently not
like,
Donald Trump in
he's
that one
essentially
interview, but.
yeah. Well, I mean, he was essentially saying that he was justified in doing so, right? Or
He didn't
was
say
saying
justified.
that he may have had.
He never
may
said
have had
justified. He made a point.
justifications
He
for
made a
it.
point to say he was not justified in invading Ukraine multiple times in the podcast alone.
Well, who do you think he claims is responsible for all that chaos?
A combination of things, including the United States involvement and supporting
Okay.
Ukraine. That's
So
one. That's
how
not
do
all
you
of it.
think like the involvement exactly led to the current like apocalyptic conditions, I suppose?
Wait, say that again.
How do you think the involvement led to the current conditions?
How do I
Like,
think the
what was the
involvement?
exact like? Yeah. What was the exact like action that was taken to, I guess, force the invasion? Let's say.
I think. I mean, there's probably a number of reasons why Putin decided at that specific moment to invade. It could have been he thought that he would have an easier time not having to fight United States with Biden in power. That could have been one choice.
Oh, really?
I'm not saying it's. I'm just saying that's an option. I'm not. I have no idea. I don't read Putin's mind.
Let me go another way then. Like,
Yeah.
do you think it's weird that he like has the same sort of talking points in all these different issues?
Which talking points?
That like I guess the U.S. is responsible for all of it.
He never said all of it.
I don't know. I mean, like whatever has like a.
It's not whatever. It's specifically, if he's saying he said something, yes, he has to have said it.
Yeah, I mean, does he think that whatever foreign involvement is the primary cause of all these conflicts?
The primary cause?
Okay, let me just tone it down. A contributing cause.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you think that it's like this is like a valid claim?
Yes. Yes. The United States helping to support Russia's enemy is a valid concern for Russia. Yes.
And you think that it is in the interests of everybody, and that like they retreat out of like all the global theaters.
I'm sorry, repeat that again. Your accent's
you think
like
that it is in everyone's best interest that they retreat out of all global theaters, like whatever they're doing, like any extensions outside.
I think I understand. You're saying, is it in everyone's best interest for Russia to leave Ukraine?
No.
He's saying he's
like
asking
if you believe
if,
Dave Smith is to be believed.
Yeah, that it's
right?
in the interest
that...
of the conflict that the U.S. retreat from all of global involvement in different conflicts.
In all of them?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, apparently
I wouldn't make a blanket statement like that. I wouldn't say all of them, but I'd say probably the majority of them. Yes.
Would you include Ukraine in that?
Majority? I mean, yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, where can they act?
Where can who act?
Like according to Dave Smith, let's say, where like what's the sphere of influence that he would want them to have?
Probably just humanitarian and just helping people who want to leave the conflict and letting them escape.
No, I meant like in terms of like general like global power. I don't mean like.
Like,
I don't think
are there no
There-
conflicts that you think the United States is justified in having any sort of military assistance, military presence, or so on?
In terms of defense, to stop things from happening, depending on the situation, but I don't think Ukraine fits into that.
Okay.
We have to talk about like specific. I don't like this blanket statement type thing.
Oh, I mean, do you believe in the projection of power? I suppose.
Yeah, I mean that's why everyone has nukes. Because if one
But
country nukes
I mean,
one.
those are defensive, right? Those are defensive.
Well, defense and offense are kind of one and the same thing sometimes.
Nobody's.
I mean, they
the point of
absolutely are not.
nukes is not to use them. The point of nukes is to stop everyone else from using them.
Yeah, I think I'm just confused about the question. I'm sorry. It's almost midnight.
Oh, I'm saying that.
Tired.
Are you pro the projection of power?
I'm not sure. You have to break that down.
So, like using military influence to assert power, to assert international influence and control of spheres of influence around the world.
I think it just depends on the context of what we're talking about.
Okay.
I mean, who benefits from a retreat?
Are you pro CIA? That's what they're asking.
Because we definitely projected our influence on Iraq, and I think that was absolutely not the right case. We should not have done that.
Maybe.
No. I mean, I could argue that, but first of all, I mean, do you like agree for
Hell,
the
for
base?
sure,
Like,
is what's created from them. Boom.
I'm not sure what Daniel's saying.
I know, I'm just ranting.
He's
fucking got the sickest goal just now.
I'm trying to use all my brain power right now to focus on what Cosmic's saying. It's
My
not
bad,
you. It's
dude.
not you. I'm just getting my brain.
I didn't know you had such an extreme, one-minded ADD brain power. Go ahead, focus.
I think because
let him talk, Daniel. God damn it! I don't want to mute you, bro.
What the fuck, man? You fucking told me I was quiet for so long in this chat.
You were. I know that's difficult for you, and I love you for being.
And then
quiet
Cosmic joined.
Just be quiet for a little longer.
Not as quiet as you, but I don't know how long
Casper has been quiet as a mouse.
I have been very polite, even though I wanted to chime in.
You're incredibly polite.
Yeah. So just let them finish. I think Joe is gonna need to take off soon anyway. He's saying he's real tired. So just let them finish their stuff out, and then the four of us will keep talking about stuff afterwards as well.
Yeah. So
yeah, I mean,
United States.
So the first
go ahead.
the first claim is, do you believe in the projection of power? I suppose that's like.
It depends on the country. It depends on the situation. If we're talking about the United States, their track record over the last few decades has not been good, and I don't trust
sorry,
the majority of what they say.
Like, do you believe, like, if they no track record, right, like blank slate, do you believe that they should project? Everybody wants to project power, right? Like as a. So I'm just asking whether you believe that it's like moral that they do so.
Yeah,
is it moral
as a concept?
Generally, if we're just going generally, probably, yeah, it's fine. It just depends on the situation.
Okay, and I mean, if there's a retreat from their current like level of projection, I mean, who'd benefit?
If they retreat?
Yeah, I mean, so currently, I don't know, there's like what 300 bases or something, and the like
around the world,
coverage, essentially, yeah. And if they retreat from that position, who'd technically benefit?
The countries that don't have those bases there anymore, I'd say, as well as the people who don't have to fund those bases as well.
I think what Cosmic's trying to walk us towards is our international adversaries also benefit.
Yeah, potentially.
Almost certainly.
I mean, yeah, there's no. Okay, so I guess maybe.
Well, I'm not going to say absolutes unless I get a specific situation. So
well, we have
generally
a lot
probably
of,
right. I'm just never going to do an absolute.
That's fair. We have a lot of we have a lot of historical evidence of that being the case.
That's fine, but things that happened in the past don't actually happen in the future.
I mean, like, are you like okay with like I mean, if you had like, okay, so if you have to choose for somebody to be like technically like the hegemon of the world, like which one would you choose?
Like the leader of the world?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I wouldn't want anyone to be the leader of
technically
the
an
world.
arbiter of.
Because the United
But if
States is
you
currently leader, and
had
they're
to
fucking
choose one.
I don't have to. That's why I don't like this
Well,
comparison. I don't
that's
like
the
these.
thing.
Well,
I
That's
don't
the
have
thing.
to.
That's the thing.
Okay,
you
so
kind of do.
I mean, it's hypothetical.
Because
I don't
Make me
understand.
Jordan. Make me.
Because we live in a world where there are competing interests vying for spheres of influence, and
Yes, and I'd say the majority of governments are corrupt, and I don't trust any of them.
Well, I don't know if it's necessarily a matter of corruption. I think it's a matter of when you're looking at, okay, you have a foreign adversary that's asserting its influence over certain areas of the world, and now you have your own competing interests in those areas of the world, and that foreign adversary suddenly decides, okay, we're going to not assert our influence over that area of the world. You're going to jump at that opportunity to take over that sphere of influence. It's like a game of Risk, almost.
Yeah, sure.
So,
I mean,
we know. I mean, China's already doing this in a lot of places in Africa. Russia, on and off throughout our last century of interactions with them has been doing this, right? Fighting us for areas of influence. Whether we're talking about the Soviet Union or more modern the Russian Federation. They have been doing this, and the situation that we're sort of faced with is, if we pull back, they will step in. And Daniel Liddick in chat, I think, uses a really interesting analogy where he says, if you pull your hand out of a bucket of water, is the water going to stay in the shape of your hand, or will it fill the void? If we pull back, there will be people who want to fill the void, and those people are going to be Russia and China.
Potentially. But how does that affect the American people's lives? It benefits the American government to do this. It doesn't benefit the American people, which is my point.
So it affects well, first of all, we do have a set of values that from one perspective, from a moral perspective, we have a set of values that we.
Well, people have different moral values.
I agree, and people have different reasons for those different moral values, right? When I look at the moral values that we hold as a country, or have historically held as a country, I find those to be important for a lot of different reasons. Versus
the country is based on slavery and enslaving indigenous people and bringing over slaves. That's how it was founded.
That can be said about a lot of countries. I don't really know what that has to do with what I'm talking about.
The United States.
I'm talking about the values that we hold. I'm talking about the values that we hold now, or at least until recently.
But people have different moral values.
Sure, but generally, the United States values liberty, freedom, the pursuit of your own life, the ideas behind the American dream, things like that. And we've spread those values to a lot of the world. And a lot of the world has actually done pretty well with those values. And now we look at something where we have a paradigm of countries like Russia and China, which are dictatorial in nature, who push back on a lot of those values very clearly.
How's Afghanistan doing?
What do you mean?
How are they doing since we left?
I mean, the way we did that was really bad.
Yeah, so why should we give the United States power to do that then?
Just because we did it wrong doesn't mean we shouldn't do it at all. We can do things the right way.
Well, we've done it wrong decade over decade since we started the evolution of this country.
I mean, that's just not always the case. Look at Germany.
Not always, absolutely not always, of course, but the majority of it, yes.
So that means we can do it right. We just have had a lot of trouble doing it right recently. My problem is, I know for sure China and Russia are going to instill the sorts of values that fly right in the face of the things we care about, and a worldwide paradigm like dictatorial rule, like
in the United States,
of free speech. No,
in the United States.
Around the world. Isolating the United States. Hang on. Isolating. I know where you're going with this. Isolating the United States in a world that has values that go against the things that we stand for is going to isolate us economically. It's going to isolate us morally. It's going to isolate us in a lot of different ways. So it seems like, okay, that's okay because we can still handle our own stuff. But if we get isolated in all of these other ways, that's also going to deteriorate our ability to do those things within our own country, because we won't be able to stand upon the same pillars that we did in order to do that in the first place, right?
What pillars?
Reason, like the economy, like economic dominance that we have around the world, as a result of globalization.
I don't know. I don't think I agree, but just keep going.
Okay. Well, I mean, I can elaborate.
No, it's I won't be able to push back like I want to. It's okay.
Okay. Maybe
we can discuss that in a different.
Yeah. I'm totally fine to discuss that.
I'll just grant you that. Go ahead. Keep going.
Yeah, that's fine. Essentially, the idea here is that we've been able to, for example, when we look at Europe, we have alliances that aren't just based on, economic alliances. We have alliances that are based on shared values, shared interests on the world stage. Those alliances have made us stronger. Same with Canada, same with Mexico, same with a lot of states around the world. And if we see this paradigm shift to one where these countries, say, are becoming more dictatorial, more authoritarian, their priorities are going to align more with our adversaries. The economic benefits that we gain from those countries are going to slowly start to shift more towards our adversaries. And while it seems like, okay, but we'll just be able to handle things on our own, realistically, the way all of our industries work, the way our economy works, the way a lot of these other things work is globally intertwined and has been for quite some time, right? One of the things I like to say is the idea of economic sovereignty died decades ago, and it's a good thing. I think that's a great thing. It makes things cheaper for us. It makes things cheaper in general for people around the world. I think in general, like, becoming more economically protectionist makes things more expensive. It makes it harder on the citizens. And as the world sort of changes and as our population changes, we need to be leaning into those changes and better preparing our population for those changes rather than trying to move backwards in that sense. But on the other side, we have built really good trade relationships, great economic relationships with countries around the world that have allowed us to live the sorts of lifestyles and things that we've become used to. And sort of going against that is going to bring about a shift that I do not think Americans are ready to handle or deal with, because I don't think they understand how significant that change and that shift would be if we're looking at a world order that aligns more with those adversaries that we're talking about.
I just don't. I think you're making giant leaps into what China and Russia could influence that would affect the lives of Americans to justify countless wars that are continuing to happen.
Okay.
That wouldn't happen if we didn't get involved.
Again, the wars.
So you think like everything could be made in house? Is that your claim?
No.
No, I don't think so. I think what he's
Not
saying is that
so you just think it's a transactional relationship is all you desire?
A transactional relationship? No, I think if countries want to have a relationship with us, that's goes past transactions. I think that's fine. I'm not saying we shouldn't do that.
So
I'm not saying that we have to go fucking fight wars so that China and Russia don't influence.
Do you think we should have
Europe.
military alliances?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Okay. When do you support intervention?
Probably war. Jesus Christ. World War II style.
I think it's a lot easier though to look at things in retrospect, right, and say that we shouldn't have been doing this, we shouldn't have been doing that. What about the Korean War, for example?
I don't know enough about that.
Okay.
History.
What about the first Gulf War?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, we're talking about, you know, similar situations like we're seeing right here. A larger country invading a sovereign smaller country. That smaller country asking for our assistance. We have interest in a lot of economic assets in that country. It is in our own best interest to intervene. And we did. And we fucking won, too. And Kuwait is doing just fine, by the way. Kuwait's doing great.
Yeah, I have to look. I have to look at the specifics. I'm not
Sure.
a master historian of every war that's
buddy.
happened in
No
previous few decades.
We can always come back to the. You know, I am always down to come back to an argument at another time.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Again, I mean, I still don't know which points you thought Dave Smith made that were persuasive. Is my issue, I guess. Or like how you thought like Douglas Murray did not answer.
Douglas Murray just inserted logical fallacies every time Dave Smith said anything.
Well, give me a taste. What's a logical fallacy that
I have to pull up my laptop.
Besides the "you had to be there" one, because I think we already went over that one.
Yeah, I'm gonna do this really quick.
You have to be there.
I have to leave.
I think. Oh, I think you have to be there is a very valid.
I think it's a valid. I think it's valid in that it can inform your understanding of it. But to say that a point of view is invalid necessarily because you haven't been there is fallacious.
Yeah, so that was one.
Yeah.
No, that's technically not right. Like, so he's essentially saying that like, just because you're seeing the numbers and you're making a judgment does not give you any idea as to the current situation, right?
Don't chew on your birthday hat.
Yeah, but being there doesn't give you any sort of like extra insight to be able to like.
No, what do you mean? If you saw like how the deaths were happening, then it does give you insight.
Yeah, but you can also read about the deaths.
Like,
yeah, Cosmic, I'm kind of with him on this to an extent.
Like seeing deaths doesn't mean that's the deaths. Like that just gives you a potential biased perspective. You're seeing it and you have an emotional connection.
So let me say this. Let me say this because I think what you're saying that by claiming that you not having been there invalidates your argument, that is fallacious. But I think the not fallacious thing that Murray was saying was that being there does inform some of your perspective. It doesn't mean you have to be there to have a good perspective, but it can inform your perspective.
Just the way he asserted it and like was basically like mocking Dave Smith for not being there and pretending like he shouldn't have an opinion on that.
Yeah,
I agree that wouldn't have been
literally okay.
So and like
argument that
2 minutes later, 2 minutes later, he asserted that when Dave Smith pushed back, he said, "Have you been to every country that you have opinions on?" And Murray said no. So he just contradicts himself there. So
yeah, but I think he conceded the point. I think he even said, "I concede that to you."
No, I mean, it was just a stupid point to bring up in
yeah, I agree, and I'm pretty
place.
sure he conceded that pretty quickly.
Yep. Yeah. No, of course, because it was a stupid point to say.
Well, I mean, I don't really.
And I don't think can you point out one thing that Dave Smith said that was just as stupid? Just one.
I mean, I'm claiming that that was the most brutal war. That's one, I suppose.
That was the most brutal war.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
The war in
like
Palestine?
he didn't mention like Yemen. He didn't mention like Syria.
Chechnya?
He didn't mention
Chechnya.
Yeah.
Wait, which did he say
like
was the
Iraq.
which war was the brutal war? He said.
Palestine.
The current one.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have to bring out the quote. I'm not sure that's the context that he said it in, but.
Oh, okay. Well, how about his quote that whatever they had good reasons for their invasion? How about that one?
Who?
The Russians.
He never said they had good reasons. He said they had reasons. He never.
Sure.
You're asserting. See, this is what Murray did. He asserted words that the other person didn't say. That's the whole point. That's why Murray failed the debate because you can't just do that.
I suppose.
Yeah.
What do you mean you can't just do that?
You can't just add words to someone's argument and say that that's a good argument.
Here's what I would say. What my position would have been in Murray's position was what I heard was the overall point was that it seems like there are people who are making very strong opinions and very strong commentary, but when you really get into the nitty-gritty of things, they don't understand, especially in this particular conflict, which is probably one of the most nuanced conflicts, since, I don't even know, at least 80 years, right? Is that there's a lot of people who have very, very strong opinions on it while having only really started paying attention to it over the last couple years, and who don't have a very deep understanding of the foundations and nuances that go into talking about the conflict, which I agree with. And I think there's a very valid thing to have an issue with. I think, throughout the course of the conversation, there were certain points that he made that weren't so good. There were certain points that he made that was better. But to me, that was the overall point of view that he was trying to express. And that's one that I do agree with, which is that if you're going to have a position, especially a strong position like Dave Smith has on this conflict, I think it would do you well to know to like really cross your T's and dot your I's. And as I sort of demonstrated earlier, when talking about the blockade, there was there was a lot of sort of surrounding context that he didn't seem he was aware of. I can't say for sure that he wasn't aware of it, but it just didn't seem
I think we could argue that point again. I don't think that was your strongest point
about the blockade.
I mean, okay,
yeah,
so
and
what,
sugar
what
and
about Dave
cookies
Smith
specifically.
gives you the idea that he knows what he's talking about?
When we say this, Dave Smith admitted on the podcast that he's not an expert. So let's start from there. He said specifically, "I'm not an expert. I researched this. I'm a comedian, and I researched this."
Yeah,
I know.
I'm just. What gives him...
Wait, say it.
Like, how do you know he has researched it?
Because he cites his sources. He literally quotes generals half the time. He's quoting other people who are in the situation.
No. Well, he's quoting very selected, like whatever he got his talking points from. He's literally.
I mean,
just,
saying a fact, saying
skimping.
a general said something. It's not a talking point.
I mean,
it's a
do
fact.
you agree that I can?
If it's a
I can
fact,
select
it's no
a set
longer
of
a talking
facts
point.
and no. I mean, I can collect a set of facts.
And we can all collect a set of quotes too. Quotes in a vacuum are not really good.
And if they aren't in a vacuum, you just don't agree with his way of asserting that situation. That doesn't make it a talking point.
Because like we can find quotes from all kinds of people that are crazy inside of a vacuum, and then you apply context to them, and they change, right?
Yeah, but you have to argue that his context is incorrect, which I don't think you've done.
Because I don't have specific quotes to pick from because I don't remember them off the top of my
head. How
convenient,
Jordan.
I do remember Murray doing that on a couple of occasions. And you know what? I will go back and watch this thing if I have some time this weekend. And maybe I'll take some notes and bring them back for next time so I can, point out some specific ones.
Yeah.
Because
what I fucked
obviously
up real quick?
I don't want you to just take my word on this, right?
When I was getting all my quotes and shit for Scarecrow, I had so much shit. It was all disorganized. I was all fucked up.
It's all right.
I mean,
I know where anything was.
You listed were absolute garbage. I mean, the 4 quotes were what was it? I think
I'm sorry.
Oh, you have like 4 quotes about like the debt, I think, and
yeah, because I was trying to get the transcript from his previous podcast while trying to listen to Scarecrow.
Oh, okay. Well,
it wasn't I didn't organize it. I was doing that on the fly in 5 minutes.
Oh, okay. Well, no, I was just saying that like I don't really get an idea of like what Dave Smith is trying to say. I think he's just saying
You're
things.
saying that the United States intervenes in
real
conflicts.
Real quick, I just want to jump in because Daniel has written a whole novel in chat, and I'd feel bad if I didn't go through it real quick. So first he says, "You don't get a choice. This is the world we live in, Sleepy. In World War II, we had the choice. Did we want the West to control and be dominant, or did we want Nazi Germany to control it? The world we live in is either we are top dog or it's China or Russia." And he said, in response to the pullout of Afghanistan, he said, that's actually an argument that we shouldn't have left Afghanistan. And then he said, Russia was funding the Taliban and putting bounties on the heads of our soldiers. I remember that. That shit was fucking crazy. And then he said, for instance, when things get to the point of a world war, you are too late. It means you didn't do your job of putting out a smaller fire before it started a large conflagration. And then lastly, he said, you can read about death, but if the person whose writings you read is a bad actor, you can't say that's the best thing. I also wanted to say one more thing, which was, oh yeah, another really, really important thing, and I know Tiny's touched on this a little bit as well. One of the other really important things that our military presence around the world does is to, ensure shipping lanes and keep shipping lanes safe. That's super important.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
Yeah.
What do we disagree with now? All right, I
sorry?
just jump in abruptly.
I think just in the context of the Ukraine war, I don't think that not helping Ukraine fight a war that they're losing is benefiting
Oh,
anyone.
sorry. Oh, so you want them to capitulate? Is that
They can do whatever they want. I just don't want my tax dollars supporting it.
Oh, I mean, I guess that's maybe a reasonable claim, but I don't really understand like the idea behind that. What if
Which
you could
point?
get it back?
I'm sorry?
What if you could get the money back?
Same issue, because it's also that the war is killing people on both sides, Ukrainians and Russians.
Well, so does everyone.
And that we should,
No,
I didn't
sorry.
say it didn't.
No. So somebody was aggressed upon, and they were like, "Hey, could you lend us some money? We need to defend ourselves against these aggressors." And you're like, your
And by the
answer
way,
is,
whether you agree with it or not, we did convince them to disarm their nuclear weapons, right? Which, if they still had nuclear weapons, this never would have happened.
Potentially.
I really don't think it ever would have happened. No nuclear armed country has ever been invaded by another nuclear armed country.
It doesn't mean it can't happen, Jordan.
It definitely can happen.
It can happen, but it's almost guaranteed not to happen. For a huge number of reasons, not the least of which being that it would throw the entire deterrence theory into question and fuck up the whole world.
oh, actually, I can actually give an example of that because technically Israel was invaded. They're not a registered.
Right, they're not a registered nuclear power. Yeah.
Holder of weapons of mass destruction, but they were technically. Yeah, anyway, I think that was a death knell, so it doesn't really.
Joe, it's pretty windy up in there, buddy.
Yeah, I'm outside. It's fucking storming.
No worries.
Oh yeah, it's not in New York, right?
I'm in Philly.
Oh.
Eagles
okay,
fan?
I guess that would also be snow.
Yeah, I don't watch sports that much.
Oh.
Most of the sports
It's
not
always
working.
sunny.
I love It's Always Sunny. Great show. I mean, it's possible. It doesn't mean Jordan can't show up in your house dressed as the Tooth Fairy. It's just not likely. As far as you know, Daniel. Little do you... Nope. I was about to say something weird.
Did Putin? Again, I'm not supporting Putin. I don't support him invading Ukraine. I don't support anyone invading anybody.
Sure.
But didn't Putin have a list of things that he would, if Ukraine promised to never join NATO, that he would not invade? He did that in like 21 or something like that before he invaded.
Yeah, I mean, these were all things that he knew.
That would not happen.
Yeah, and these were all things that he knew that they would try to do beforehand when he wrote that list. He was doing this to justify preemptively his invasion. Putin is a constant...
Why didn't Ukraine just say, yes, we won't join NATO?
Because they were scared of him invading. And he's gone back on his deals on things over and over and over again. Like, they can't trust what Putin says because he never holds his promises. He never holds his ceasefires. He never does
Okay,
that.
well, now they're in a war.
Yeah,
they not to
they're partially,
now they're in a war.
But they were probably going to be
they're
in a war
partially occupied, so they could never
probably,
actually
but maybe not.
I think there's a certain point where that probably means it's better for us to be prepared for it than not. And they have been at war technically since 2014.
They didn't invade in 2014.
They did. They invaded Crimea.
Yeah, they did.
That wasn't an invasion.
What do you mean?
That was just
It's like saying
gentle
we invaded
takeover.
Yemen because we had drone strikes and special forces. That's not the same thing.
They captured the territory. They annexed the territory. It's basically part of Russia now.
That's not an invasion like 2022. 2021.
No, it's just it wasn't a full invasion of the full country, but they invaded a portion of the country and they annexed it. That's still an invasion. It's just not an all-out invasion of the full country. Like for example, if Canada only invaded Alaska, we'd still call that an invasion of the United States, even though they're only invading Alaska. Right? So, I mean, like, I would say any annexation of sovereign territory, I would consider to be an invasion, even if it's only a portion of the country.
Oh, yeah. Well, unfortunately, Dave Smith is not here to defend himself.
He would have been cooked. I would have cooked him. If you want to I know why you're muted. It's super windy. Oh shit. Yeah, you take your time, buddy. No worries. We'll wait for you to get out of the wind. If you want to grasp with straws, I can say if I break in your house and steal your TV, it's not as bad as breaking your house, stealing your TV, and kicking you in the nuts. I still invaded your house illegally. Yeah. Or like if you annex their pool instead of invading the whole house, right? like they did in Family Guy. Yeah. Yeah, it's been a good.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen a stand-up bit by Dave. Maybe that should be my next stop, I suppose.
Yeah.
Here's some.
Does he talk about politics in his stand-up? I've literally never in my life seen any of his comedy. Daniel?
Yeah, I have not either. That's why when I heard like the whole.
Yeah, let me ask Daniel.
Did,
Daniel,
like, Fest or something.
Like MAGA Daniel. Has Dave Smith? Did he do?
Fuck you, dude! I'm not responding to that.
My buddy Daniel, my homie Daniel,
much friendlier.
Does Dave Smith? Because I've never seen any of his comedy. Is any of it politically motivated, or is it just comedy?
I mean, it's just comedy, dude. It's just a comedian. You can't really be a politically motivated comedian and actually be funny. That's my personal stance.
George Carlin,
because you could have no, that's ridiculous to even say. He told politics that offended everybody. You know what I mean? There's a certain level of Dave Smith is clearly biased.
Stephen,
you know what I'm saying?
Hofstetter.
But you know what my point is? Like,
what about Stephen
George
Hofstetter?
Carlin had a broad. What about him?
Oh, I don't think I've heard
really
of that
funny.
man.
That sounds about right. I don't think I heard of him is going to be the common consensus.
He's great, dude. He's a lot of fun. He does a lot of shit with hecklers.
That doesn't mean, look, man, at the end of the day, there's going to be a fucking popular liberal comedian. There's going to be a popular Republican comedian. Never going to be on a level of George Carlin, because George Carlin knew how to properly make fun of all political spectrum.
Nobody can listen. He's the GOAT. Nobody can be on the level.
No, but we would never. Dave Smith also doesn't fall in the line of a political comedian. He really doesn't.
Okay.
He is like a comedian that has political outtakes. That's it.
The Spurs are tanking.
It's not. That's why I feel like he's just not the right fit. Even though it sounds real intelligent, the only reason he's even on Joe Rogan's podcast because he's a fucking skankfest comedian that wants to air out fucking drama of how he feels about Palestine and Israel. But it's like you have zero connection in Ukraine and Russia to any of these countries. He has zero connection to any of these countries, amongst also just not having the political nuance of why all this shit exists. I don't know. It's just not a person I believe should be listened to. Like ultimately. And the rest of his friends fucking agree. That's the funniest part. If you watch Skankfest, nah, man. If you watch like the Skankfest show, like their podcast and shit, they roast him all the fucking time.
That's funny.
When Cat Williams went on Joe Rogan's podcast, or not Joe Rogan's, on Shannon Sharp's podcast and said, Joe Rogan has the same 6 comedians coming back to his podcast that are not even funny. They're not even real comedians. When that shit came out, fucking, they literally made the joke. They're like, Dave Smith is literally 2 of those comedians. Like, that's what his own friends said about him. Like, and then Dave Smith's response was,
funny,
"Yeah,
dude.
I don't think Cat Smith is, if he has ever listened to me, I don't think he listened to my Joe Rogan podcast and listened to me talk about Israel and Palestine and thought I'm a very funny comedian." He's like, so yeah, probably I'm at least one of them. Like he said it, he acknowledged. So like that's who Dave Smith is. You know what I mean? Like he's somebody who does have funny comedy. He does have a semi-intelligent response to things. But nah, man, like he's not as fucking informed. So when he got presented with somebody who's fully involved in these kind of cases, he's dumbfounded.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
he's
Like, he does
he's
do
a
a lot of
comedian. He's just a
appeals.
comedian with an opinion. It would be greater if he kept his opinions centralized only around comedy and not making it fucking serious.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, he
Yeah,
could have
but
made
like
jokes
you know, in
about it.
today's
I
world,
get
kind
it
of
forward.
everybody
In today's
has a
world,
political opinion.
in today's world, you know, like we think Kanye's a Nazi. No, I'm just kidding.
Kanye's totally a Nazi. Look, I can't. I'm not. Listen,
Yeah.
even if you were right, and I'm not saying that you are, but even if you were right, I couldn't admit that. Right? I have a duty to my people. All right. I cannot say after all the shit that he said that Kanye is not a Nazi. I just can't.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, I guess it's not exactly accurate, but I guess they call it like a neo, right? Is that a
neo-Nazi, or I don't
what do
know.
they
He's
call
his
it?
own
Yeah.
brand of Nazi, honestly.
Yeah, he's quite unique. His, I think he's just off his Alexa Pro or whatever.
He's
Lexapro.
off his Lexapro and
Lithium
on the,
dude. He's like the first
he's on the
human being in the world.
he's on the
Who searched
Hylium.
Lexapro, lithium, and whatever other fucking psych meds all at the same time. He ate them apparently with a shot of Henny. That's what he said.
Jesus.
And you think it's not, you know, like there's a reason his brain's fried out, bro. He was, there's something going on, man. A lot of people
I
say
only
he's
know about the
addicted.
Alexa
A
Pro because
lot
of
of people say
the
he's
life of
addicted to
Pablo.
nitrous. He does a lot of nitrous.
Yikes.
And that's been like the biggest issue. People in his inner circle have said, yeah, dude, Kanye gets high on nitrous. You know, that's one of
the
the
laughing
biggest things
gas?
too. Yeah, the laughing gas. Apparently it's become a common thing. But I mean, that's the, do you know about the kids with nitrous? They sell nitrous in fucking smoke shops now. That's a very real thing.
What?
Kids are getting high on balloons and nitrous all throughout the streets of LA. There's
the hell?
constant cops arrests on them. But if you were to go to a smoke shop, bro, there's local smoke shops in Los Angeles. I could tell you a couple of them. One in Long Beach, in particular. I go to, I could get vapes from, tobacco, weed, all types of joints. But here's the fun stuff: I get a little magic mushroom chocolate bar, and I could get tanks of nitrous if I wanted it. They sell nitrous cans, and they come in beautiful, beautiful packaging.
Is that's
like
legal?
the other thing. Yeah, 100%. That dude, funny enough, I don't even know if the mushrooms are legal, but I went into a liquor store over in Inglewood not too long ago, and they sold the mushrooms bars as well. And I go, you guys sell magic mushrooms at a liquor store now? I go, fuck it, LA, let's go.
I thought mushrooms were still illegal here. When did they legalize them?
Bro, I'm seeing them everywhere. Even if they aren't legal here, I am seeing them. I've at least been to
LA
3
drug
locations
culture.
where
Nobody cares. They got more important things.
Nobody
to worry
cares.
About. Yeah.
Right? No, it's facts. It's really.
Hey,
it's
apparently
being
some
presented.
cities have
Bro, that shit was not
decriminalized
behind the counter either,
possession.
Jordan. That shit was in the window. Like
Yeah.
that shit was like, here, we sell these right here. So I was like shocked to see it, but I've seen it 3 different times now. But then the nitrous things, Jordan, the nitrous canisters that they sell come in fucking hip hop packaging.
Weird.
Like it's wild. It's like they're $80. They're $80 for a canister, and they're big canisters. And apparently Kanye is hooked on that shit, but that's a huge like Gen Z or fucking high these days. The same way millennials had K2 and shit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like this is
Big,
millennials
beautiful
had easy
mushrooms,
access.
quite frankly, the best you've
Millennials
ever
had
seen.
easy but for real, millennials had easy access to K2 and Salvia when
Yeah, I
Salvia
remember
went
that
through
shit.
that wave.
I remember that
Yeah,
shit.
well, bro, I'm telling you right now, the nitrous thing is very popular among the teens.
Yeah. Cosmic, what were you gonna say?
Oh, wow. I was going to say that they've decriminalized it in some cities.
Oh, okay. All right. I mean, I see a lot of people with it around here, so it must be. I guess it must be here as well. I must have missed that.
You know, the daily consumption of it, I don't really understand. I could see it like
Well, mushrooms.
maybe once a year.
All
maybe.
right, so hear me
Yeah.
out. I do have one
microdose.
friend. He was like, real. No. I have a friend that
There's no
microdosed,
microdosing,
and he
right?
took
I thought they
one
said that
piece
was
of
ineffective.
chocolate. He refused to take any more. He took one piece of chocolate every day, and just a singular piece of like a fucking 16-piece chocolate bar. And he said it changed his life. He would have fucking extreme depression. He would take psych meds. He would take Xanax. He would take this. He said he would smoke weed. He would drink. He said one piece of chocolate changed his whole life. He said that's all
I've
I would
heard
need to
about
do,
it
and I
being
stopped having
used to treat
depressional,
depression. I have
suicidal.
heard about
He
that.
had
actually.
extreme depression. He had extreme depression.
I've also heard
Yeah,
about
and
it
so
being
he-
used to treat migraines.
I can see it because I did a microdose for like 5 days, but my problem is I'm a fucking addict. And not even like an addict in a sense like I care about. I love doing. I'm a adrenaline addict, I think. So somebody broke that down to me. They're like, you're not an addict to alcoholism or weed or mushrooms. Like you're an adrenaline junkie. So I do mushrooms to like high like volumes. I do fucking acid high volumes, or I fucking drink until like we're obliterated, or I smoke weed until we fucking smoked 3-4 blunts. So apparently, you know, I tried to do the microdosing thing. I had a chocolate bar. I like 4 days in a row, just one piece, like my buddy told me. And by like the 5th day, bro, I ate the whole bar. I was like, well, this is bound to come. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But that was something I got told that made a lot of sense to me because I don't have extreme addiction. Like I've never been one to get addicted to anything, but I'm always one to overdo everything.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
So they said like it was like an adrenaline junkie thing that I have. And I go, that makes sense because there's clearly some kind of addiction because I have one of those once I start, I don't like to stop kind of feelings. And yeah, if I don't start, I don't really care to do anything, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe you're a completionist.
Gotta hit the
Well,
100%.
then why did I pull the trigger? No, I'm just kidding. No, that's not
Yeah,
funny.
doing a
Dark
daily
humor.
just.
Dark humor.
No, it's funny.
Thank
I'm
you,
just
Jordan. Come on.
I'm going after fish right now.
Oh, you fucking so good.
And
What were you gonna say, Casper?
Oh, I was reading Daniel's chat. Big, beautiful mushrooms, quite frankly,
Big,
the best you've ever
Beautiful mushrooms. Quite frankly,
dude, imagine.
the best you've ever
you know what
seen.
show is fucking incredible? Do you know it's become my favorite show? Have you heard of Common Side Effects?
No.
Oh, it's a garbage show. It's about the mushrooms that
What'd you just say?
heal you. It's a garbage.
What the fuck did you
He's
just?
upset.
You said that's
He's
a
upset.
garbage show.
He's
Is that how you
upset.
replied to
Garbage
it?
Yeah.
What do you
Lacking in
consider it
substance.
to be a
Devoid
garbage
of
show?
style.
Have you seen it? Have you seen the show?
I saw the first episode, I want to say.
Okay, and what were your
My
disapproval?
complaints? The depiction of the pharmaceutical industry, for one.
So first off, just because you immediately saw something you didn't like, you stopped watching it.
No, I
Um,
saw the full episode. What are you talking about? I'm a very
no, no, no,
committed
no, no. I'm talking about the
watcher.
series. You watch an episode. You don't get the full scale of the series at that point. Because there's a beautiful segment that they dedicate to the amazing amounts of life-saving medicine that's created by the pharmaceutical industry. And that's only in the 7th episode, but it's a fucking great segment. It goes into detail. But honestly, the show itself, comedic-wise and concept-wise, there's such a deep layer of truth, the way the government gets involved. First off, Jordan, just so you realize what the show's about, a guy, basically a mycologist, discovers a mushroom.
A hippie.
Discovers a mushroom. A hippie discovers a mushroom that can revive you from the dead, that can heal any fresh wounds, that can heal all wounds.
Come
So,
on, dude.
no, Jordan, stop. This isn't meant to be like serious. It's created by Mike Judd, the King of the Hill.
It's a fictional show.
Fucking awesome. It's a cartoon.
I thought you were trying to tell me it was like
cartoon.
Oh,
It's a
okay,
Rick and Morty level
okay.
cartoon. So it's a hilariously awesome show, and the concept, you know, so like to even hear Cosmic's reaction towards something that's supposed to be a Rick and Morty style Mike Judge show, I'm just like, what do you mean garbage show? You know what I mean? Like it's exactly what it's intended to be. You know?
Yeah.
Oh,
I do like Mike Judge.
Yeah, I love Mike
love,
Judge,
I
I
love
love
Mike
his
Judge.
fucking humor, and the concept of the show is not only anti-pharmaceutical.
Plus, he's basically a prophet at this point, honestly.
Who? Yeah, bro. Common Side Effects is so fucking good. It's more.
You know what I'm talking about when I say that, right?
Idiocracy.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about. I'm telling you, man. But everything from King of the Hill and Beavis and Butthead still fucking reign true to these days.
Dude, I
maybe
love
not
King of
Beavis
the
and
Hill.
Butthead as much, but no, King of the Hill, man, still fucking
Love
has
King of the
such
Hill.
a high value to what today's society
What
is
are you
like.
gonna say, Cosmic? Wait, let Cosmic say
I was
something
going
real
to
quick.
say that he did not create it, and he's only a voice actor.
He's an executive producer, and yet they use the same person
Executive
who voiced
producer
Hank
doesn't
Hill.
do shit, and you know
No,
that.
that's
just
not
like a
true, bro. That's not
producer
true.
That is
It's
so
not that he
untrue,
didn't
and I'll fight
create
you on
it.
that.
It's not that he didn't.
Executive
He didn't create
producers?
it. He didn't. No, hold on. Listen to me. They're the money. But
Yeah.
in Mike Judge's point, when you watch the show, it's the same. There's the same voice as Hank Hill. Was that Mike Judge
do love
himself,
that.
or who was the voice? So you hear that
he's the
guy
voice
the whole
actor,
time.
But yeah, he's the voice actor.
So he's
but
a voice
he's-
actor. So all right, hold on. He's an executive producer
Damn it,
and a
Bobby.
voice actor of the show. Jordan, you know how Hollywood works. This guy has
Yeah.
plenty of pull in the show. He did not create the show, but he greenlit it. He's the money that went behind it. So trust me, he has a shit ton of influence in how the show runs.
No, you see, I think you misunderstand. He essentially is such a big star that they had to give him executive producer when they hired him as a voice role. Or like, we have no choice. This is too big a fish.
Yeah, but essentially what that means is he has control
Well, how do
over
you
the
know
show.
that,
You
though?
don't get that title because I work in the fucking
No,
industry.
I
What do you
mean-
No, I
mean?
know that, but
Well,
you don't,
everybody-
dude. Like executive
I
producers don't always
know.
have a say or control over the show.
No,
There are
you're
plenty of
absolutely
times-
fucking wrong.
What do you mean?
And only situations where that exists is like high level Game of Thrones level fucking high value where the success of a singular, this is a pilot fucking show, dude. It's different. The executive producers have so much pull in pilots.
that
They
can
have so much
completely
pull.
change from project to project, and you do know that.
No, man, I'm telling you, in a situation like this, my judge, yeah, but no matter what, dude, it's trying to devalue the fact that he's attaching his name and voice to
I'm
a
not
show
trying
like
to
this.
hang on.
Does not change the
I'm not
fact
trying
that
to
it's not a
devalue that
Mike
at
Judge,
all.
like show.
I'm not trying to
follows
devalue that
in
at all.
line-
All I'm
plus
saying is the
whole concept of
assumption
the show itself
is the
But there's
assumption
something
that he has
that-
like direct control over the show might not be
Guys,
true. That's all I'm
insane.
saying. How do you know that? Like, has he talked about it
Man,
in
dude.
interviews?
No, because the show just dropped. So, but the idea that Mike Judge wouldn't have a type of control, but it depends, dude. It's
Bro,
like also
Steven
understanding.
Spielberg has been an executive producer on a bunch of shit that he didn't do anything.
Bro,
with.
you're out of your fucking mind if you thought Steven Spielberg, if he really felt compelled to want to change the dynamic of something, couldn't.
Yeah. So no, that's true. But how do you know that Mike
That's
Judge?
my Judge
Like
has changed
decided
anything?
to
I
have
don't.
an influence on this. That's
I
all I'm
don't.
saying.
But here's
That's
my
all
point.
I'm saying.
Well, he has
That's all I'm
an
saying.
influence in being labeled as an executive producer. He 1,000% has an influence. I promise you. Because if he disagreed with a piece of writing, he would have voiced that. That's how it goes. And they would go, well, Mike Judge doesn't like this part, so I think we're going to nix it.
Okay. That I mean, that's
Massive
more believable.
influence. But it's the fact that he attached his name to something because he clearly connects to the concept. So no, he has a fucking influence in it.
I don't know.
No matter
It might
what.
be
Otherwise,
good.
I
I'm
don't
not
think
even making any judgments
he's too
about
powerful, bro. He's a creator of shows and movies. He's
He
too
is a
powerful
creator of
to not
shows.
have an influence. To not have an influence. Like, even if he didn't create the show, I promise you, there's like a level of, oh, this is a very Mike Judge like show.
that. Yeah, I mean,
You know what I mean?
Okay. I mean, like I could see that
well,
being
I
the case.
disagree, of course. It's
I haven't
definitely
seen
not
it, so I really don't
anything
know.
like. There's no show. It would not compare to any Mike Judge show. Secondly, there are like 10 executive
It gives me
producers on it.
strong King of the Hill vibes at multiple times. Like, I literally,
What
aside
about it
from
is
voice
like King of the
alone,
Hill?
the fucking cops, every single cop in that situation, all of them, including like the main, bro, the female to the black cop to the other cop that's just like a local police officer. Every single one of those characters, that's 3 characters, main characters, give me King of the Hill vibes.
You mean like they're
The
bad?
hippie is someone like, it would be someone that Hank Hill would make fun of for sure. The main character is someone, but as far as all 3 police officers, the 2 FBI agents or whatever, and then the 1 local cop, all 3 of those are such fucking King of the Hill like characters. Like the way it's written, the way it sounds.
The way it's, I mean, I don't like.
One of them is quite literally Mike Judge's voice alone. So yes, you know what I mean? Like, yes, it sounds like King of the Hill. Whether you agree with the character or not, it's just quite literally by sound sounds, because it's Hank Hill's voice. It's so fucking similar to Hank Hill's voice. It's ridiculous. Other than that, the way he acts is exactly Hank Hill. The entire cop's attitude screams Hank Hill. And then other than that, the other 2 cops scream local southern fucking cops that give fucking King of the Hill vibes. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know how you don't see that.
I mean, I don't know how you see that. I mean, King of the Hill was about like, whatever.
But what?
Family
Did you
in
watch
the
it?
suburbs.
Did you not watch the
I've seen
show,
some
King of the Hill?
episodes.
It sounds like
I have
you've
seen
seen
some
some episodes. My guy, I've seen every episode like 3 times.
Yes.
You're not gonna tell me. Yeah,
So
you know.
how does the troubles of a family in a small town relate to?
All right, bro, my guy, the female FBI agent gives an extreme blonde. You know the blonde girl from King of the Hill? So the blonde girl from King of the Hill is the stupid version of the soft-spoken woman, while the FBI agent of this is Brittany Murphy. God, R.I.P. Brittany Murphy. Thank you, Jordan. So they have an exact character that plays an FBI agent of a soft-spoken FBI agent, but she's an intelligent woman. So it's the same soft-spoken character, my guy. It's the same thing, other than the fact that they changed the intelligence levels. Like, dude, I'm telling you, I could fucking draw comparisons all day of those shows. All day.
What do you mean, Casper? I'm talking to one right now.
What? Talking to what?
She said something.
And Jordan, I'm telling
you. I'm calling her smart.
I'm telling you right now, Jordan, if you watch the shit, you would so feel the fucking King of the Hill comparisons. I'm not saying it's a King of the...
Like an intelligent woman. It's so it was the way that you said it was so funny to me. You were like, an intelligent woman. It's so impossible. The only way to find him is on cartoons.
That was
that's
not my intention.
Not at all
whatsoever.
what Daniel thinks.
No, I know,
Yeah.
I know that's not, but it was just the way that you said
But my point is that the Brittany Murphy character is the very stupid, soft-spoken, easygoing, kind of like conflicted individual. I swear to you, watch Common Side Effects. think of Brittany Murphy, but intelligent, geeky brunette version. And I swear to you, it's got the same
Think
soft
of
spoken.
a
It
completely different
matches.
character, and then you're like, oh my
Man,
god, I'm here. I mean, in a
dude, the
completely different show
voiceovers are the
by
same,
a
bro.
completely
The
different creator, and you're
voiceovers
like,
are the same. It's
it's,
first off, like I said, the 3 cop characters. Those are pure King of the Hill characters, like pure.
I mean, I disagree, but
All right, dude. And you know what? I had one friend, and I won't ever forget this. And it was a gay younger friend of mine who was he loved Olivia Rodrigo. He was hyping up that new Olivia Rodrigo hit. And I went, dude, this is a complete copy of Paramore's big hit song. You guys know both of those? The girl Olivia Rodrigo and the hit Paramore song?
I mean, I know the
You guys
Paramore
know?
song. I
Listen
don't
to
know
the
who
Olivia
Olivia
Rodrigo
Rodrigo
first
is.
hit. But so
is
you
it
missed
Bad
that
For
era
You?
in 2021.
Which Rodrigo track are you talking about?
I'll tell you the 2 tracks. What, of Olivia Rodrigo or of Paramore?
Bad For You, and is it Bad For You, or which one is it
Listen,
Good
dude.
For You? And
Listen, I know
It is,
Paramore because
it
I
is,
listen to music where people play instruments.
Good For You, not Bad For You. Good For You. So the song Good For You sounds exactly, to me, it sounded exactly like the, fuck. They kicked me out?
No, you're here.
No.
we
About my Rocket League chat. I
Oh, on your
fucking
Rocket League.
Googled something for 1 second there, Matt. Oh, they all left. All right. They're clearly pissed.
Uh-oh. What did you
It's
do?
okay, guys. It's
Danny?
okay. I'm trying to be a part of 2 Discords at once. Yeah. It's all right. There's like a real fun Rocket League Discord I'm a part of.
Cool.
And then there's you guys. All right. So anyway, dude, my point. I'm going to go straight back to it. Good For You, Olivia Rodrigo. Then there's the hit Paramore song, which is Misery Business. When
Yeah,
I
Misery
fucking
Business.
showed, dude, when I was first introduced to the song Good For You, my mind immediately clicked. Like, this is clearly a Paramore like cover. It's like a rewrite. And I had one person who was a huge fan of Olivia Rodrigo, and a couple people told me, no, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. Like, it doesn't sound at all like I love Paramore, but it doesn't sound the same to that. Olivia Rodrigo made her own song. And then literally Olivia Rodrigo said, yeah, I pretty much copy coded that shit. Like, she came out and admitted it.
Funny.
That's the same situation I feel like I'm dealing with Common Side Effects right now, talking to Cosmic. That's exactly how I feel. It feels like Deja Vu, which is also an Olivia Rodrigo song. It feels like Deja Vu. It's her second fucking like biggest song compared to a conversation I've already had, dude. I'm telling you right now, there's characters written in Common Side Effects that are fucking copy coded of what was already created in King of the Hill. So, all right, we'll move on from that combo. Because y'all just got to see it.
I absolutely
believe it.
disagree. But yeah,
that's fine. We're allowed to disagree.
I'm sure
you're allowed to be wrong.
Yeah. Oh well.
You said
I
yes.
mean,
You said yes. I said my sentence. You said yes. So we're moving on. Let's just keep moving on.
That most pop music is
winning is
recycled.
so
Yeah,
important to
that's
you.
why I listen
I mean,
to fucking
it's,
based rock music.
All right. So far, Jordan.
Older than divorced dad rock.
Yep.
What?
Dad rock.
Right.
Is that
Older than
What's
divorced dad rock.
what's classified as dad rock?
Older.
Oh, I think like
Brother
AC/DC
rock.
or
That's
something.
It's this really
No, you know what's funny? Here,
revolutionary thing where people with talent play instruments.
Yeah, and then there's a huge fan
Divorced
base,
dad
and
rock
they.
is like Linkin Park, Blink 182. It's kind of like the 90s.
Are you fucking with me?
2000s.
Are you fucking with me? When the fuck did Blink 182 ever become dad rock?
Yeah, I don't
That
know.
is-
About
no,
that.
it's
insane.
I mean, I
in my-
like Blink 182. I'm mad on
And-
Linkin Park, but like I like, you know,
But
I
If
what
mostly
did you
Linkin
like.
Park got defined as dad rock, I'd be okay with
Divorced
that.
dad rock now. Daughtry.
Blink 182 made a song about
Daughtry.
fucking a dog. Made a song about fucking a
Daughtry.
dog. and committing incest.
Look, I like
And you're gonna tell me
grunge.
that
I like
music
classic
falls under the
rock.
genre of dad rock? You know what I'm
Classic
saying
rock is
though?
classic rock. I'm
Dad
talking,
rock
like,
sounds
alternative
like
rock
dad rock
based
sounds like
in the 2000s.
conservative dad music approved.
Right,
That's what it
which is
sounds
shit
like.
that I like.
So, which would
timeline-
never be Blink-182 ever.
Yeah, it's the kind of shit that I like.
My dude, I'm
It's
sorry.
the most
I'm sorry.
popular song of all
We're all
time is
old.
about committing suicide.
We're all old now.
Like, it's fucking not considered. It's old, but it's still not considered dad rock. It's like saying, hey,
It's considered dad rock now.
just
I'm
because
sorry.
hold on.
Yeah, time has moved
Just because
on, and we
just
are in
because
time,
the
as
80s
you're aware.
hold on, no, hold the fuck on, let me finish this. Just because the 80s was considered like an era of techno doesn't mean we'd ever call Metallica or Megadeth a techno fucking band. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Because they're not the
just
genre.
because they're not, but they came up in the 80s, which was the disco
They're not the
era.
same
So we
genre.
wouldn't.
You
And
would never call
Blink
Metallica
182 is not the same as a dad rock genre. I'm telling you.
It's not a genre. It's a timeline. A time period.
Well, a timeline
So
is
a
the
classic
disco
rock is
era. A
considered
disco era is a timeline, not just a genre. A disco era is an era. Is my point. That's
Right.
why my point
Dad
was
rock
being
is
made.
an era. Of course, dad rock is an era.
And we would never define Megadeth or Metallica, who came up in the 80s, as the disco era. They're not. It's the same way Blink-182 is not a part of the dad rock era. That's my point.
I mean, which part of this are you misunderstanding? They call it dad rock because if you go to a Blink-182 concert, it's full of dads.
One more time. The part you're
There you go.
misunderstanding is what's considered dad approved music is dad rock.
It's not dad
That's
approved.
Does not. I mean, like
You're wrong. You're wrong. The reason
Just
Creed
Google-
is dad rock. Creed is dad rock.
Oh man, I fucking
There's-
love Creed.
Daniel, you just gotta get used to it.
Fucking
Creed
love
too.
Creed, dude.
But that's dad rock. That's dad rock. That's allowed to be dad rock. My point is there's certain the same way some music can be watched with a family, other music shouldn't be watched with the family. Blink 182. You wouldn't call Eminem a family rapper.
Bro,
You know, you
wait,
just
hang
wouldn't.
on.
Even
hang
though
on,
everybody
hang
in
on,
the
hang on,
kids
hang
have
on,
heard the
hang
Real
on,
Slim
wait,
Shady.
hang on. Would you consider Led Zeppelin to be dad rock?
Yes.
Okay.
No, it's
Do
classic
you know there's
Classic rock.
No, but
But
by
that-
your
my dad listened to
by your sort of definition of what dad
Correct.
rock is, right?
Correct.
You know
Yes.
there's a song called Custard Pie that's an entire euphemism for wet vagina?
Yeah, but it's so vague that it's allowed to be said. It's the same way that a fucking cartoon show told an adult joke and only the adults understand it in the theater.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not too invested on what is considered
My guy,
dad
Blink
rock.
182 is like, I'll fucking jerk this chicken off on stage in front of you. Like, it's a different fucking band. It's not like, you know what I mean? It's not something you take your
You're
kids
fighting,
to
like,
without getting
events that
yelled
don't
at by the
exist.
grandma. It's not something you take your kids to without getting yelled at. But it's a fucking different, high-level, rebellious style band. I just wouldn't define it as dad rock. You know what I mean? It's
Okay.
just, it's so aggressively vulgar. Like, you might just think of their hits, and because of all the small things, you're like, that's dad rock. And I would agree. All the small things is dad rock. That one song. But that's like saying the Real Slim Shady is a fucking family song. And then you go see Eminem, and he's like fucking stabbing a fucking blow-up doll of his wife on stage. Like, that's what he would do. The same thing with Blink-182. It's like, oh, if you took your fucking kids to see Blink-182, you might walk out.
Eminem
You might
isn't
walk out
rock,
being
though.
considered a bad parent. Bro, I'm saying two different genres. One rap, one rock. Bro, you might take your fucking kid to see MC Hammer. That's okay. You take your kid to see Eminem, it's a problem. You take your kid to see Creed, that's okay. You take your kid to see Blink-182, that's a problem. I'm telling you, dude. Those were different genres of
when you
music
say-
in the sense that one was socially acceptable, one was considered the rebellion.
All right, now
when I say dad
I'm gonna
rock-
ask you to let Casper make her whole point without interrupting her.
Well, you can interrupt
All
me a
right.
bit.
No,
Okay,
I
you're
don't want to
getting
interrupt you. I
genre.
just want to call Jordan a condescending asshole. But then
There you
go ahead.
go.
I mean,
love
for
it.
a
Okay, you're getting
confused man,
genre?
you don't
Okay.
really.
For Daniel. I say that because I'm typing to Daniel too. Discord Daniel, you're getting genre, era, and rating confused. And when I say dad rock, I'm assuming from what you're saying, it's dad approved rock, which means a parent can have a kid listen to it.
Yeah, that's why I said
That's not what I'm saying.
verbatim.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying when I say divorced dad rock,
No,
I'm
but
saying that people
I'm sorry.
that
That's
are
why I
age
said
that are,
verbatim. That's what I
I'm
believe.
saying-
Like that's why I said verbatim, and that's what I believe. Yes.
when I say, because I'm clarifying myself, when I say divorced dad rock or dad rock, it's now because we are now the age of being dads. What we grew up with, like Linkin Park and Blink 182, is our music the way that our fathers, I'm assuming yours is a conservative like mine is, grew up on AC/DC, Led Zeppelin, and The Who, and all that stuff.
Fuck yeah!
That's what I'm trying to say. So when I say
Real men's music.
that shit is now divorced dad rock or dad rock, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying it's an era, not necessarily a rating like you're saying, or mixing genres like you're saying Eminem mixed with the disco. Yeah, I don't know where you got that, but I'm not saying anything.
Well, I think I would argue, in
No,
the
he
era
defined it
that we.
himself, and then he proceeded to lose his
Excuse
mind
me?
for like 2 minutes there.
What'd you say? What'd you say?
I said you defined after she said dad rock, you defined the
Yeah.
term, and then you proceeded to lose your mind. I don't know, fighting demons about dad approved music. I believe is how you defined the term.
No, when I said that, that's not what I meant. I did not mean rating. I meant time, like eras, like timeline.
Right, and I already explained it, and so I explained it.
You guys
in the
have
same
different
sense.
definitions. If you guys have different definitions,
Semantics.
then you're going to be yes, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm clarifying. I'm like, that's not what I meant.
Cool. So, would you still define, like, have you heard of When We Were Young Fest?
Yes.
Yes.
So you think all of those bands?
It's in the
are
title,
dad rock?
dog.
Well, no, because some of them are not. Like Sleep Token is not.
I don't know who that is.
They are now alternative rock now.
Oh, that's why I don't know who they are.
Or alternative metal now. So, well, you should definitely listen to Sleep Token. Oh, that's baby making metal right there.
I think we're a decade away from the When We Were Young Fest to be considered the Dad Fest, but I do think that there's still a decade distance. When you discuss all those bands like The Who, Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, whoever, I mean, you're fucking naming 60s and 70s bands with 80s being the latest. I'm born in 93. When I first started even hearing any of this from my parents, earliest memory is the 2000s. So like that's at that point when my parents are in their late 30s, 40s, and they're explaining to me and getting me into a full discography of all that music. Why I consider it dad rock, or I consider anything dad rock.
Wait, do you want me to get it?
It wasn't dad rock until usually I was reaching middle school, and that's all. I don't think the music I grew up on yet has reached like my friends' children or in middle school yet, because the majority of my friends who have children, they're all 7 or so. The oldest ones maybe like 13, but it's still not like dad rock. Blink 182 doesn't define dad rock to me. There are bands before that era that were right there. Maybe it's towing the line.
Nope, over here.
But also when you have certain bands that were like, I could let my kid listen to this. It's also a new generation. It's like our parents' generation of music we were all allowed to listen to. And like the most dangerous song. The most dangerous song. There was like, oh, should I show my son that? Was She's My Cherry Pie. You know what I mean? Like that was the fucking scariest song you could show your children. Our generation's got next level of violence of fucking music that has emerged.
No, that's untrue. That is untrue.
Oh my God.
I mean, come
I
on.
think
Rap
Mika
culture is
ate the
so
3.
beyond, even rock culture is so beyond
Mika.
what our parents grew up with. It's insane to think that's not true. It's insane to think it.
Just because it was covered with
guys,
movements
I'm
and poetry
pretty
doesn't mean
sure
it wasn't equally as
Mika
violent.
ate the 3 off the front of
I'm
his
sorry.
hat.
Jordan overpowered the fuck out of the chat. I didn't hear a thing.
Yeah, because it's my fucking
15
stream.
different things right now.
All right, well, fuck you, dude. Did you not like the conversation of fucking...
I just had a
Nice
revelation that Mika ate the 3
I like
off of her hat.
Good,
She
dude.
ate
She
it.
finally got to enjoy her birthday. You were controlling her too much. Let her eat for free. You're a fucking commie, dude. Just let her eat the cake.
Wow! Unbelievable. Unreal. You give me no respect. No respect at all.
No,
Alright,
you're mentioning like
Oh, no,
you're
here it
mentioning like
is.
3 or 4 different things that
It's
mean
stuck on her.
that have nothing to do with what we're discussing. You
What
keep
I
going back to
define dad
rating.
rock.
You keep going back to rating. That is not when I make the claim that music is dad rock. Has nothing. The rating has nothing to do with
Oh
it.
no, we have
So
two
I don't know.
But
Daniels.
why?
This is
Why?
gonna
All
be
right, hear
confusing.
me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. One more time.
Buenas noches,
Why
Del
could we?
Gupster.
Why could we
Hey.
label something as dad rock if a dad wouldn't let their children listen to it?
Because it's the age. Again, it's about
No,
age
but
and
if their
era.
dad, the age and era is fine. But if a dad would not let their child listen to it, you know what I mean?
I'm not
How could you
saying
define
They
it as
listen
dad
to
rock?
it.
You can
I'm
call
not
it
They
saying.
listen
I'm
to
many
it.
not
different
saying.
things.
Casper.
Dad rock has a so dad rock is a term that was used even when I was in middle school, and Creed was still considered dad rock, even though it was a brand new fucking band.
God, Creed
You know what
is
I mean?
so fucking good though.
Like that is considered. That's the
But we
problem
have
with this
6 feet from
conversation.
the
Is
edge. I don't know why
you're relating it
explaining
That's
that.
too
the
much
reason
to
why I haven't
timeline when
brought up
certain
Creed.
bands could emerge
Hold me
even in the
now.
modern generation and
I'm
still be
6
considered
feet
dad rock.
from the
Brother
edge.
rock is the way they call it now, but that was at one point called a dad band. Promise you, I grew up with it. I got the fucking albums on my Christmas. You know, like I got told, "Oh, you got the dad band."
Oh,
You know what I mean? I
everybody's
heard
coming
those
in on
words.
this conversation. That was
So,
not a
you
manatee,
know,
that
it's
was a
just-
Greenland shark, okay?
What are you fucking playing, Jordan? What is going on?
Dave the Diver.
Hey,
But my
big
point
homie
is
Daniel Liddick. Daniel Liddick.
Welcome in,
Daniel
Daniel.
Liddick. I fucking love you,
Finally.
boy. You are my fucking soul
Hey,
animal,
Scarecrow
dude.
back? Scarecrow?
Casper, what's
Scarecrow's
up?
Sounds like a
back.
scarecrow.
Welcome back.
Everybody's here right
Wow.
now.
I pissed
Thank you,
everyone
Lon.
off,
This
and I
is
love
Miss
it.
Candy.
Actually, I did. Daniel did.
Everybody's
Oh
in
shit,
this
we got
bitch.
I don't
Cosmic
piss anyone
Stray.
off. Okay,
We
I'm
got
not
Cosmic Stray in here
trying to hurt
too.
his soul.
Holy shit. Cosmic,
Yep.
love you to death. Oh my god, the fam.
Everybody up in y'all.
Hello.
No, get
The
back in
Swede
here.
isn't here. That's true. Steel
You're on
isn't
the
here.
chat. Get back in here. I want your opinion.
Who?
Joe, Sleepy Joe.
Joe.
Sleepy Joe.
All right.
Senor Joe.
I would love to hear from Joe too, just to know he's alive. You ever feel like that Joe's a robot?
Bro, that
and
dude
he
is
goes into,
always
like,
fucking
sentry
alive, bro. That dude
I'm the
is
only one
always
here who wants
alive,
to be
bro.
a
mode. I don't think.
We know
You know,
this.
it's funny. I believe the opposite. I believe Joe's never even lived.
What?
No, actually, he's giving me some really good gym advice. So,
I bet
Joe's
he's
dope.
full of great advice.
Joe's good dude.
oh, we like Joe.
Yeah.
We disagree with him, but we like him. You, on the other hand, you're pissing me off. You keep.
I don't know,
Whoa!
man.
What did?
I
Are
don't
you
know,
talking
man.
to me? What did I do?
I don't know, man.
This
Joe
is a fact
talks
I
to me.
have.
Joe talks to me like I'm some 7-year-old stepchild, man. I got a
All
problem
right,
with Joe.
hold on, real quick,
Oh, let's
Scarecrow.
not
Go to
start this
mute
again,
I
again.
love you.
guys.
No,
Go to mute.
no,
I'm just kidding.
no, facts. I love Joe. I love Joe. And Daniel, I love you too, man. I love you guys.
Oh,
There
thank you.
we
Dude, apparently
go.
I'm pissing off Casper. I don't even
But
know what I've done.
god damn.
Casper.
I'm just
Okay.
arguing a
No,
definition.
she's just trying
it's
to.
semantics.
She's trying to stir the pot a little bit. But no, she believes very clearly that she is correct. And yes, you
Dude,
guys
that's
are
the greatest
arguing
part of a
semantics.
human being. Is I also firmly believe what I believe.
Your
It's
definition
crazy.
is so
No, I feel
wishy-washy.
so
Your
tired. They
definition
don't have
Nope.
any objections.
My
They're
definition
cool
is
with it.
stern.
so extra layered. Where
It
I
could be
had
written
a very clear
contract,
definition
be
of what my
honest.
definition was.
Where the
And
fuck
you
has
keep
Candy
adding
been all night, by the way?
Casper, hear me out. Hear me out one more time. She's probably finding.
He was just
finding
ripping me a new asshole
Hold
about
on. Casper,
Tiny.
hear me out. I'm
Yeah.
gonna explain it one more time. When Creed
don't do
first
it.
came
Don't
out
do it.
and I first got my albums, like ever from Creed, that shit was still called dad rock, even though it was brand new at that time. You know what I'm saying? Like it was always considered dad rock, and to this day, dad rock is more timeless than you think. You're thinking of generation. Like that shit's Gen Z music, that shit's boomer music, that shit's whatever. But that's not considered dad rock. There's like a sound approved rock that's considered dad rock. And Blink 182 has never been considered dad rock. And that's my final statement.
That's his thesis.
Maybe current dad rock. Maybe current dad rock. I'm a single dad of 3 kids, and I be listening to Blink all the fucking time. So yeah, maybe current dad rock.
We got in the chat too.
Stop trying to eat your hat.
I will agree with you.
But you listen to the hits, bro.
Let her
Like
talk.
if you
Let her
listen,
talk.
my bad.
I will agree with you that Creed. There's a reason why I didn't mention Creed, because when it came out, it was automatically a part of that genre. It was automatically part of dad rock. There's a reason.
And
why
also automatically based.
Agreed. Absolutely, yes.
As an alcoholic, I'm not gonna fucking attest to Creed, dude.
What a
They
fucking
were,
crazy moment.
they
Because
were
I
drinking
feel the same way.
I love Creed. But I want to hear what Casper
Giving
was
love
saying.
Creed.
Somebody, for God's sake, somebody let Casper finish her sentence.
I love you,
I'm
Casper.
agreeing with this for Daniel. To a point that dad rock when we were growing up, because he's about my age. I think he's closer to my age than you guys are. And when certain bands came out, they were automatically considered dad rock.
Wait a minute. I'm the oldest fuck in here. I'm going to know this more than anybody.
I thought SleepyJoe. No, just because you're older doesn't mean you know better.
That's
You got a musical
literally what it
theater background.
always
I had a music
means.
background. Very different. Sorry, I had to throw that out there.
No, I mean, I don't know. I never really thought about the term dad rock, in all honesty.
No, and I don't, again, okay, and so what I was trying to say for like the past 20 minutes is I don't make the names, okay? I'm just letting you know what the generations after you and me, Discord Daniel, are saying about the rock that we grew up with. It's now considered dad rock. Well, specifically divorced dad rock.
Casper, what do you think about Crossfade?
I love Crossfade. I listen to it all the time.
Okay, all right, cool. Yeah, I fuck with Crossfade. I don't fuck with Creed anymore, but I fuck
No!
The early 90s to early 2000s, maybe to 2010 is like my music.
Creed was kind of like ultra
Not tell
nationalist,
by the
like
black
they were
lipstick
doing.
on my fucking profile picture. I have a very specific taste.
Give me 60s all the way through to like the mid 2000s, and that's me.
I like 60s,
No.
but
I
oh,
respect
man.
60s.
Creed and Nickelback is where I fucking pump the brakes, dude. Like,
I
don't do
actually
Creed or
delineate
Nickelback.
between Creed and Nickelback. I love Creed. Nickelback's a step too far for me.
How do you feel about POD?
Like
Fine,
the
they're
couple
one hit
songs I
wonder,
know
we're
are
drunk,
fine,
so-
I guess, but they're kind of weird.
Okay. All right. That was like early like agnosticism. Like they were talking about Jesus, but they didn't believe in Jesus.
Yeah,
so-
remember I was raised Jewish. Creed I felt
True.
like was general enough with their lyrics that it wasn't like
Their live shows were crazy though.
Come on, bro.
man.
You just love that voice and guitar, dude. You know you
I mean,
gotta
I
like
like-
lyrics.
great. Yeah,
Just sounded
I'm
right.
Just gonna, they sound so good. They're so good. They're getting a resurgence now
Creed
too,
is
right?
good. Creed is good.
They did because they got like the Nickelback treatment for many years.
Yeah.
True.
Both of them.
I had
Which
to
is
quietly be
ridiculous, too,
like,
'cause
I like Creed,
I'm gonna be honest.
man.
Did Nickelback become like the fucking rock era Dane Cook? Like they just became bigger than they should have been, so then they got a bunch of
Dane
shit
Cook
for it
is
afterwards.
actually underrated.
It doesn't change the fact that they still weren't
Oh
good.
my god,
They
Dane
were
Cook
good.
is such a hack. How can you say that?
Dane Cook
Okay,
had the
so I
Kool-Aid
would
joke.
argue Andrew Tosh is fucking
And I fucking
Daniel Tosh
I
was
love
good at what he did.
the
Dane
Kool-Aid
Cook
joke.
stole a lot of his jokes from Tosh.
No, let me tell you
So I
something,
would
dude. Daniel
say-
Tosh, I saw him live. I saw him on a drop-in set, bro. I was just watching a show at the Improv, and he walked in. There was, I'm not even exaggerating, there was 30 people. And he immediately opened with, bet you didn't expect this tonight. fucking Daniel
right.
Tosh. He just right off the rip said, fucking Daniel Tosh just dropped in. Well, I just got big news today, so I just wanted to share with somebody. I had to go out immediately. Like, I just found out my girlfriend's pregnant. And everyone started cheering and clapping. It's only 30 people in the crowd. And he goes, stop fucking clapping. She didn't get the abortion. Like, he just opens with that. And I was like, yeah, let's go, dude. It's Daniel Tosh. It's Daniel Tosh. And I was like, yes, let's go. And then he did 15 minutes, man. He did 15 minutes. And it felt like that nonstop, beat for beat. But at one point, he told some joke. I think it was like a fat girl joke or something like that. And it got no laughs. It got like no laughs. And in the crowd, it got like a couple chuckle like laughs. And I even watched his rebuttal to when he bombed because he was trying out new shit. Like, that's how a comedy club is. A lot of people don't get it, but all that shit you see on TV, somebody spent years perfecting it, and he's just trying new shit out. Dude, as soon as he bombed, he said this. He goes, "Oh, 3 of you laughed out of 30 people." He's like, I do fucking shows for 3,000 people. That means 300 people are laughing. I'm keeping it in the set. And I was like, yo, this guy's funny. Yeah, I was like, oh, this guy's a professional. Like, everything he dealt with,
level, bro. Like,
he's actually phenomenal live. I mean, I've seen him 2 times now. Once on the pop-in was cooler than when I actually saw him. Because I don't know what it was, but like, he had such a fucking raw energy when he did the pop-in. Like, when I saw him for an actual set, it was like they introduced him, he jumped up, he did his set, it was hilarious, he jumped off. But when he did the pop-in set, there was something because nobody was in the crowd. Like, it's 30 people, but it seats like fucking 150, 200. So 30 people feels like nothing in a seating like that. You know what I mean? He just jumped right in there and just started fucking talking to everybody. And it was the funniest shit I've seen. But yeah, no, he's great. I love Daniel Tosh.
Well, that's like kind of the last like true leftist comedian as far as I'm concerned. Like,
nah, there's a lot of great comics, bro. There's a lot of great comedians. There's some that just aren't. Daniel Tosh is rich, bro. A lot of people just don't realize how fucking rich he is, but he's like $150 million worth. Like, he's like successful. It's a different level. And there's a lot of comedians that might not have broken the 7-figure mark that are still very fucking funny, regular working comedians. Next level, hilarious comedians. Daniel Tosh broke a code. Like, him and Rob Dyrdek, they did something different. Like, they broke codes. Daniel Tosh took over Comedy Central and Rob Dyrdek took over MTV. It's very insane the way that dynamic turned out. Like, literally like contractually. Like, the way Daniel Tosh took over Comedy Central is fucking crazy. The way Rob Dyrdek took over MTV is fucking crazy. Both of those guys, they both have a very similar personality. Daniel Tosh is a stand-up comedian mastermind. Rob Dyrdek is a fucking great entrepreneur. And yet they both took over those networks.
I don't know who Ron Dyrdek is.
Yeah, he became massive for MTV. He was
skateboarder dude.
He had 3 TV shows. Skateboarder dude is just the only way to describe him. He's like a skateboarder dude. Yeah. And he fucking copy and pasted Tosh.0. It was crazy the way he did it. But he did it exactly for fucking MTV. And he had 3 shows on MTV, and he fucking just eventually worked his way into the network so large that he took over like ownership. And same, not so much in a sense with Tosh. Tosh didn't take ownership of Comedy Central.
Oh no!
But he took over the hours. He took over Tosh.0, like dominated the fucking hours that Comedy Central was on, and that was all through negotiations with his agency and that network. So those 2 people, man, they took over entire networks.
I thought Tosh.0 was like a 30-minute show.
Tosh.0 is a fucking reaction show, dude. It's no different than the thousands of things that are on YouTube.
It was just like a YouTube clip show.
Literally
but
just like a
pretty
more
much
inappropriate version of American Home Videos.
Pretty much, yeah, exactly. And yet it dominated Comedy Central because they needed to become just a regular fucking show that could keep people watching. And so they had to do the most short form content show they have on that network in order to constantly keep people watching. And so his contracts just became like dominant of the entire network.
Oh, I just assumed that Jon Stewart was probably the dominant.
Jon Stewart would be
force.
incredible. Jon Stewart taking over not just like the Daily Show, but like a different kind of network. Like if he took over like MSNBC. Like imagine what like that world would be, like a Jon Stewart led MSNBC.
I mean, it'd be kind of
Oh, it'd
weird.
be terrible
though, right?
because he's yeah, he's not. A
I
reporter.
think MSNBC is already in such a insane, crashing, failing state that a new leadership would be like the revival kind of needed. I think there's like a whole thing for the Democratic Party that needs to be like just revived. There's so many people that are like, oh, AOC is our next president. You know how many people believe that? Like, more than you should allow. You know what I mean? Because you'll never win that way. If you fucking have AOC running for presidency next election, I
Not
feel
in
like
the
you
next
guys
election.
are fucked.
I've said I think she just needs more time. She could be, but not in this next election. It'd have to be like
It won't be 2020.
what?
She gonna run.
It might be 32 or 36. I'm thinking
Yeah.
36.
She gonna run, bro. She gonna run 2028.
No, I don't think so.
I hope not. She's not gonna win.
Yeah, I don't think she will run in 28.
How about the fact that Reagan ran 3 times? Dude, I'll tell you, if she runs in 28, 32, and 36, then I'll be like, okay, you know what? Maybe we got a real leader here. What if she runs on Make America Great Again by 36? That would be
You
iconic.
realize that she'd be making it great again off of Trump, right? That would be her whole thing if that's what she was saying.
What if she was like, we flipped the meaning. Nazis don't mean Nazis anymore. Make America Great Again doesn't mean Make America Great Again anymore. It means Make America Great before it was great considered to these people, plus asterisk, 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 and then...
Casper says, I think if AOC does MAGA, I'd believe in body snatchers.
Sweet, dude. I already believe in They Live, man. Have you not seen what Roddy Piper said?
Oh
Hey,
my
dude, Roddy Piper
God.
said that show was a documentary, man.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh my god, can I tell you some of the most unhinged MAGA QAnon bullshit that I've been hearing?
Oh,
All right, let's see how much of it I agree
bet
with.
you can.
Please.
Let's see how much of it he
Please.
agrees with.
I'm
Yeah.
No, I mean this shit is unhinged. This shit is like not okay. So
Oh,
the one
you
that
sweet
just
summer
popped up
child.
into my head is that the one that just popped up into my head that you reminded me of is that whoever they are, the Illuminati or whatever, globalist, fucking vampiric, eating babies bullshit, that are running the world secretly, cabal, they have to, according to some sort of rules, have to explain or tell us what they are going to do, and a lot of these are theys are like full capitalized. What they are gonna do.
Praise
So they're
believe.
no. Wait.
God.
So they put it inside of movies. So when we watch movies like alien movies or some weird vampire movie or some unhinged fucking bullshit movie, they have to tell us. So that's why some of these,
I feel so tired.
in the
Says,
rules that they
hasn't
have to
anyone figured out that the Hollywood guy who produced Avatar and the Hollywood guy who is guy or just the Hollywood?
Cameron.
The Hollywood who produced Avatar and
Hollywood.
the Hollywood who produced They Live are the same fucking guys.
that's the one that popped into my head. It's
Hold
late,
on,
so
hold
I
on.
haven't been able to explain
Wait,
it
you're
all the
good.
way.
You're good. Hold on. No, you can't just leave off one example. You're supposed to at least tell 3. That's just rule of law.
The rule of 3.
But
And the
before you do
third
that,
one and the third
the
one
rule of
has to
3.
be the funny one, right?
The funny one, yeah, always, or the most.
It's the
extreme
rule of
one.
3.
Now,
the first 2 are
now,
supposed to
really
be
quick,
normal, and then the
get to
third
next
one is
two-
supposed to be
nah.
funny.
Like, give me a sec. Give me.
Emails aren't funny, remember?
Huh?
Nobody said that. What did you say? Girls aren't funny? Dude, have you ever heard of Joan Rivers? You should get familiar. Fucking one of the funniest people I've ever known.
Eh, maybe.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
would disagree.
Been a while since I've listened
man,
to her.
I don't
No,
think you guys know
wait,
stand-up
let me just-
specials.
Let me just think of a couple others. But that was the one that popped into my head just now.
You guys are probably used to the Johnny Carson interview, but the stand-up specials, Joan Rivers is one of the greatest.
Oh, that there's like 5 different clones of Joe Biden. There's that one. There's the
Dude, Tina Fey and Amy Poehler are fucking funny. Okay.
Oh
They're
my
funny.
God, some of the greatest.
Yeah.
Dude, Mean Girls is one of the greatest.
Dude, Cherry
comedies of all time.
O'Terry, fucking Rachel Dratch. Come on.
Now, real quick. I didn't.
SNL
I didn't.
legends.
So, all right. So, Biden clones, Hollywood propaganda, Hollywood.
it's not propaganda. It's not propaganda.
Subliminals, Hollywood's demonic subliminals. You
There we
think Hollywood demonic subliminals are a conspiracy and not truth? That's okay. I can argue that all fucking day, dude.
See, I told you, Casper, you were underestimating him.
I can argue that one all day. I know it exists. What the fuck you mean? I work in this industry. Anyway, hold on. And then give us a third.
This one has to be the funny one.
Oh, it's not gonna be funny though.
But that's the rule of
We can make a
three.
joke out of it. Jordan, we can make a joke out of anything.
Well, I'm
It
not
doesn't
funny. I'm
matter.
not a comedian.
You don't have to be. Just tell
It's
us your third.
comedian.
I'm
No,
just a
tell us
housewife.
your impress
All I
you.
do. All
Just
I
tell
do.
us your
I'm just a
third. Oh my
housewife.
God. Just tell us your third.
The one that's floating around right now, it has been for a while, but that there's serpent imagery inside of the Vatican. So therefore the Pope is now Satan.
Satan Pope.
Dude, I mean, I don't know what Christian doesn't believe that, but it is a massive distrust between. You gotta understand something about the Pope. That's Catholicism. There's a lot of Christians that don't fuck with Catholics.
Still an
No.
Abrahamic religion. Still counts.
No, there's a lot of Christians that don't
The
fuck with
only
Catholics.
Abrahamic religion that I
Dude,
don't.
A lot of children have been molested, and a lot of people still
Super-
want to believe in Christ. So
They
what
do the
you
same
got to
thing.
recognize, no, man, I'm
Christians do the
telling
same
you,
thing.
Catholicism has a fucking demonic spirit to it, and I feel strongly about that. I don't know, man. There's
What the hell are you talking about?
most
Bro,
judgment.
you guys.
They're like the
God
fucking
God
Islamists. They're like the Islamists of Christianity. Like it's an
Christians do the
extreme
exact
fucking
same
point.
rituals.
No,
It's not that
Christians
not
are
that
only
different. You guys
judgmental in
believe
the
the
same way your
exact
high
same-
school fucking classmates are. But Catholicism has an abuse of power. And so there is a difference between those two. And
Yeah, but
it's
if you ask
pretty
me, it's
evident. And
all crazy.
that's because you're
Yeah.
you're a fucking atheist, dude.
Damn right I
you-
am. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, so I don't want to hear your opinion on it. You know, just stay away
The
from
only Abrahamic religion that I technically don't go that hard on is Judaism. That's the only one I don't go as hard on.
Fuck yeah, so based.
Oh, it's because it's the Old Testament.
No, I
All right,
love
so
it,
here,
dude.
here. Wait, Casper.
Oh, no,
hold
that's
the
not the
fucking-
right
hold
reason,
the
though.
phone.
The
Hold the
proper
phone.
reason
Let me
is
say
that they
something
don't.
real quick. Let me say, you might not go hard on Judaism, but like, you know, if you were to put them into like levels, like how hard do you go on Christianity compared to how hard do you go on, you know, Islam?
Equally.
I'd say because I was raised
Fuck you,
Christian.
dude.
Because I was raised Christian, I go harder on Christian. I know it better.
Study
But
more.
I'm actually the hardest. But if I'm gonna
Muslim
be
religion.
perfectly
Study
honest, if
more
I'm gonna be
of
the
their
hardest,
culture, their
the thing that I'm the
nations,
hardest
their
on is
fucking
Mormonism.
takeover Africa.
Hang on,
and
let her
slavery.
talk. Let her talk.
The hardest ones. The ones that I actually really do pound on, unless you like really get under my skin. The ones that I actually pound on is Mormonism and fundamentalism.
Well, that's fine because they're very cultist, and that makes sense. That Mormonism is something
But
that
they
you
still are
fucking want to.
considered
But
Christians.
yeah,
So
dude, I rather my daughter become a fucking Mormon which would be the worst of the Christians and like Christianity, than almost anything related to the Muslim religion. That shit is such an extreme. And go ahead and go watch the movie Not Without My Daughter. I know it's just movies, but they're based on true stories, and there's a like certain realness that you can't read.
All the
There's certain
Satanists
realness you can't read.
telling us
You can't
exactly what they're
read.
trying to do.
Man, dude,
Hollywood.
the Islam nation is so fucking extreme. And what is going on in the entire world? When you look up the top 10 countries with the highest humanitarian crisis of the
happening
world,
I better not get a strike on YouTube for fucking hate
That's
speech.
happening.
It's not hate speech. All I just said was a fact just now. All I said was a 100% proven, easily Googleable fact. How could I be struck on saying the top 10
No, you're not going to get struck. I'm going to get struck.
Sorry, what
All right,
are the top 10
cause
again?
problems. The top 10 highest humanitarian crises of
Yeah,
the
give me the
world
names of the countries.
All right, let's Google them. Probably like Sudan, Afghanistan, Morocco, Somalia. Let's see,
have Morocco
I'm
in
looking
there?
for my phone. I don't know. I just threw it in there. Morocco, a pretty cool country.
Oh yeah. But,
Yep.
All right, what happened? Oh,
damn,
damn.
we're
We lost
bleeding
2 people.
everybody. It is past the
I'm gonna be
usual
honest.
end time of the stream.
It is though. It is.
Yeah.
It is. They both popped off without who left just now? Daniel Liddick and who else?
Scarecrow and Joe.
But Joe hasn't said anything when we were all trying to talk to him, so he was possibly gone for a while.
It was super windy where he was.
There's like 5 people that all tried to say, "Hey Joe, what are you doing?" I remember that moment, and he never replied.
He's AFK. He's been a bro. He's been having the stream.
All right, here we go.
Oh my god!
Yeah, man. Afghanistan.
Wow.
What I
Candy
missed?
shows up
I
at
finally
the
found-
end.
Oh my god. Yo, Candy, hear me out.
What's up,
10
baby?
countries with the worst humanitarian crises of the world. You ready?
Okay.
All right.
Sure.
Sudan, Syria, Gaza, Afghanistan, Congo, Yemen, Ethiopia, Somalia, Burkina Faso. Sudan alone accounts for the largest humanitarian crisis on record, with 30.4 million people requiring assistance. Sudan is getting fucking devastated. That's why I mentioned it to you like a week ago. Remember, Jordan?
Yeah, I'm aware of the.
But remember when I was like,
situation
you know,
in
you were
Sudan.
talking about something, I was like, we should talk about Sudan. And you're like, what about Sudan? And I was like, fucking
Yeah, but
going
you
on there.
know they're trying to Handmaid's Tale it up over here, right?
Where's here?
What I've been saying.
In the United States.
Lydic is here?
Handmaid's
Oh my
Tale
fucking
here.
god. I'm gonna
What
lose my
happened?
shit.
Biden's where?
Wait, what?
Lydic is here? Daniel Lydic is in
Dupolino.
chat? Oh my fucking
Oh
god.
my god. Daniel Lydic.
Okay, Daniel, you chime in. Not Discord,
Explain
Daniel, the other one.
Okay, I'm
Now that you're
confused.
finding
So, well, what's the thing?
I don't know.
Are we just
Daniel's
talking about
Discord. Daniel's trying to say that
I
Islam,
don't
the
know.
religion, is worse than Christianity.
It doesn't
through
matter.
acts of
Judaism's the
they've
best.
done.
We don't care.
Atheism's the best.
Ooh,
Well,
you
we're
got
talking
one
about
person, dude.
actual
You
like
cannot beat Christian
religions,
countries.
okay?
All right.
Atheism's not a
Okay.
religion.
Paganism's the best. Fuck you, all you guys.
Paganism?
Wow.
Oh.
No. We went there. I think you're really gonna get banned right now, Jordan.
Banned on
Yeah,
Talk about
probably.
paganism. Talk about paganism and shit.
Why would that get me banned?
No, I mean,
Paganism,
considering
no.
the
Islam,
conversation
yes.
tonight, I doubt that's going to be the thing that does it.
Yeah.
Well, paganism is very vague. I think you have to. Is it like
Post
nature
Christianity, if you want to
worship?
be real about it.
Oh, I guess that could be interesting.
But no, you are right, Cosmic. You are right, though. Paganism is really big. I mean, you got like the Nordic pagans that the Nazis took over. You got, you know, your Slavic pagans. You got your New Age pagans, which are a mix. You got the pagans who believe in the Egyptian gods. You got the pagans who believe and then you got all the New Age white woman paganism.
But you gotta understand, Casper, the pagans that
Hinduism.
believe in the Egyptian gods, those are the only ones that got
Well,
it right.
Hinduism is its own. When I say paganism, I mean stuff that with no names, or names that are so old that you know they
The
don't have
Egyptian
names.
gods, they got it right. I want to become a new religion that believes like Jesus came from the Egyptian gods. How do I invent a new religion,
Heretic.
Jordan? Please explain it to me.
Heretic.
You just make it up.
Does any
You
quick question?
do what fucking L. Ron Hubbard
Heretic,
did.
Heresy.
Quick question. Does any
Pharisee
religion
over here.
believe still in the Greek gods? No.
Yeah, the
Huh?
New Age pagans.
Okay. Just wondering.
I feel so tired.
Yeah, I
Says
think
what
it
makes
just
all that
means
possible
worship
is the
and
later
nature.
imposition of theology, aka Greek rationality, used to pursue heretics. It's the same thing that turns Germanic
Oh,
paganism into a tool of
Jordan.
the Nazis.
Ooh.
Buddy.
I
All
think
right, here's what I
Stargate.
would love to discuss. Jordan, I got great content. I don't know when you plan on getting off, but you know what, man?
Real
You
soon.
should. What a bummer. We should discuss the Book of Enoch.
Oh no.
Ooh,
What do you-
yes, I can actually join in on that one.
Sweet. Tell me
No,
what
I
you
can't.
know, please, because I swear I listened to it, I heard it, and I go, oh my god, dude, the Jews predicted Jesus, and they fucking hide the text. That's what.
Oh my fucking god. No.
That's what the Ethiopian
That
Jews
is the-
proved.
They don't hide it. What are you talking about? That's like.
Go ahead,
that's true.
Casper.
There's
I
a
want to hear what
prediction.
Casper has to say about the Book of Enoch.
It is Jewish fanfic.
Absolutely.
But,
Daniel's
but it's a fun read.
conspiracy.
But it's a fun read. I will admit, it is a fun
What do you
read.
mean? Oh, so go ahead and say what you ultimately want to say, which is the entire Bible and Torah and Quran is fanfic.
I mean, yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah, that is also true.
Yes.
Yeah.
You
It's
said
just like
yes.
It's a book of myths.
So you're
book of myths.
and that's fine. So then your entire opinion of the subject is just immediately condensed to that, and so
No,
we
not
could ignore
really.
it. So we could
Not
ignore
really.
it.
No,
Really?
what?
So we could
What?
ignore
How
it.
does that follow from the first thing you said? That doesn't even make any sense. That doesn't mean you can
It
ignore it
doesn't
at all.
mean
You have to
it
you have to
means- it
contend with
means
the
wrong,
core
wrong,
issues.
Wrong.
You are
No,
equating
because
organized
all of it
religion
is
with
considered a
belief.
fanfic, and any type of religious talk whatsoever is considered fanfic. To Casper, why would I discuss a subsect of that? You know what I mean?
Well,
Like,
that's
it's
true. You'd
obviously
have to
all
first,
moot
in fact,
conversation.
before you can actually get into which particular religion is correct, you would have to actually prove the existence of any deity or god in the first place.
My point exactly. So you either have to be on the same subject of the religion with me, or the conversation is pointless.
Well, it's not pointless. It's just not where you want it to be.
So I thought I was listening to somebody that semi believes into Christianity, but if it's a
I think the
full-on
only one in
atheist
here
I'm
you could
discussing
have
with,
that
why would the
conversation with
Book
is
of Enoch
Candy.
conversation
Not an
even
atheist.
fucking matter? You know what I mean?
Because I can read a
Atheist.
book and still be critical of it.
Okay, so you gotta
I've read the whole
define your
Bible. I can
religious
be
view
critical of
then.
it. I've read
Ooh,
the
another
I
atheist
text
enters the
that
chat.
feel
Torah,
like
but
you're an atheist. I don't
not an
know.
Theo!
not
What
an
up?
atheist.
Okay, I'm not saying you are.
You just
I'm
said
just
she
saying
is
you
like
sound
3
like one.
times.
I'm just saying you sound
You
like
keep
one.
claiming I'm
Let
an
me fucking
atheist,
say
but I'm
that. I'm not saying you are. I'm
I
just
just
saying you
don't.
sound
I
like
don't
one.
follow organized religion. Why is that so hard to believe? Organized
That's
religion is
fine.
not the same thing as belief,
Well,
and being
religion's not
critical
supposed to be
of
so.
organized. No, being critical of organized religion And the atrocities that incurs when organized religion is, in power or whatever, is not the same thing as criticizing belief. You can believe in Jesus. You can believe in Allah. You can believe in all these, although Allah and Yahweh are the same fucking person, but whatever. We'll get there when we get there.
I don't think either of them are persons.
Look,
I'm
guys.
You're good. No, you're good,
Look,
Casper.
please.
Sorry, I didn't mean to call you an atheist and to get you upset. I didn't mean to do
Sleepy,
that.
agnosticism
No,
is
I'm
not a
not-
belief,
I'm
it's a
not
lack
upset,
of a
I'm
belief.
passionate.
That's fine. Yeah, Passion of the Christ. I love that movie. I'm just kidding. I've never even seen it.
No, that's a shit movie.
That needs to get a movie done.
But
And
I
I'm
support
not
it.
interested in
I like
seeing
the
it,
way
honestly.
that they did the mechanical hands.
I've never seen it either. I'm a bad Christian. I've never even seen Passion of the Christ.
It's
And
a
yet I
belief.
fully
seen
believe
it
in whatever
Lack of
happened in that
belief?
movie.
That's not how that works, dog.
You don't understand, you gotta-
That's not how that works, Sleepy. We can all agree that reason. No, Daniel, you cannot say that without trying them. I'm going to say this over and over again, okay? You cannot say that without trying them, and once you do, you're going to realize that I'm fucking
You must
right.
be talking to
And it's going to
Lydic.
be the most glorious day in the history
Why
of
is Lydic
days.
typing?
Okay,
more
guys,
than he's
we're doing
talking?
dailies. We're
He's in
doing
the-
dailies! And I'm getting the fuck
Alright.
out of here.
Oh, everyone else
No.
is talking, so I type.
You got 40 more minutes before you get off, Jordan. Be cool.
I'm not staying for 40 more minutes.
Jordan,
Okay,
you act like
connections,
you have
here we
something
go.
to do in the
Here we
morning.
go.
You son of a
Here we go.
bitch.
I'll
Here
go
we
live
go.
on my kick. How about that? I'll put my camera up.
Look, Jordan.
Oh,
What are the odds
oh
this
my!
was a
Oh, wait a
pre-watch?
minute. Is it world or
Wait a
land?
minute.
Hang on.
Dude, too much dead silence. What happened?
World.
It's got to be
Sorry,
land,
you're
right?
uncomfortable with
Super
silence.
Mario.
Super Mario
Land.
Galaxy. No, wait. But this is
I feel like it's a
wait.
character flaw.
This is Super Mario World too.
Yeah, there's a Super Mario Land. Oh, maybe there's another
Oh,
one.
There's a
hey,
world and there's a land.
Jordan. Have you seen that there's a new Black Mirror season?
Yeah, I haven't watched it yet.
Oh, is it?
All right,
Is it-
anybody
is
has?
there-
No, what do you mean
Wait,
anybody
yeah,
has?
No, has anybody is what I meant to say. Hey, bro, let me tell you right now. I already did a spoiler search, and everybody's saying this is one of the best Black Mirror seasons they've made. At least like a top 3.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, Mario
Has
Kart,
anyone watched
Mario Sunshine, Mario Galaxy, Mario World.
Spoil one episode. I'm gonna spoil one episode just because I love the fucking.
No,
No,
no.
you know, shut up, you weirdo.
I'm gonna say all this stuff tonight. Don't do that.
Yeah, it's so fun.
That's so dumb.
I don't know. It could be between. You're gonna have to take one out and then.
I did, but
try.
it didn't say there was one
If
left when I had
do
it.
this
That's so
shot again
dumb.
in 1 week from now, I'm spoiling every episode of Black Mirror by then.
Jordan, you're older than me. You were raised with Mario games, and you don't know this. It bothers me.
Mario Kart,
Sunshine
Super Mario
Kart
World.
Galaxy. When I did Sunshine Kart and Galaxy, and then
Jordan
I
didn't
picked
play
Land or
games, he
World,
traveled
it
countries.
didn't give me the one off. Okay, so what do you mean?
You frustrate me.
Mario Kart.
You're supposed to be smarter than me.
Well, you see-
Is he dumb right now? I would actually kind of like to watch this as well. I don't look at Jordan as good at video games. Funny enough, he's a smart person, but I don't think he's good at video games.
Well, he may not be good at video games, but he should at least. He's old enough to
Whoa,
at least
whoa,
know
whoa!
the
All
name.
of you can actually fuck right off.
There's not a
Holy
single
shit.
video game nor real life game I think Jordan could possibly
Then
be in.
fine, Casper.
Extreme-
Fucking
I'm
tell me what it
extremely
is if you're
competitive.
so fucking intelligent.
But
Look,
But I will
guys
say
and
that.
girls,
You actually
you
want the
see,
answer?
he grew
Yeah.
up in
Hard-
a national household,
I have a
so they
hardcore
don't play
winnability.
games.
Yeah, say it.
Oh.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Galaxy, World. What's the other one?
Sunshine and Kart. I think.
I already did that. It was wrong.
No, it's the names of the games.
Yes.
Right. Super Mario Galaxy.
Super
Mario
Mario,
Kart.
World, Super Mario
Mario-
Kart, and Mario Sunshine.
Mario Sunshine a game?
Yes. Oh my goodness.
No,
You didn't click because you didn't click world when you did sunshine and cars.
I did land. I did land. But then when I did it,
no,
it did not say there
click-
was one off.
Yeah, but
It
didn't
tells
say
you when
that
you're
it was
one
off
away.
yesterday when I did it too.
Land
It
is not
does.
one of them. There's a Yoshi Island, but there's no Super Mario Land. Well, wait.
Yeah,
It's not land,
there
it's
was no
world.
Super Mario. There.
Yeah.
If it tells me,
world,
if
yours
this
world.
is right,
Okay, fine. You want me to?
and it didn't
Here, I'll
tell
do it
me
real quick.
so,
How about that?
and it didn't tell me so that there was one off when I had land, I'm gonna be upset because that's
I'll
not
do
how
it
it's
real
supposed
quick.
to
How
work.
about that? I will cheat for you.
Already guessed. No, I already guessed it.
Because it's world.
I just did it. It's not that.
Yeah, that's right. And you were laughing too.
Was and I'll continue to laugh.
Rude.
You do this all. You do these already, so I don't know why you're gaslighting me so hard. You do them earlier in the day.
Retail suffixes. Okay. Let's see. So land, town, and world. So galaxy, cart, sunshine.
Oh, it's not Mario at all.
Well, fuck me.
It's sunshine. Sunshine citrus. Wait. Supplements and leafy greens.
That's lovely.
Oh, vitamins.
Yes. I think it's vitamins.
Yep. Sources of vitamins. Let's see. Okay.
I got it. Wait. I got it.
You did get it. Okay. The Mario one.
I got it.
Was
No,
a
I
valid
got it. I got it.
answer.
I got it. Okay.
Okay.
Stuff
Relax.
with-
Relax.
Okay. It's
No, don't say it.
Stuff.
Don't say it.
Stuff.
Stop
No,
it.
well, I'm gonna
Stop.
hold
Stop
on.
it.
I got it.
What?
Hold
Okay,
on.
that's great.
No.
Stop. I believe you.
No, I got it. I got the
I
next one.
believe you. Don't say it.
Why not?
Because I will tell you if I want to know.
Okay.
Hey, Candy.
Like Candy.
It's not like Candy get-
Say it.
What's up?
Candy. Say it.
Fuck you.
It's things.
I
with-
will kick you.
Things with stars.
Okay, I'm kicking you. I told you not to say it.
Whoa.
You fucking did it anyway.
Wait.
That
just
was
hold her,
really
don't kick
fucking
her. Don't
rude.
kick her. Wait, don't kick her. I wasn't paying attention enough, but I heard you need to kick somebody. Don't do it. What happened? Did she say something about the Jews? It's the only thing I said, Jordan. No.
She literally did exactly what I was telling her not to because this fucking Swedish fuck told her to.
Yes.
Wait, what happened?
I was
Who's the
told
Swedish
to
fuck?
do it.
Yeah,
Well,
it
she
was
told-
fucking
Why you gonna blame her?
rude.
Why not? What'd she do? I'm sorry, I missed it. I was like zoning out. I fucking made a plate of food,
I
and
was
then I
told to
heard
do
Jordan's like
it.
yelling.
Yeah, not by
And
me.
I was like, wait a
not by
second.
me on my stream.
Birds
You were not
It was
told to
Steele.
do it.
Steele
That
I'm
was
so upset I
rude.
missed what happens.
Steele told me to
upset.
do it.
So wait.
No, I did it.
So she did it. What's the fuck,
Yeah.
Jordan? It's not even her fault. Come on, man.
See?
Are we retarded? Are we all retarded
I
now?
love
Is that
you,
what's
Daniel.
happening?
Yes,
No, I
it's
love you
10:30
too.
at
I
night.
don't know. Yeah, it's 10:30 at night. Come on, Jordan. What happened? What happened? What are you upset
What
about?
happened,
I
buddy?
admitted it
Sorry,
all.
Jordan, I genuinely did hear you tell her to do it. I
All right,
genuinely
Jordan
thought it
don't
was
has
talk
gave
to
him
it.
unplugged.
I just want to know what you told him how to do because I'll do that shit twice as hard. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. Jordan's gonna keep me before anybody else.
Look at his face. He got the stank face. I'm gonna post.
Yeah, I'm
I'ma put
fucking
the face.
annoyed. I'm fucking
On the-
annoyed. That was
Jordan, stop
rude.
being annoyed, dude. Jordan, I missed it. What
It's-
happened? What I missed that was so funny.
Listen,
that I
it's not.
totally
It's
missed.
not that serious, bro.
I think that
No,
can make
what's
Jordan that
what's
mad,
really
dude, is
frustrating
probably
is
hilarious.
that I literally told
That's-
you several times in a row not
But
to do
Steele
it.
told
And
me
I
to
don't give
say
a
it.
fuck what Steele said.
But
I don't give
was
a flying
Steele.
fuck what Steele said.
Jordan.
Why are you getting all mad and shit?
Because
bro?
I literally told you not to do it, and you fucking did it anyway.
So relax. Because Steele told me to.
Who the fuck gave Steele authority to tell you what to fucking do on my stream?
It's not authority, buddy. Nobody gives a fuck about authority when it comes to having fun.
You see, that's because I'm ready.
That was fucking rude.
Rare
Yeah, sometimes
Daniel.
things are rude.
Rare for Daniel W.
Get the fuck out of here. Buddy, hey, you're good, dude. You'll live.
Dude,
right.
that is so frustrating, okay? I literally
You know
said,
what?
don't do it. Don't do it.
You know you should.
And she did it.
Really do. You should buy a Tesla. If you bought a Tesla, and you told the world, "I just care about climate change."
Stream, bro.
What do you mean, Daniel? That's like.
We're all gonna be stuck alone.
Hold on. I'm not done. If you bought a Tesla, Jordan, and you were just fucking fully concerned about climate change, and you were just like, dude, I don't want the world to end, and all I want to do is create a higher filtration system and a more
Bro, what the fuck are you talking about right
efficient,
now?
better car. And you buy that car, and you said, I did this for all the right reasons, and someone fucking keyed a swastika into your Tesla.
Sounds like a good day.
To be fair, is this an addition or for a factory model?
Shh, this is a distraction. Hold on. Let me keep going. And somebody keyed a swastika into your Tesla, even though you are a Jewish man that cares about the environment, right? Would you wonder to yourself, am I a part of the right party?
I'm going to be honest, I wasn't listening to half of what you were saying just there.
Something about Jews and Teslas.
Yeah.
To be fair, they do
I
have a
just find it
tendency to
hilarious.
catch fire.
I find it hilarious that, like, for the past 20 years, it's been like, oh, electric cars are for hippie tree huggers, but then now for Elon, save the environment.
Are you fucking kidding, dude? Essentially, it's not just that electric cars are for trippy heat tree huggers or save the environment. It's the fact that the majority of those vehicles were in fact bought by liberals, and now we got a bunch of scumbags with a mental illness carving swastikas into them. It's insane.
It's not that insane.
Oh, is it not that insane? Is it like so common to accept the fucking psychos of the world that we go, well, there's like a self-righteous virtue, whatever, like feeling that we have where like we get where they're coming from. They need to stop the Nazis of the world,
look, my guy.
like it's a message. It's a messaging system where they got to stop the Nazis of the world. Like it's the message that they're sending out that ultimately matters. Like, even if the individual that got attacked, no, it's a fucking psycho thing to do. And it's a reminder that the Liberal Party has always been kind of fucking dominated by a psychopathological feeling. Like there's a weird thing that's going on the left.
What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
What I always talk about, Jordan, when the
bro.
fuck have I never preached the same exact rhetoric all the
And
time?
it's always weird. It's always weird.
Is it weird? Is it weird?
Jordan,
What do you
man.
mean? What do you mean? Where are the Republicans carving swastikas?
Hey,
Where?
Jordan, man.
What do you mean? All the actual Nazis are right wing.
They're here. They live alive.
Which are
brother.
such a fringe group, they couldn't
Jordan.
fucking fill half a YMCA, bro. It's
What?
a
Who's calling my
non-existent
name?
fucking thing.
They managed to
Which is a
capital.
non-existent thing.
Scarecrow.
But when you look
What?
at the
What's
$5
up?
million march that just happened a week ago,
Bro.
it's full of motherfuckers that are like, fuck Elon Musk, and doing like obscene acts, constantly offending individuals. Like it's a weird thing that's
offending people?
Yeah,
Oh
to
my
be fair,
goodness.
I would agree with him in the statement, fuck Elon Musk. He is a dickhead. and then not very
Bro,
bright.
Jordan, I'm sorry for fucking up Mika's stream. I'm sorry,
What do you
bro.
mean?
I'm sorry, man. I was going
Scarecrow,
hyperbolic.
we literally spent 3 hours talking
fine.
about how the entire stream got fucked up because of you. It was crazy. We all agreed on it.
Thanks, I appreciate it, man. I'm fucking,
Oh, it
I'm
was
fucking shit
2025.
up. I'm going against the grain, bro.
Come
I
on,
didn't think it
Gasper.
would be that recent.
Scarecrow,
I'm
you're
sorry.
good.
I'm
moved
sorry,
on.
guys. I'm
Scarecrow,
sorry,
you're
guys.
good.
Went
Scarecrow,
crazy.
Thanks for
I
getting
went.
on that.
we
I
missed you.
revisited the stream. I
We
watched the
missed
first
you.
hour
We're
and a
sorry
half
you
of the
left.
stream, man. Fucking
No,
A,
Mr.
dude.
Joe shortly left after you because he missed you so much. It was crazy.
I love him. I love him so much, and I know he loves me too. But goddamn, dude, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Jordan. I didn't mean to make you stream like this,
Dude, you're
bro.
fine. You're fine. What
I
Candy
went
did
back-
just
We
now
have
was
no idea,
worse.
Scarecrow. Having you come back, Jordan was almost filling your role as far as crashing out goes.
Yo,
Oh man, I was crashing out hard, bro.
I have
was
never
crashing out
in my
hard as
life
fuck, bro.
had somebody literally do the express thing I was saying extremely forcefully not to do.
I'm sorry, Jordan. I'm sorry.
That's not
bro.
you. I'm not talking about
It
you.
wasn't you. It wasn't you.
Okay, all right, all right, cool.
Hey,
Man.
ya, it's not the end of the. No es el fin del mundo.
No,
okay?
es un falta de respeto. Es gran falta de respeto. It's a huge lack of respect. A huge lack of respect. Directly. Directly.
You're being
Oh my
overly
God, I'm sorry.
dramatic.
It's my fault. It's my fault. I'm sorry,
It's not
Jordan.
like I fucking
I lit
took
a
your
fuse.
money or fucking emptied your bank
Jordan.
account. Stop playing.
My bad, buddy.
It's a
My
fucking
bad.
Yeah,
puzzle.
yeah, see, that's the thing. It's like, it's such a
Candy
big
Crush.
lack of respect, and you don't even think it's fucked
God.
up to do something that's such a
Are
big
you
lack
still
of
on
respect.
this shit? Relax.
Unbelievable.
It's not that serious, bro. It's
Bro,
a
I
fucking
kind of
puzzle.
went crazy.
No,
I'm
it's
sorry,
not
guys.
the
I'm
fucking
sorry, man.
puzzle. It's the fact that you specifically did the exact thing I was saying.
Well,
Don't
Steer
do
told me
it.
to say
Right
it,
in
and
my
I said
fucking
it.
face.
man.
I don't
Okay,
give a
it's
fuck
done.
what
It's
Steele
done.
said. Is this
It's
Steele's
done.
fucking stream?
It's done. It's done.
Holy shit.
Look,
It's done.
It's heavy
Alex,
right now.
I told her to do it.
Is it
because you
your
didn't give me
fucking
any
stream,
attention.
Steele? Is it your stream?
No, you didn't give me any
Jesus
attention. That's why.
Listen, bro. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, bro. I did. I went masked off as a motherfucker, man. I probably shouldn't have done that.
That's
shit.
nothing to do with you, buddy. Nothing to do with you.
It's tough times, man. Tough times. We're all on the edge, man. Like, fuck, dude. You know, I see it from a couple different angles, and I was on the edge, and fucking A, man.
Dude,
you know?
nobody's talking about you right now. You're fine. You're fine. Nobody's
No,
nobody's
I'm sorry,
upset
brother.
with you.
This is Mika's stream. This really is Mika's stream. So I'm
You
sorry,
are
bro.
totally fine, dude.
Love you
Totally
guys.
fine.
I love you guys so much.
Love
Sorry,
you too,
bro.
buddy. You're good. You're
No,
fine.
Scarecrow, don't leave. Don't fucking leave, dude. If you fucking leave, I'm
I'm here. No, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, cool. All right. Do you ever play Rocket League?
I had a ton of fun with Rocket League with my kids and shit. Yeah. Yeah, I play Rocket League.
Dude, I'll introduce you to the most fun ass fucking group of Rocket League people. It's literally just a bunch of fucking 30-year-olds that all have kids that play Rocket League.
I'm definitely a 30-year-old that
Yeah, I swear to God, you fit in with them. I'm telling you.
I appreciate it, man.
Good human beings. All right,
Daniel,
Jordan.
I fuck with you, man. I appreciate
God
you
bless
so
you.
much tonight.
God bless you. I like all of Jordan's friends, dude. All of them except
appreciate you, man.
who do I don't like? It's like that Pharmacon guy, right? And he's jumped in this chat. He's changed his
He
name
hasn't
a
been
couple
on
times. So
stream.
maybe I
He
get
hasn't ever
confused.
been on stream.
You know what? That's a bummer. He has been on the stream one time. And then
Fuck,
and then,
Daniel's in here, Candy's in here, Casper's in
a
here. I love
large
all
amount
of
of
you.
I'm a big fan. I was
Love you too.
I love you guys
Candy's
so
always
much.
been a sweetheart to me. I was personally nice to Victoria. Hey Jordan, you want to drop in some drama for us, dude? What happened in Victoria? I was
No,
I
I'm
was
not
shocked
talking about
by...
that kind of shit on stream.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. That's fine. Just respect me.
Where's the other Daniel?
I love you guys though, man. I'm sorry. I really, Jordan.
We love you too, buddy.
really,
You're
Jordan.
fine.
Daniel
you
Lydic
know.
has Obi-Wan Kenobi. What's that actor's name?
Ethan or Ewan McGregor. Ewan McGregor.
No, that's not Ewan McGregor.
That's Ewan
Yeah.
McGregor. Yeah.
Are you
That's him
fucking
in the
kidding?
Phantom Menace.
Oh my god, that's crazy.
He was just younger.
He's
And
handsome.
the
Oh, I'm thinking of
handsome
Ian
now.
McKellen. I'm thinking of Magneto for some reason. Oh, I
Yeah,
get
you're
that.
thinking about fucking
Well,
Sauron.
that's him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I mean, isn't he Jewish?
Oh, Ian McKellen?
Yeah.
So random.
Sauron. Yeah.
I mean,
Sauron Jewish is
Sauron's
crazy.
slave. Yeah.
Never mind.
I mean, in the X-Men movie, he was.
There you go.
True.
Magneto? Wait, who are you talking about?
Magneto's 1,000% Jewish. Yeah,
he's a
it's
Holocaust
Cold
survivor.
War. Yeah.
Jordan, did
I'm
Mika
sorry.
get a couple more
Dude,
peanuts?
I swear to God, I thought they said something else. I keep getting a mishearing, and it throws my whole conversation off. Real quick, dude.
And I'm just gonna say, I have Obi-Wan Kenobi as my profile picture because he was the best Jedi, and I will fight anyone on that.
Holy fuck,
Kenobi
is that
is
the
the
first
best
time
Jedi.
I've heard Daniel Lydik's voice? Holy shit.
Yeah, that might be the
You're a
first time of all
fucking
time.
legend, Daniel. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god, bro. I love you so fucking much.
My spirit
you came
animal
up
is
with
Grumpy
Trende
Cat.
de Gupwa. You came up with Trende.
Trende Gupwa.
Holy
classic.
Dude.
Yeah, like I said, my spirit animal is Grumpy Cat.
Forrest Guppy.
Grumpy Cat. Fair enough. I can see that.
The ultimate gupster. Dude, Daniel is the fucking roast master, dog. 100%. Daniel Lydik is the fucking roast master, dog.
Daniel's good, but don't underestimate yourself, bro. You've had me in stitches before.
I
Like,
appreciate
I've
it.
audibly
you are
laughed
very good.
out loud
Yes.
on my desk.
I appreciate y'all, man. You know, we play off each other for sure. For sure.
Wait.
Yo, Candy, what are you doing right now?
Typing at Casper in the chat.
That's funny. Yo, girl rant. That's classic.
Talking about chickens and no.
I'm talking about when I create my compound, who I'm allowing in here.
Oh, wait. Who
The
is
zombie apocalypse
it? Who is it? Hey, yo, Jordan. Who was it that said it was? Go ahead. My bad.
Go ahead. No.
Man, do you remember when we were talking about fucking Cyberpunk? I'm playing Phantom Liberty right now.
Mm-hmm.
And while Phantom Liberty has been very cool, I've only gotten through the first 2 chapters. I don't know. Like it's like I think Scarecrow. I think it was Scarecrow. He created too high of a expectation because he said it's better than the original game itself. And I'm like, shit, dude, the DLC is better than the original.
I really enjoyed it. I don't know. I mean,
I'm
it's
having
different.
fun.
It's a different thing.
But the original, there's a sequence in Cyberpunk that I think is one of the greatest video game sequences I've ever seen in my life. And it's the pickup. When you pick up the military, like you go to sell the military cyber equipment that you just stole.
True.
That's up there with one of the most like fucking high anxiety, heart-wrenching video game plays I've ever done. I was like, holy.
Well, you're only 2/3 through Phantom Liberty. By the time you get to the end,
no, I'm 1/3. I'm 1/3.
I took Phantom Liberty like a fucking Band-Aid. Like I ripped that shit off.
Yeah, I'm still ripping
played
it
that
off.
shit.
I'm still ripping it off. You gave me a high expectation with that. You probably ripped it off without any.
Wait till the end. Wait till the end, brother.
All right,
Give
so
it
that's the
time.
thing I'm waiting
Give
for.
it time.
That's the thing I'm waiting for. Is like, does it have a like that fucking sequence? Like Cyberpunk has one of the greatest sequences I've ever seen in video game history.
I never thought
that
that
pickup
anybody would be able to like
People
live
go-
up to the expectation of Keanu Reeves in Cyberpunk.
Yeah.
In the very beginning, Johnny Silverhands, I never thought anybody would live up to that.
Oh, but the scene I'm talking about is before Silverhand's even introduced.
But what
Like,
I'm saying,
that's the funniest part.
you
Is
should
I
never,
think
you should
even
never play.
before Keanu Reeves is even introduced, is
No,
like the
you should never
greatest
play.
scene in the entire video game.
But you should never play Phantom Liberty unless you've already completed Cyberpunk.
I
And
beat
once you get
Cyberpunk 4
past,
times.
listen, I
But that's why I'm
love,
doing
I
Phantom
love
Liberty.
Johnny
My last one.
Silverhands. I love Johnny Silverhands, bro. I promise you, I do.
I already downloaded it.
By the end of Phantom Liberty, once you run through the entire DLC,
I
and
believe
you
you.
actually
I
crack
believe
it
you. I
out,
believe you.
that
I'm just
shit
saying
is so dynamic, bro.
You told me, all right, cool. I'm cool with that. I'm excited because it was a massive download.
threw
The
it.
game itself is 75 gigabytes, and then I downloaded 30
I would
gigabytes
even
for a
argue.
DLC. I was like, holy shit, that's literally half the game.
I would even
Well,
argue
almost literally.
don't run
but
side quests, don't do side quests, don't do any of that shit. Just run through the story. Now that you're
I'm
there,
doing
now
all
that
the
you've been past
yeah.
Johnny
I've done
Silverhands
every
and the
single mission already.
Arasaka arc, and I don't know, have you ever like died in space, like got shot into
I
fucking
did that.
space? And yeah,
No, I
okay.
didn't get shot in space. I did the ending in space.
Okay. All right. That's really fucking cool. But when you come back and you do Phantom Liberty after that and you speed run, not even speed run, don't speed run it. Enjoy it.
I don't
Slow
spoil
burn,
it. Don't spoil it.
slow
Give me a
burn
second.
that shit.
I'll do I'll
Do the
finish
story.
Phantom Liberty and then we'll talk again.
Finish the story.
You don't gotta tell me.
Finish
You
the
don't gotta tell
story.
me.
Yeah, for
It's
sure.
just
I
the
won't
first time
spoil
you told
anything.
me. The first time you told me was before I even started it, and then I started it. And I'd be like 3 chapters. And I was like, we'll see. We'll see if it's that good. You know what I mean? Because the point that you get to in Cyberpunk when you fucking party with Jackie. And then you do the pickup, and then you get the most intense fucking scene of a video game you'll ever experience.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're like, oh, this is the craziest video game I've ever played.
That still happens.
It's very
that
fun.
still happens.
All right, cool. I trust you. I don't want to hear no more. I want to hear
Power
no
through
more.
it. Power
I
through
don't
it.
want to hear no more.
Do what you need.
Yeah, I trust
and
that.
play the fucking game, and I promise you, it's fucking amazing.
Then yeah, dude, Cyberpunk's up there with one of the greatest games I've ever played in my life. Then
for sure, for sure.
Yeah, crazy.
For sure. Give it the chance. Play through the entire DLC. Actually finish
Cyberpunk,
it.
I want to be. So here's my dream. Here's everybody in this chat so they understand what I'm trying to go for, dude. Like that's what I want to do. Like I got certain dreams. I see this being a reality.
Did season 7 of Black Mirror come out today? I heard it was
It
coming
came
out.
out a couple of days ago. I already saw 2 episodes.
Thursday
Two
or
episodes
whatever.
I
Yeah.
saw.
Yep.
The second episode I didn't like as much as the first one, but the Paul Giamatti episode, that was great. I love it.
That's how every season goes, though. Am I right?
Paul Giamatti delivers the classic performance of an asshole, and I was like, beautifully done.
Okay. Anybody that's watched any of season 7, I have to ask you, has anybody watched all of season 6 with like Aaron Paul?
I've seen every single episode except for the last like 6 episodes of season 7. Real quick.
Aaron
Has
Paul and
everyone
Josh
here
Hartnett.
seen every season? Jordan, have you seen every season?
I have.
What?
Black Mirror.
Yeah.
Except the newest, right? That just dropped 2 days ago.
Except for the newest one, yeah.
So, hear me out. This shit is an Emmy winner. And I will tell individuals about this episode. Like, I'll just describe
Good, because the last season was awful.
Dude,
last season.
I don't know.
Wait,
man. Aaron Paul and Josh
Joan
Hartnett
is
episode
awful
was
is one of the best
fucking
episodes they ever created. Funny enough. Like, ironically, as you call it awful, the Joan is awful episode is one of the best episodes I think they've ever created.
I thought a lot of that season was not like the rest of Black Mirror, and I thought the weird horror thing was fucking weird. And it just
What about the
wasn't
first
working.
episode? Joan is awful.
The first episode was really good, and after that, it just kind of went downhill. And then when it went to that paparazzi one with the werewolf, I was like, "What the fuck am I even watching right now?"
The most heartbreaking episode to me was Jesse Pinkman and fucking Josh Hartnett, and they were astronauts. You guys know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
they
it
got
was
sent
okay.
out. That
wasn't
was
my
the most
favorite.
heartbreaking episode of my entire fucking life. I watched that with my
No.
mom. She literally sat in a fucking chair and bawled her eyes out.
Hilarious.
Legit.
Yeah. The episode that scarred me was literally the first episode of Black Mirror. When I first watched it on Netflix, I somehow skipped episode 1, the pig one.
Oh my
no!
god!
Oh,
How
and
do you
saw.
skip the
I
pig
No,
one?
you skipped. No, hold on.
And
God
so
bless
episode
you.
2,
And you saw
episode
episode 2 first. Yeah, that shit
Yeah.
fucks me up.
And then I was
Yes.
going out with my friends that night back when I had a
Yes.
life, and I remember watching. I was like, "Oh shit, I have a whole new episode to watch. I'm gonna watch this one." I just remember sitting there, and everyone's drinking at the bar, and I'm just sitting there, just like contemplating life of like, what the fuck did I just watch?
I feel like a zombie when I watch that shit, dude. I feel like, oh my god. I don't know, man. That's a very deep episode in itself. Yeah.
It's super
You
close
know,
to reality, though, right? Like Black Mirror in total is probably like 100 years in the future. I would say most of the episodes are like 100 years in the
or
future.
it's not the future at all, but yes.
Isn't the whole point?
It's potentially the future. Like that's where we're headed.
Like
Isn't
20 different
Black
realities.
Mirror
Like,
literally named Black Mirror because it's supposed to like be a phone? You know how when you look at a phone, it's a black mirror looking back at you. Isn't that the whole point of the name of it, or is that just
So-
like a theory?
This is an
It's-
actual true anthology. So
I mean, the
like
point is
you,
to
you
critique
interpret it
society
how
and critique potential paths society can take as well, right? So
true. True. You take it as you perceive it. And this is a true anthology. Every episode is very different, and you have to just like build your own reality off of that from where I sit.
So the most recent, all right. So personally, I felt like the most ingenious episode ever created. It won an Emmy. Was San Junipero about the two lesbians? They're like running around partying with each other. It was the
Okay.
80s, but then you find out it's modern day. One of them was dead, and one of them was paraplegic. One was younger, and the other one was an older woman with a husband, and she couldn't just give up and pull the plug on her life. And there was like this whole dynamic. I mean, to this day, dude, I'm like, this is one of the most fucking insanely fucking just mind blowing episodes I've ever seen created. I still don't think anything
I
tops
think
that.
my
San
biggest
Junipero is my number
was
one
John
episode. Is an
Hamm
Emmy winner for like
at Christmas
love it.
time.
White Christmas. Oh
Yep,
my
White
god, White
Christmas.
Christmas.
Yeah.
So
That is
I
probably the most
love the show.
ingenious episode.
I wrote a show about like Black Mirror. It was Black Mirror inspired, and it was like, how do I make like a horror Black Mirror episode? And it was like my first screenplay ever, and then I turned it into a feature film, and then I've just sat on it ever since. But it's based on like a dystopian worlds where there's no more animals for meat consumption. Like the world of animals are eliminated. And so what they've essentially done is created a cloning system of hormone fed and steroid injected human clones. And they're all raised in factory farming so the rich elite could still eat meat. And then
Oh.
you yeah.
I mean, that brings
how
a
the
whole
world
other
works
meaning to
Black
you are
Mirror,
what
though.
you eat. So
Yeah. That's how it goes in Black Mirror. So, yeah.
That's it. And so that was one of my first like screenplays I ever wrote, like 6 years ago. And I mean, I built on a sense. It essentially follows the storyline of a kid who works at his father's factory farm, and he goes to school, but he's deaf, and he's a deaf kid. And so while he's like trying to follow his older brother and his father, and like killing these fucking meat clones of humans all throughout this factory farm, he is mute, but he ends up teaching one of the clones. He teaches him sign language. It's like a whole thing of him teaching him sign language, and the clone realizes that he's being like raised to be eaten, and so he helps this one clone escape. And I've fucking tied it all
Is
the way
this
to
a
the very
movie?
ending. No, this is my movie. Yeah,
Oh, is that out
I
yet?
wrote
You
it.
better make this movie.
No,
It sounds really good.
maybe. It's like something that's been on my like little it's like I don't know, like screenplay. I have like 4 back pocket screenplays that I've just been sitting on.
I would definitely watch that movie.
That's why I've been told, but like I need like I don't know. The industry
you
is
need the
interesting.
cash.
Well, yeah, I need the cash, and I don't want to lose control of something. I don't want to like fully sell it. Like that's an
No,
option
no,
I've
no,
already been
no. I
given.
like you make like you
Yeah,
gotta make your own vision. That's how
right.
Rocky was. Wasn't that how Rocky was made?
So, yeah, it's Rocky,
Rocky
Reservoir
did.
Dogs. There's quite a few great screenplays of individuals
Yeah,
that were just
that.
like,
But
I want to
he
make
didn't
sure
want to
I
give
make
up.
this.
Is that
Sylvester
the
Yeah,
Stallone
one?
didn't want to give control. He wanted to be
no,
in the movie, and
he
he
didn't.
controlled it. And
If you
it was
watch
a
the
low
behind the
budget
scenes,
movie
dude,
too.
he guided all the boxing scenes. Like if you watch him, like he was a massive guide of like, no, you got to throw the punch like this, you got to hit me like this, and he would just take on punches
Huh?
because he was already a pro like amateur boxer. He was
Yeah.
boxing for money
The first
before
Rocky
he
was
even
a low
made that
budget
movie.
movie too. It wasn't like
Yeah,
millions of dollars, and they made a
no,
lot of money off of
Well,
that
that's
movie. Was
Black
so
Mirror
good.
it changed
too.
his whole life.
There's a reason why
Yeah.
Black Mirror is only on its 7th season within 14 years. This is a very highly independently funded show.
Black Mirror literally dropped every season without knowing if they'll get picked up for another season. It's very interesting because I'm like,
It was,
you guys are one of the
yeah,
most
exactly.
successful series on Netflix, and yet they're still constantly fighting for their spot.
The first
So it's really
interactive,
interesting.
the first interactive movie on Netflix history
Yeah,
was,
Bandersnatch.
yep, Bandersnatch.
They didn't
So
really do
Black
too
Mirror,
much with that after that, though, did they? The
they did.
interactive
They
movie
did.
What do you mean?
kind of
Bandersnatch
faded
There are a
away.
couple
still.
interactive movies released.
Sadly, Bandersnatch was considered a streaming fail on Netflix, and so
Yeah,
they
I
didn't
mean,
get
like the
greenlit for any
concept
other
didn't
future
really catch
projects.
on.
However, like Netflix still releases interactive movies.
Like now, till now,
Yeah.
I didn't even
I
know
would
about
say,
them.
I would say they followed it way through, more so than Altered Carbon, which was right there in the same like genre.
I tried to get into Altered Carbon and I just couldn't.
It's amazing. It's amazing. If
Oh,
you watch
Altered
one
Carbon was
season,
good.
that
Season
shit
1
is
though.
sick as fuck.
Season 1.
That shit is sick as fuck.
I don't know
And
why.
Black Mirror,
It didn't capture me really. And usually
the
that kind of
second
thing
season,
does.
the second season might actually grab you. It has Anthony Mackie, who obviously was like in Marvel movies and shit like that.
Yeah, Captain America, dog.
Yeah, exactly. He's Captain America now. So, obviously, looking back on it, the second season was really fucking amazing. But the first season laid the groundwork, and this was at the same time as like the Black Mirror era. And these are two very, very Netflix funded, independent, I would argue, mainly independent films outside of the Netflix ring. But Netflix took a fucking gamble on both of these shows, Altered Carbon and fucking Black Mirror. Black Mirror has sustained, like, there is a cult fringe following that is just begging for new episodes of Black Mirror every single year. And Altered Carbon doesn't have that. So I would definitely, yeah.
What was the name?
You should create that for Altered Carbon.
Altered
can be the
Carbon
president.
is amazing, though. It is really good.
Yeah, you
Maisie
should create
Day.
that.
Maisie Day was the name of that Black Mirror episode that like just it actually pissed me off. Like I was like pissed off when I watched it. I was like, where's this going? This could be really interesting. Oh wow, I can't wait to see where this goes. Like I can see where they're kind of going with this. And then she turned into a werewolf and I got angry and I was like, what the fuck is this?
Well, also, if your first experience to Black Mirror is watching the fucking British Prime Minister fuck a pig, that's a real problem.
No, but this was like the season. This was like season 6 or whatever it was. The like really horror centered one, right? Where they like departed from the usual sort of Black Mirror format and story. And so like I was tolerating it, right? And then and like some of it was good and like you said, the first one was really, really good. I really enjoyed that.
With Aaron Paul and Josh Hartnett, that shit was insane.
The Selma Hayek, I think it was, in the first one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And then the second one with Aaron Paul, and that one was like, okay, like I liked it, but like it wasn't my favorite. And then it just started kind of. Oh, I did sort of like the one that was in Scotland. I thought was okay. But then
that had beautiful scenery as well, though. Like Yeah.
But when it got to that one with like the one that turned into the werewolf, like I was actually upset because I was like, this isn't fucking Black Mirror. I don't know what this is, but it's not fucking Black Mirror.
True. But there were still some elements in the 6th season that were fucking wicked, dude. Like honestly, looking back now at the Aaron Paul and Josh Hartnett episode where it was basically boiled down to like the Manson family that were like Alpha, Omega, and Sigma and all that shit. While they were up in space, couldn't control what was going on in their own house, but they had avatars that were here to provide comfort to their families. And then still, Josh Hartnett's family got fucking slaughtered. Absolutely slaughtered in front of him. Like, that shit was insane, dude. And then him using Aaron Paul's avatar to go and, like, build a connection with Aaron Paul's family. And by the end of it, it's all fucked. And holy fuck, dude. Like
No,
that was heartbreaking. It was heartbreaking.
Good. Like,
it
I
was
liked it. Like I said, I liked it. It wasn't like my favorite, but I liked it. But what was it? Like I said, it was that one particular episode where I was just like, nah, bro.
What about the episode in earlier seasons? I think it was like 2nd or 3rd season, and it was the chick that was stuck in the house, and it was post-apocalyptic times, and she was getting hunted down by some sort of a fucking killer. And then by the end of it, you found out that like she killed her kids and her husband, and this was her punishment for the rest of the time. Like she was gonna have to keep reliving this entire nightmare for the rest of her life. There are certain episodes of Black Mirror that are fucking wicked. And when I think of like torture tactics, dude, like this shit is insane. Some of that shit is absolutely fucking detrimental to the mind. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, on that note,
love you guys.
It's an hour past when I would normally end the stream.
Sorry,
Oh
Jordan.
my goodness, Jordan! Don't say sorry.
Sorry again, you good looking
You're saying sorry for it, dog.
Sorry again, you good looking Jewish sexy man.
Love
you guys.
Don't say sorry. There's nothing to apologize for, dude. It was fine. You guys,
having
like,
a blast.
it's content. It's
If
content.
you're gonna apologize to anybody, you should apologize to me for interrupting my talking time.
Daniel, shut up.
I am really sorry, Daniel.
No, don't
There we go.
apologize to
Thank
him.
you. No,
don't apologize to
stop.
him.
Let him
He talks
be.
plenty.
Daniel doesn't deserve your apology.
No. In all reality,
how dare all of you?
He's
hey, I say it because I love you.
Man.
I say it because I love you.
He's granted me certain considerations and shit like that. Daniel, I love you so much. Casper, I love you. Candy,
God bless you, sir.
You're my love.
Uh-huh.
I will follow you
You're my
into the
love.
dark. And Jordan,
yes, ma'am.
I love you, man. Give
Well,
Mika
I
a
might.
kiss
I mean, like,
for
I'll
me.
probably still stay on Discord. I'm just gonna.
Are
end the
we
stream.
gonna stay in chat or are we leaving?
Yeah.
I'm going to
I'm so
bed.
sad.
I'm
Don't
waking
go,
up.
guys.
Bro, it's like 1 a.m.
Sleeping is for the fishes. Wait, no.
The wicked.
All right.
I legitimately have about 30 minutes left,
like
but
we're
if you're gonna
dead?
stay on for 30
Like we're
minutes,
gonna
I'll
die?
Yes.
I love you guys so much, Jordan.
I meant to say like I sleep when I'm dead, but I said sleeping is for the fishes. I don't know. It made sense in my head.
Wait a minute. We have to say goodnight to the birthday girl on camera first before I end this.
Yes, Mika.
I'm gonna do it. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Come here.
Happy birthday, dear Mika.
There she is.
Fucking dog.
Happy birthday to you. And many more.
My girl.
All right. Well,
Happy birthday.
Love you guys, man.
3 years old.
Three with many more
whole
left.
years
I love you
old.
guys, man.
All right, love you too, buddy. I'll talk to you soon.
Have a good night. I'll talk to you probably tomorrow. I'll probably just shoot a text. Love you guys, man.
And all
Have a
of
good
you
night.
watching on Kick and YouTube who aren't staying on in the Discord, You're all amazing. Sorry for throwing a tantrum at Candy. That you all had to see that. That's my bad. I still love Candy. We fight. It's been crazy like this before. But we're always fine. Everybody have a lovely evening. Happy birthday, Mika. I'll see you all on Monday.